bowls, and another thumping shot to mid-on, and is caught. Finally, England take the 9th wicket, but well played, Ratnaka. 72, played really well. First Test match, an unknown quantity, and that was an innings of great determination.
An innings that gave Sri Lanka some hope yesterday. 236 all out after winning the toss. Both sides might have felt at the end of the day's play that it could have been better for them, but that's the situation. England 22 for no wicket in reply. Now, we had some bad light yesterday. We had some grey skies for most of the day. Unfortunately, today we've got the grey skies, we've got a breeze, but we've also got rain at Old Trafford, and the covers are on. But I think we all knew that. I think we'd seen the forecast yesterday, and that we knew we were in for a delay to the start of this day's play. Some light rain is sweeping across the ground at the moment. It does actually look pretty bleak at Old Trafford. It looks like November, but it's still late August, and there's the prospect of play later today, as I understand it. So when we do get underway, England 22 for no wicket with Duckett and Lawrence together. The start of the day's play has been officially delayed. We haven't had a huge amount of rain today, and it has been very light, but the white covers are on at the moment. There are a few spectators in the ground, but not many. I think most saw the forecast and just held back. Let's check in with Simon King to see what we are going to have today weather-wise. Simon, what's it looking like? What's that radar looking like? How much rain is on it?
Well, do you know what? You stole my line there about it feeling more like, or looking more like November, actually, because, autumnal is the sort of word that we've been using this morning in the forecasts. And, at the moment, the rain is light, but I have to say that there is just a spell of heavier rain moving its way in across western parts of Greater Manchester at the moment. So I think the rain will turn a little bit heavier before it does clear away. So we're probably expecting that rain to have cleared probably by about 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then it's looking dry for the rest of the day. So that's the kind of good news, really, that the rain is going to clear away. It's also pretty blustery today, actually. That wind coming in from the west, gusts of 30, 40 miles an hour. It will stay blustery for a good part of the afternoon as well, but head into the evening hours, and it's going to just ease off slightly, and you'll have an increased amount of sunshine as the day goes on as well. So things improving, but that's not the end of it, really, because overnight tonight we've actually got a storm, believe it or not, Storm Lillian. And that's going to push through, and that's going to bring some really heavy rain actually to Old Trafford overnight tonight. Some very strong winds to go with that as well. And a case tomorrow morning, I think, of just watching as that rain clears to the east. So there's the potential for tomorrow as well of a bit of a delayed start. I think it depends on how much rain actually falls, but we are expecting a lot of rain overnight tonight.
Okay, Simon, just one quick question. You mentioned some sunshine at the end of today's play. So do you think the sun will be out? Are you saying the sun will be out about 6:30 tonight? Because we can obviously extend the hours of play. We can play the extra hour tonight.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think the sun will come out fairly soon after that rain clears away. So even the early part of the afternoon, there'll be some sunny spells, and that sunshine I think will continue for the rest of the day, really. So yeah.
Great, thanks very much, Simon. So basically, we've got winter, and then we're going to get summer, and then we're going to get winter again, and then we might get a bit of summer tomorrow. But the good news is, the sort of tentative good news is that most of the rain is falling outside the hours of play. So the prospect's not too bad. It does look pretty grim at the moment. The light is poor, but we will get some sunshine. Actually, where the weather is coming from in the distance, it does look a bit brighter, but Simon there did say there is going to be a heavier spell of rain. We can add on time today and tomorrow and the rest of the match as well, so we know we can make up time. And actually the game is reasonably well advanced already. I've got Russell Arnold here, I've got Sir Alistair Cook here, I've got Michael Vaughan here. Now Russell, the Sri Lankans were saying, we'll come over to England late summer, it'll be warmer, the pitches will be nice and dry, they'll suit us. He didn't expect this necessarily.
Certainly not. They were expecting warm weather, that was for sure. That makes them happier. The bodies work a lot better now in weather like this. You need more energy to get yourself out there. It's just not a good feeling. And catching a ball, that's another challenge. Those palms. Our boys don't like to be in the slips when it's cold like this. So added headaches.
At least the sun's going to come out, but that wind is going to be there today. We had it yesterday. It was a tough day for spectators, and a few actually, I think, took a decision towards the end of the day's play. The ground did sort of empty out a little bit. Anyway, well, the sun is going to come out. That's the good news today. It's probably quite good news for England as well as they look to press on in this game, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a good position. They'll be slightly frustrated with the back end of Sri Lankan's innings where they played nicely and made it difficult to get those 10 wickets. But when you bowl an opposition out on day one and you're 22 for naught, a little tricky period for Dan Lawrence in particular down the end of the first day's play, but England will be delighted, and you'd expect. I mean, they're going to score quickly. They do. They're not suddenly going to go into their shells and play an old school method. So it really is down to Sri Lanka. Maybe these clouds will bring a little bit of swing and seam, but Sri Lanka are going to have to bowl incredibly well in the first 20 overs that they get some play, because there might be a bit of movement and they're going to have to catch everything, and they're going to have to get some early wickets to put England a little bit on the back foot, because you could sense if the sun starts to shine in the afternoon, you could sense one or two of these England players start to go a little bit berserk.
Can you make a case out for the Sri Lankan spinners involved today? Alistair, we saw one did turn off the straight yesterday against Ben Duckett from Dhananjaya De Silva. It went quite a long way, and you see all the reaction from Ben Duckett. Went, ooh, where did that come from?
Absolutely, and especially De Silva doesn't put too many revs on the ball. He's quite a part-time off spinner, without being too disrespectful. But that one did. I think this pitch will turn throughout the game, but I can't see it turning much more. I think this pitch tends to hold together better than, I suppose, when I first started playing at Old Trafford. You thought it was a definite bat first, 2 or 3 days of good batting conditions, then the ball reverse swung and spun really big, the big rough marks. But here there's a bit of, there's 80 odd overs and there's barely a foot mark. The pitch is almost so hard that it doesn't create a rough. So it will turn a bit, but I'm not sure massively into it. Sri Lanka, I think Michael summed it up brilliantly. For Sri Lanka to get back in this game, they're going to have to strike well with this new ball. They're going to have the good conditions for it, with the moisture around tends to do. But yesterday there was moisture around and it did a little bit. So I'm not expecting the conditions to change too much, to be honest with you.
What about England's approach? I mean, we know they're going to be attacking, because that's the way they played. I mean, does that give Sri Lanka an opportunity? And there's often a couple of loose shots out there. You can get into England early. We saw it at Edgbaston, didn't we? England, were 50 for 5 in that match against West Indies. They were able to recover.
I think there will be some risk taken when you're going after the bowling or trying to take them on. But that's where Sri Lanka have to react positively, not get intimidated, and also not sit back waiting for England to get themselves out, thinking they'll go aerial. Look for places and how to set your field where you could get wickets. Keep that positive approach in. That's when you can create things for yourself. Because I believe now and again one ball can turn, one can hold up, one can stay low, and that'll create opportunities. Every shot is not going to be clean, and the batter will struggle somewhat here and there. So Sri Lanka have to be aware of that, be extra patient with their beliefs in how they set their fields, where the catchers might come by, and hang in there. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, but I think we saw in the West Indies series that actually England didn't bat the same way they had been batting previously. There's a little bit more of a toned down version of Bazball 2, whatever people, Mark 2, whatever people were saying. It was a ball, apart from Ben Duckett, who seems to play his way. He scored 20 off that Joseph over or whatever he did. He is going to be ultra attack. I do think everyone else has just taken their foot a little bit off the gas, knowing this is how this side was going to improve to be able to compete better with Australia and India in the really big series. I'm not expecting England to try and blast Sri Lanka away today. I think they will score genuinely quickly because they are naturally aggressive players. But I'm not saying they're going to score
more the Joe Root approach.
A little bit, yeah. That's how I see today. And it's a great opportunity if they do get some play on what we feel. You can never judge a wicket until both sides on a good batting wicket against bowlers who are decent bowlers, but without that real sprinkling of world class quality.
Yeah, and you're right to mention Joe Root actually, because he was was playing a few fancy shots, if you like, but we saw him definitely rein that back in the West Indies series because he's so good. He doesn't need to do all that fancy stuff. He'll score quickly enough and heavy enough in any case.
Yeah, I mean he's world class. He's obviously chasing down a few records. He's
got a very good record here as well.
Yeah,
at Old Trafford.
I don't know where he hasn't got a great record. He's just a wonderful player that just knows how to score. And I saw Ricky Ponting talking about Joe Root, and a few of us have whispered, the Sachin Tendulkar record. How long would it take? And even Ricky, the Australian, saying that's obviously on the cards. I like Joe when he just plays the Joe Root method that's got him 12,000 Test match runs. He has it every now and again, a little bit of a look into the Bazball method. I just think that Jasprit Brummer dismissal in the winter where he played that reverse shot, and it was a good catch actually, third slip, that kind of was challenged and questioned by many. I haven't seen him play it too often since. I think we saw him when he got 100 against the West Indies. He brought it out, which was nice to see. But I like to see Joe play that stroke when he's got three figures, and the game is completely in the favour of the England side. I have no question at all playing it when they're on top. But when you're just kind of trying to fight back into a game, and that key morning against India in the winter, and he tried to play it and it didn't come off, that's when you have to take a little bit of punishment in terms of people questioning your decision making, and it's very rare that you question.
Yeah, that's the other time when we tried to dance down the spinner and try to destroy the ball miles in the end. And
the Ashes, wasn't it? The Edgbaston.
Was it? Oh, against
when he got stunned. Yeah,
and he also did it in India away, didn't he? There's about three occasions where he would have put the ball down, put his bat down, and go, "I didn't quite get that right." But it was him. It's just him trying to fit into what Ben Stokes was trying to do to free up other players. Trying to look at how can I get the best out of Crawley, Harry Brook, naturally aggressive players. How can we get them showing their potential Test cricket? Unfortunately, Joe Root didn't need to, because he already completed the game, so he just needed to go back into his tempo. Ironically, he averaged the same, didn't he, as in that playing that way as he did when he was playing the other way. But I thought the way when he's on full flow and his rhythm of batting, it does make it look incredibly easy.
Well, he's playing his 145th Test match. 144th Test match. You've already updated the results in your database. He's scored 12,027 runs, and you mentioned Sachin Tendulkar. Just for the record, Sachin Tendulkar 15,921. So he's still got a bit of way to go, and he's got Sangakkara, got someone called Alistair Cook above him, Rahul Dravid, Kallis and Ponting to chalk off before he gets to Sachin Tendulkar. Anyway, he loves playing here.
I think there's been some very clever person who likes to crunch numbers that has kind of worked out when he could pass Sachin if he continues at this rate. I honestly don't know what the answer to that is, so I don't know why I've said it, but I know someone has done it. Andy's putting his...
4 years.
Here he comes.
4 years.
But around about 45 to 48 Test matches, which would England's schedule be about 4 years from now.
So that's nearly 200 Test matches. Not far off there, is he? If he gets to Sachin's record, it all to me depends on his back. He's had some back problems, and just that enthusiasm that he still has. Will he still have it in 2 years and 3 years? And that's the key, isn't it? To going out there, playing this game, training as hard as that he has to, focusing as hard as he has had to do for many, many years. Eventually, the well, it kind of dries up, and you think, I can't do that.
He's 33 and 236 days.
So he'd have to play, let's say, till 37. I reckon 37 years of age. I mean, you've got Jimmy Bowler playing into his 40s. If there was one player that I've ever been around and would think that he could play into his 40s because he loves cricket more than anything else, it's Joe Root.
Yeah, and as long as he's scoring runs, he'll be happy and he'll keep pushing himself. If there's a dip now in his career or goes out of form, that's when he'll start questioning himself how much longer he'll want to play. Probably even next year's Ashes. That could be the crucial point in how long Joe Root continues.
It often causes a change in people's careers. People end, or people get dispatched, don't they, by the selectors?
I can't imagine with the standard of how he plays that he's going to get dispatched out the side just for a short while. I think he's got enough in the locker. If he had an iffy series or two, I still think Joe's got enough stored away for a rainy day.
He's also never got 100 in Australia.
No, he hasn't.
That's an itch. Yeah. He, just to put anything to bed. It's amazing how people will say, well, he never scored 100 in Australia. He can't be as good as everyone else. So maybe that's an itch he wants to just tick off.
Zoltz, you got something for us?
Just on Root's form since that Rajkot test when he was caught off Bumrah reverse scooping. In the 5 tests he's played since then, he scored 534 runs, average 76, 2 centuries, 1 in the 4th test in India and 1 against the West Indies. Strike rate 57 per 100 balls. Prior to that, under the Stokes-McCullum regime, he'd averaged 50 in 21 tests and scored at 74 per 100 balls. So there has definitely been a greater restraint about his play since that dismissal, and that his run rate since then has been very much in line with the run rate that he had for the whole of his career up to Bazball.
If you're just joining us at Old Trafford, play has been delayed, or the start play has been delayed. It's quarter of an hour away officially. It looks at the moment as though that drizzle that was sweeping across the ground has stopped, but we heard from Simon King about 10 minutes ago that another sort of heavy patch of rain is on its way. So I think that there's no activity from the ground staff at the moment. There is some water on the covers. So, I mean, I would say it kind of looks like start after lunch, something like that, or possibly after an early lunch.
And also, when and it isn't raining now, but when you see no activity, none of the ground staff just down there, with the super sopper, or just kind of even going out there to get on the super sopper. We've got 1, 2, 3 of them, so they've got plenty of tools to clear it up. Suggests to me that the radar downstairs is telling them that there might be a bit more juice on the way. They're usually quite good here, aren't they? Yeah.
The other thing, of course, if we were in Sri Lanka now, the whole ground would be covered, Russell, yeah?
Yeah, and if it was like this, they'll be getting rid of the water that's on the covers already, so that it's easy to start play the moment it clears up. Hence, there would have been activity for sure.
At the moment, we've got, the covers go to where the bowlers start, and it goes out over the end of the square sideways. So, yeah, we see quite a lot of white, but an awful lot of green as well. I see the fixtures have been released for next season. England against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, 22nd to the 25th of May. So that's a one-off test match. Then a men's and women's white ball series against West Indies. That's late May into early June. And then the England men are playing a test series against India. 5 test match series, a little bit like the Ashes last year in terms of the schedule. 20th of June to the 4th of August. And the venues for those games, first test is going to be played at Headingley. The second test at Edgbaston, the third test at Lords. It's unusual, I can't remember a third test in the middle of a 5-match series being at Lords before. It probably has happened. Fourth test at Old Trafford, 23rd to the 27th of July. And then the fifth test is at the Oval, 31st of July to the 4th of August. And then there's a women's white ball series against India, late June to late July. And then a men's white ball series against South Africa, first half of September. And then the men's team is going to Ireland in late September to play some white ball matches. So that's the schedule for next summer. I mean,
just out of interest, have they announced when the 100's going to fit into that schedule as well?
Well, I think we can work it out from the gap, can't we? The third of where are we? The men's test series against India ends on the 4th of August. So I presume it's after the 4th of August, in 5th, 6th, something like that, for the rest of August. That seems the most logical spot for it, because there's no international cricket being played then. So, the 100 a bit later.
It might just start before, a week or so before, and then the players come and join after that series finishes.
Yeah. What do you make of that then?
A lot of cricket. There's I mean, it's great for the game, and you're watching lots of cricket. But I do look at schedules and do think they're just completely congested, far too much for the player and for the spectator. I just think it's sometimes it's a little bit too much. So I personally don't think we need bilateral one-day series. I think if with all these franchise leagues around the world, obviously we're trying to make sure that Test match cricket keeps a good window as well. I just think you should be playing your bilateral T20 series or 50-over series leading into a World Cup, but all these bilateral... I know there's points to play for, but somehow the game has to work out windows where players can have a little bit of rest. And if all these boards around the world want their prominent, major leagues to have a window as well and be, a successful, so for instance, the 100, if it wants to be really successful, I believe England players have to play in the whole of the tournament. Like in the IPL, the Indian players play in the whole of the tournament. Many of the internationals play because not many boards around the world will put too much cricket around that time. Be interested to see what happens to England in May with those series that they're going to be playing and the IPL. It's always been a...
Well, that's right. I mean, that
problem there.
Zimbabwe Test match does coincide with the end of the IPL, so...
Yeah, so that's going to be a challenge for a few players. Not many play Test cricket and the shortest format. But I do think, if we keep everything and keep adding leagues, it's just going to dilute the game. Somewhere, somehow, something's going to have to give, and I believe bilateral one-day cricket is what I would be giving up and just playing it leading into World Cup.
So what you're saying is, so England are playing Australia in a white ball series in September. You're saying scrap that altogether?
I'd have got rid of it. Well, it was in the schedule years ago, but leading forward, something has to give. And if we want our 100 board tournament, again, you mentioned the word 100, people shoot you down, don't you? But it's going to be here to stay. It's going to bring in a lot of money. So you've got to try and make it as good as it possibly can be. And for that 4-week window when the 100's on, I believe for it to be a major success, the least you can do is allow your England players to be a part of it. Because that's why you're going to make it successful, because Ben Stokes is going to be up against Jofra Archer. That's going to be a great spectacle. If you keep diluting it and the England players nip in, they kind of play for a game or so and then they disappear, I just can't see how it's ever going to be as big as they say it's going to be. So you've got to make space somehow. I just think sometimes these bilateral one-day series, and people say, how are you going to pick your World Cup? Well, you're going to have to pick them through the franchise system. Because those IPLs, the 100 if you get it right, Pakistan Super League, Major League Cricket League, Big Bash in Australia, they should be competitive enough to be able to produce what you believe is your right squads leading into a World Cup.
But also, though, you need to play those games for your TV contracts, because they're worth money, aren't they? And also spectators turn up as well, and we generally see T20 matches in this country and one-day internationals in this country. They're very well populated.
That's why I'm saying something's going to have to give. You can't keep having all these games and hope that your franchise league, and there'll be loads of them, so I'll get rid of the 100. But the 100's about to bring in a huge amount of fortune to the game, so it'd be silly to get rid of a product that's actually going to create a huge amount of wealth for the game. As I said, you can carry on with these systems and these schedules for as long as you want, but eventually, and we see it quite often, the dilution of the game will happen, and that's going to be a great shame.
It's a little bit like in the Big Bash, isn't it? Where the Aussie players don't play it, and it hasn't quite carried on that momentum. A couple of years ago,
they had to contract it as well, the Big Bash.
But a couple of years ago, the Big Bash, was the great league. Everyone's talking about it, and it's kind of now happens where it and that mainly because you probably know a lot more than I do, Vaughan, about it. But if the Aussie players are playing the Test matches, it kind of doesn't work because it's over the Christmas period, which is meant to be. But you've got the 2 big Test matches. So the thing I've got about it is this Australia series, and I'm in the game, and I love cricket. I didn't really know it was happening. I only really knew it happening because I actually then looked at my schedule the other day. Oh God, I was like, so that means it doesn't. I don't think it needs to be there, because there's got to be some kind of purpose for that to be there, apart from just ticking boxes. And now, if someone said,
I suppose it's about.
It's about entertainment.
It's about entertainment. Yeah, people. You put the game on. It's an exhibition. People turn up and watch it. But I agree. There's no sort of point to it further on than that. There's no qualification or anything like that involved.
So, it's a bit like these two test series in this summer, which is unusual to have. Without a big marquee side. That's no disrespect for the West Indies, Sri Lanka. It's just what it is at this precise moment in time. In 10 years' time, Sri Lanka could unearth a load of talented cricketers once in generation, and they're the side everyone wants to play, and they're the things that it's seen. But at the minute, the West Indies and Sri Lanka aren't that side, so it becomes we've had this kind of bit of a lull in Test cricket. And what we do know is when cricket with the meaning and purpose really grabs everyone's attention. More than anything, and certainly Test cricket.
Like last summer, for example.
Last summer.
And probably next summer, actually, when India are here.
Exactly, and that's... I don't know the answer to it, and whether you scrap one-day cricket or whatever you do, but that is what I would try and see. What can we have that every game that England have played, with there's a purpose? The only suggestion I had is a little bit like every game goes to some kind of league and you become the world champions of cricket. So T20
across all the different formats.
Yeah, that is literally...
Like baseball.
That is like baseball, just like a that's a throwaway line. It might not make sense, but something like it, so that when England are playing an international, whether it's against Ireland, Zimbabwe, Australia, or India, there's a purpose for it, whether it's a T20, one day or test.
From Sri Lanka's point of view, of course, they need to play more. They don't have as many options. A 3-test series after such a long time, and even for the one days, of course, they have to build depth and start competing. That's when they get all these opportunities. But in terms of schedules being congested and players complaining, sometimes I do get confused because Ben Stokes is injured and he's here. Isn't it a time for him to freshen up? Isn't that an opportunity? So sometimes it does confuse me.
No,
What exactly is this point?
Yeah, I totally agree, Russ. I mean, and Johnny Bairstow, I mean, he rightfully spoke about, I think, the amount of times he'd been in his bed this year, and he's had a breather. And
Bed at home, you mean?
yeah, I mean, I don't think he sleeps on a bench when he's on tour. But it's home bed, and then I saw that he'd signed for the South Africa League in January, February. It could have been a time to rest. So I completely get when players start saying, "Oh, wait a minute, the schedule." But then you kind of get a bit confused when they sign for every league in the world because they're going to earn a lot of money. So you don't. You don't tell them not to do that, but I do look at that summer next year and I think, from start to finish, there's not many days, is there?
No, it's packed. The schedule is tight, definitely. Told you wanted to say something.
Just in terms of making the cricket have meaning. If you think back to how summers used to be organised, you'd have the team that was coming for tests would play a one-day series and latterly a T20 series in advance of the test matches. So you then built up a narrative and rivalries through the summer. Think back to that 2005. By the time the first test started, there was already a narrative between England and Australia from that the one-off T20 and then the one-day series that were played. 2018, India were here, played T20 one days, then the Test series. Think back to the first summer I worked on TMS, it was one days against Sri Lanka and Pakistan, Test series against Sri Lanka and Pakistan. So you could build stories through the summer, whereas now every series almost feels sort of functional, and then teams are coming in for a few games here and there, and there's no sort of overarching narrative. And a lot of what fascinates people about sport is when you get these stories evolving, whether it's through a long Test series, through a franchise tournament, the stories build up over weeks, and I think that's something cricket is missing out on now because of this rather fragmented calendar where each little white ball series doesn't build to anything, either in terms of the overall narrative of international white ball cricket or specifically during the season that's being played.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you just look at the landscape of cricket in the last 4 or 5 years. It's just completely changed. It really has, with all these different leagues. We're talking about preparation. Sri Lanka just playing a 3-day game against a young England Lions team. Great for the young England Lions, and that's what I was trying to say yesterday. I just look at the big three teams. They're getting their younger players geared towards this so much earlier and quicker with facilities, opportunities, travelling to all these different parts of the world. All our younger players, they'll go and play loads of spin in the subcontinent, whether it's in India or Sri Lanka, before they've even played a game. I mean, I know this winter the England Lions and the under-19s are actually going to South Africa for a training camp. And then the under-19s will play a test series after Christmas, but they're going to a training camp before Christmas. I can't imagine a Sri Lanka, a Bangladesh or a West Indies would have that opportunity to travel to another part of the world for just a training camp. So this is where I think the game is a great debate, and where I believe the ICC can step in with the funds, is to try and make sure that at the least they can give all the teams around the world an equal playing field for development. And that means great coaches, facilities that they can bring their next generation through, and opportunity for these younger players to go and do what all the bigger teams are doing. So the Australian young players, they go all over the world. Indian young players, they go all over the world. England's young players go all over the world before we even talk about them at this level. So by the time they play at this level, they've probably been in many of the countries that they potentially could be playing Test cricket or one-day cricket in. I can't imagine there'll be many Sri Lankan young players. I know the Sri Lankan under-19s have been here this summer, but I can't imagine many of them will get the opportunity to go and play in Australia, South Africa, or just train there before they play at the highest level. And that's where I just think the ICC could step in and make sure that the funds are spread to help the development of players.
Sri Lanka, again, are aware of this, and they are trying to create opportunities, trying to send out A-teams. Probably an A-team can travel, but not players who have been recognised, as you just did mention. So yeah, that is a definite area that can be addressed.
Okay, right. The situation here at Old Trafford is that I can actually see some blue sky. Hooray! There's some blue sky in the distance.
It won't be long.
We've had some rain just come over the ground, and Simon King promised us a belt of actually quite heavy rain. And it did just rain quite steadily for a couple of minutes, and it is drizzling at the moment. So we're in that in-between time where the weather changes from rain to sunshine. We are promised that we will get some sunshine later. At the moment, the scene is still pretty grim. The covers are on, and play has been delayed, or the start of play has been delayed here at Old Trafford. But we are optimistic, and that sight of blue sky in the distance is the first blue sky we've seen. Probably, actually, I think about this time yesterday when Sri Lanka won the toss. Oh, great! It's lovely and sunny. We're going out and have a bat, and then within about half an hour, it clouded over, and within half an hour they were 6 for 3 and then 40 for 4. But they did well to recover to 236 all out. Reminder, England 22 for no wicket. Now, just to mark your card, whatever the weather, we'll have John Holder here at lunch to ask the umpire. Get your questions in. tms@bbc.co.uk. So tms@bbc.co.uk or via our social media. Just a quick update from that test match in Rawalpindi. England going to play a series in Pakistan fairly shortly in October. And Pakistan, they've recovered 367 for 5. Rizwan, 134 not out. That's the second day in Rawalpindi. That's the ground in which England made 500 on the first day of the last series. Actually, this time round, that test match is the last game of the series, and they start in Multan. Sad Shakil also made 141 in that game.
So here at Old Trafford, during the course of that last hour, it's rained. It's stopped raining. It's rained again. It's a bit mizzly and drizzly still, but there was due to be an inspection at 12 o'clock. I don't know if that's still happening or not. No one seems to know. The covers are out. We have a super sopper whale machine going up and down and doing what it can on the outfield. I don't know how wet it is, because really, in terms of volume, it hasn't really rained very heavily. It's just been that sort of mizzle that comes in on a strong wind. I know if you know exactly what I mean. And so not big drops. So I don't know whether the outfield has been particularly harmed. Certainly the playing area is okay. That's been under covers. So we'll just wait and see if the umpires do emerge, because at the moment, I don't think it is raining, but what we were expecting was them to come out at 12 o'clock, have a wander around, and then probably announce that there'll be an early lunch. That's the way that these things tend to happen. And of course, you can't have a cricket match without lunch, can you? So they would schedule lunch, which basically means that they're doing away with those 40 minutes. And I think they would have been hoping to have started maybe at, 1:10, something like that, with, of course, an hour added on today for the time that we've missed. That would have been the plan. But we'll just hang on a minute and see if that's going to happen. If it is raining, and it is hard to tell from here, then I don't think they'll come out necessarily. But we shall wait and see. Now we've got news here at Old Trafford. Good news. Lunch is being taken at 12:30, so that's coming up any time now. And so that's 40 minutes. Now, what they haven't said is any start time. So hopefully we'll see the umpires come out maybe 1:10 if it's not raining, and then we'll get more of a clue as to what time it'll start. Or they might come out before that and say, actually, you know something, we're going to start straight away. So that's all up in the air a bit. We'll listen out for announcements and so on, but it's not raining at the moment. The covers are on, but really I think just in a precautionary manner, and so fingers crossed that the rain has now gone, we can get on with this, and that of course there's an hour added on to today's play. Just say 1:15 start, by the way. A 1:15 start. So just over half an hour from now.
Bracing, said Aggers there. You've been out there. How bracing is it? I'm not there.
Afternoon, Dan. Afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's a bit chilly. There's that sort of wind. I wouldn't call it a breeze. There's a bit of a wind whipping round Old Trafford, and it is cool out there. But this England side only know one way to play, so they're going to look to go out there and be positive. Still in a fantastic position, although frustrated this morning. You know, you've lost a session. You want desperate to get out there and get batting and get some runs on the board. But
well, they can make most of it back. Well, 82 overs today, and of course, I think that means that they can also make the other 8 overs back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get a bit dark probably tonight.
Well, it might do, but then if the clouds clear, because we're a little bit further west, you see.
Right.
So I haven't checked sunset. Maybe we'll get Andy to check the sunset in Salford.
Oh, okay.
But I think if the clouds do what they're predicted to do, which is actually go away, then you never know. We might make it close to 7:30. And sunset in Salford is not until 8:21 tonight.
Okay, I can't actually see the sun at the moment. So
Well,
I don't know how it's going to set.
Don't worry, you'll know if the sun comes up, because there'll be a lot of alarm phone calls to the police from local residents saying there's a giant light in the sky.
Yes, well, there you go. There you go. But I don't think it's going to be quite as straightforward for England just to go out there and play their natural game. I mean, they look to rollick along, don't they? 4, 5, 6 and over sometimes. And that's what they're going to do here, and try and put some pressure on this Sri Lankan bowling attack. It's sort of inexperienced Sri Lankan bowling attack. But
and Dan Lawrence, because he had a bit of a phoney start yesterday.
Yes, he did. But the pitch, there's some variable bounce out there, especially to Bashir yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, one was a real grubber that hit the skipper on the foot. I think it was in Chandimal on the foot.
Chandimal, yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to just be playing in the back of the batters' minds as well. Batters hate dodgy bounce. They don't like it. They come off wringing their hands.
We saw a few hands hit yesterday, didn't we?
Absolutely.
Right. So it's going to be Fernando, who's in and just wide of the off stump and driven into the offside straight away. A ball that anyone else would have left, but it's Ben Duckett. So he's going to pick up a couple of runs, laying his bat on a ball that was wide of off stump and sending it out towards the covers. There is a deep point. So they're underway straight away with a couple of runs.
I don't want to put the mockers on Mr. Lawrence either, but I mean, it's sort of nicely set up for him, I think. You know, usually this sort of like free-flowing, aggressive middle-order batter. And now the situation of the game sort of like demands you to go out there and play a few shots. So I think he'll be sort of, he'll be happy that he can just go out there and play his natural game.
Now, what you can hear, I think, coming across on the radio is the wind. Did you catch that? There was a rustling noise.
What was that?
Yes, which I think is the very brisk wind. Asita Fernando in again. That's flattered away off the back foot, down to deep backward point. Duckett's faced 2 balls. He's got a 2 and a single. And England at 25 without loss. Duckett to 16.
Are you sure it's not Andy just sort of unwrapping a chocolate bar over there or something?
Sounds a bit like that. Yeah. We've got a few of them in today.
Have we?
Yeah. Alistair Cook's been rummaging around.
I know, he doesn't mind a bit of chocolate.
I've
Dummy to the rail.
Yes.
Sir Alistair. He doesn't mind that. I've had a banana and a couple of easy peelers.
Good. Well done, you.
Yes, I have.
Do you want a house point for that, do you?
A little bit.
Says your wife listening, just in case I've had some fruit.
Yeah.
Now, Dan Lawrence is on strike. 2 slips in a gully, and there's a deep backward point and a deep square leg. As Fernando runs in to the tall right-hander who flicks it off the pad. It's going down the leg side. There's a peel. They'll get a run. Now, what Sri Lanka will do, I fancy, leg by signal, 26 without loss, as Jerusalem finishes.
Yes.
Dan Lawrence, they'll look to target those stumps, won't they? Because he's a guy who loves to play through the onside. He likes to turn the face of the bat.
Yeah.
And does bring LBW into play quite a lot. So we take a look at first ball he's played today. It's just a little too leg-sidey, but that'll be the plan, I think.
Yeah, strong bottom hand. And as you say, with that sort of slightly inconsistent bounce, difficult just to sort of like, you've got to get yourself in. You look to play straight till you get to 20 and 30 and then start hacking it through the leg side.
Duckett, slightly open start.
Easy game.
Faces Fernando and he drives into the offside again. It's slightly shorter ball, but it's well fielded by a sprawling cover. Here is Kamindu Mendes. And there is no run. He's faced 3 balls and he's gone after each one of them. And we shouldn't be surprised by this, but, you know, forever in the history of Test cricket and around the world, the first ball he faced, you leave it, don't you?
Well,
it was about 3 feet wide of off stump, but no. I'm having some of that.
It's out not having a whack at that.
Well, that's the new theory. And what's wrong with it?
They've done quite well, Sri Lanka. There's not too many jumpers. I don't think I can see one jumper out there. They're all standing there with their hands in the pockets and trying to keep warm, but I don't think they've got too many jumpers.
I've layered up today.
Yeah, me too.
Fernando into Duckett, who clips this away off the pads. It's going to roll down towards the fine leg. And he'll pick up a single. 27 without loss. We've had the first over of the day, have we? No, 1 ball to come. 1 ball to come.
Used to hate days like this in the field.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
What would you do to
gets
keep
in
warm?
your bones? You know, what I mean, you got long johns under your whites. You know, thermal vests, couple of jumpers, hand warmers in your pocket.
Would you prefer to bowl than not bowl on a day like this? Because at least you're doing something. Or actually,
Probably have a bowl, yes.
Yeah.
Probably have a bowl, yeah. 'Cause at least it distracts the mind.
from the bleak scene
Yes,
around you.
it's chilly.
Asita Fernando is in to complete the first over of the day. 2 slips in place, and Lawrence comes forward in defence. That's a good shot. Played out into the offside with a nice high elbow and a bat pointing in the right direction. 27 without loss. Of course, County Championship is back today. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on. You can catch every ball of every game on the BBC Sport website and app, and via a smart speaker. So now you can simply say, I would like to listen to Surrey versus Lancashire.
What, on your phone?
On your smart speaker. Play Surrey v Lancashire.
Right.
Hey presto, on it comes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could ask for Hampshire against Essex, but they haven't got out there yet.
No.
So I wouldn't bother doing that just yet.
Speaker.
Smart speaker. Although it is lunch in most of those games now. Vishwa Fernando is going to come in from the Statham end. So it's a brace of Fernandos to start the day.
Yeah. Left armour. I think it's a bit too blustery and a bit too cold for swing.
I suppose the wind might take it though.
Well, yeah, pop one up in the wind. But yeah, not too bad for spinners actually. Spinners don't mind a bit of cross breeze. It's when you have to bowl into it, it becomes a bit of a pain.
Well, the wind is going from left to right, so it would assist. If it does assist, it would assist Vishwa Fernando's away swinger to the left-handed Duckett. And there are 2 slips, hoping that he'll catch the edge. Deep backward point. There's a gully as well. Short extra, mid-off, mid-on. Long leg, deep backward square. There's a left armour. Vishwa Fernando is into Duckett, and Duckett defends a full ball on the front foot. Up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Dhananjaya De Silva. There's no run. The lights are on. That is the one slight problem. I mean, wouldn't it be really annoying to go off a bad light after been hanging around for...
Well, yeah, frustrated. But as you say, we're used to missing a bit of cricket through a bit of rain in this summer, aren't we?
Yeah, we entertained ourselves, didn't we?
Indeed.
Last couple of hours. We are used to rain. This time last year, almost a test match here.
Oh,
yeah, actually, that was heartbreaking rain, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 days of it.
Vishwa in again, and that's slightly shorter, punched off the back foot up towards mid-on, where Angelo Matthews fields. And there's no run. There's a lot of caps out there. No sun hats, and I can see.
No.
Which is probably about right. And a very, very brisk breeze. The flags are taut and very visible.
Well, I think that might be a rule. I think they made a rule for us when I played that the first session we all had to wear our England caps.
Oh, is that right?
Because we were sort of wandering out with all sorts of stuff on. Looked a bit scruffy.
Did you actually have blazers and uniforms by the time you were involved? As Vishwa is in to Duckett, who gets turned round slightly by this. Ball squirts away off a thick outside edge down to deep point for a single. Duckett to 18. Because wasn't there that thing in which World Cup was it? 79 or 83?
82.
No, in England.
Oh.
79 or 83.
Oh, right, yeah.
Where everybody turned up. There was this wonderful picture of all the teams lined up. And they all had blazers,
Yes.
you know, that were recognisably branded of that country. And England didn't. No. They just turned up in sort of
Jackets.
a hodgepodge of their own choice.
Doesn't look great, does it? Doesn't look great. It's easy to look like a team if you've got all the right kits on.
Yes.
Yeah. As you say, at least for that first session, and then second session, where we could, if it was 90 degrees, you could put the sun out on.
The left arm Vishwa Fernando in to Lawrence, who gets one down the leg side, which he can't quite catch up with. A good tumbling take ensures that there is no run. Chandimal diving away to his left, 28 without loss.
Oh, my first England cap was one of those like train driver caps, weren't they? Do you remember those
yes.
ones?
Yes, I remember them, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they were quite natty. What happened to them?
I don't know.
They stopped those.
Yeah, and they were sort of like breathable, and you didn't quite sweat so much. And then we went back to the sort of like wool things.
Who wants a wool hat in India or Perth? Yeah. Boiling hot.
Boiling your brain.
Sri Lanka. No.
No.
Vishwa Fernando in again. And that's driven nicely by Lawrence, but picks out Matthews at mid-off. A nice noise off the bat. You know when Lawrence is in good nick, when he is accessing the offside.
Yeah.
I've seen quite a bit of him for Surrey this year. So the kind of in-out season. Been sort of feast and famine. He's had some high scores and plenty of low scores.
He's a Baz baller, isn't he?
He is.
He's a Baz baller.
He is. And so, you know, sometimes you get a wonderful day of Lawrence and it's great.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's cut short. But when he is in good nick, he's accessing the offside as well as the leg side. Fernando's into him once more. And he just defends this with an angled bat into the offside, finds a gap between cover and point. Gets a run. Kamindu Mendes tidies up.
Difficult to bowl at as well when they're going, those kind of guys, because you're sort of like, you always have the skipper perhaps at first or second slip, and sort of one rockets through mid-wicket. He's going, what line's that? What line? It's outside off stump.
Yeah.
I can't really keep him just playing to one side of the pitch. So the difficult players to bowl at when they're...
Viv Richards would be the awful at that, wouldn't he? Anything outside the off stump goes over deep mid-wicket.
I know. You know, the skipper going, they're not bowling very well. Well, I am. He's just whacking me where he wants to.
29 without loss at the end of the over. We've had 2 so far today. Duckett 18, Lawrence 10. I haven't heard from Andy. What are you working on, Andy?
Oh, just looking at some Dan Lawrence numbers. Back in the team for the first time since the final pre-Stokes-McCullum test in the West Indies in March 2022. In his penultimate test, he made 91 and 41 in Barbados.
It's a bit harsh, doesn't it?
Yeah, see you later.
As Asita Fernando starts a new over from the Anderson end. 2 slips in place. Lawrence just gets struck on the pad. That looks very, very close. They love it, and the finger goes up. Well, we did say he was a candidate for LBW. They targeted those pads. Lawrence is now going to chat to Duckett. He's saying, wasn't it too high? It's not his first rodeo. He's been here before, and he's gonna go for the referral. He might hope it's a bit high, but it's playing that shot, trying to access the onside.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. We check the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Joel Wilson, third umpire, looking slightly worried here. Lawrence. He might get lucky now. We're going to have a look at it properly for the first time. It's not that full, and it is high. It's above the knee roll.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge, please, just to confirm?
Well, it's hit the top of the flap.
It's hit the top of the flap, yeah.
So that's going to either be...
The gap between the bat and the ball is a flat line. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracker when available.
umpire's call or going over.
Slight clip, maybe.
Yeah.
Original decision is out. Ball pitching outside off. The impact is in line. And wicket's missing. Ball is after reversing decision to not out. I'll let you know on screen.
Well, he's going to be reprieved because the ball was shown to be missing, not by a huge amount, but enough.
Yeah.
And actually, when we saw it front on, it didn't look like a great decision because the ball's in, as you say, top of the pad flap, above the knee roll.
Yeah.
And he's not a short man, isn't Dan Lawrence? And it wasn't actually that full.
The trouble with sort of a Dan Lawrence technique is that it can get in the umpire's mind a bit, like, oh, he's playing across the line there. He's always looking to play across the line. If it hits the pad, he's going to be pretty adjacent. But this time, was it Paul Rifle, wasn't it? Just got it wrong, a little bit too high. But you don't want to give any sort of tells to the umpire of what you're trying to do sometimes.
Fernando in to the reprieved Lawrence, who guides a wide, shorter ball down to deep backward point for a single. But that's how they're going to try and get him out, though, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And everyone sort of knows it, don't they? The umpire knows it, the bowlers know it, Dan Lawrence knows it. You know, it's not a secret.
No, and I'm also a little bit concerned by players who get out the same way often.
Yeah.
Remember Tom Westley when he came in?
Yes.
Because...
fine player, but just... but...
You sort of want to be, weirdly, perversely, you want to be a player who gets out any number of different ways, don't you?
Yeah, so they're always thinking they've got plan A, B, C, and D.
They keep
on just a massive A.
Exactly, massive A, yeah. Here is Asita Fernando. In to Duckett. Oh, he's struck on the pad. This looks close as well. He really wants it, does Asita. That's much fuller. Wrapped him around on the shins. Was it going down a leg side? Was there a bit of bat? Umpire's not going to signal yet because he's not given it. Are they going to take it upstairs? What have we seen? Does it look like they are?
King.
Still chatting. 3 seconds, 2. They've gone for it.
Oh, it's just
Always do this, don't they? I suppose if you can, why not
That was
extend the drama?
0.5 to go. That
Umpire
was.
to director.
Well, it is a long over, isn't it?
LBW,
Yeah.
The original decision is not out. Check the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
So now this might be closer to the
Yeah.
bat. It's much fuller than the Lawrence decision. He's got a pitch in line for a start. Now, I think it's hitting the stumps.
Doesn't appear to be any bat, but he's coming right across it. Ultra edge, please.
There you go, coming right across it. He's even the third umpire's having a go at his technique.
Gap between the bat and the ball. Flat line. I'm satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracker once it's available.
This is all about whether it's pitched in line.
Yes,
I would
tight.
suggest
Original decision is not out.
it has.
Ball is pitching in line. The impact is in line, and wicket's hitting. Paul, you'll have to reverse your decision on not out or out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by.
Well,
On
there you go.
screen, Signal.
That's an umpiring act in 2 parts, isn't it, really? He's given 2 decisions, both of them wrong, poor umpire Rifle.
Yeah.
But a really good bit of bowling. Because when you're bowling over the wicket to the left-hander,
Yeah.
the trick is to get it to pitch in line and then hit. You've got to get it full enough. And Duckett was trying to whip it away into the onside, clattered into his shin. And he's actually, that looked very out.
Yes, it did.
And it was very out. And he is out.
Yeah.
30
Good
for
bit-
1.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. Good bit of bowling. It's going to be a bit tricky. It's just one of those pitches that some skid off the surface and some sort of hold in the surface as well. And that one just looked to sort of rush Ben Duckett a little bit. It sort of, he fell over, it just thudded into the pad. Good bit of bowling, little bit of swing as well. It's not going to be straightforward, this, for England, if they're not careful. There's no point in going out there and being a bit gung-ho here. You know, they're skillful bowlers in sort of tricky conditions. Need to just set a platform and get a partnership going.
Ollie Pope, the captain, has come out to bat. So we've now got 2 right-handers. And he can be a bit skittish when he first starts.
Oh, frenetic.
Yeah.
No,
Frenetic.
frenetic, yes.
Like frenetic.
Yeah.
Skittish, frenetic. Moving about. Lots of stuff going on.
Yes. Twitchy.
Twitchy. Yes. Yes. All of those.
All of those. He hasn't even faced a ball.
No. It's quite a perilous moment in the game for England. 30 for 1. Relatively small target of 236 that Sri Lanka put up in their first innings.
Yeah,
But Fernando
just need to be cautious for an hour.
is into Pope. And Pope gets one of the pads, which he tucks away nicely for a single. That deep square leg underway straight away. But, well, you said it could be tricky today.
Yeah.
And so far we've seen a bit of movement.
Yeah. Yeah, the ball's still relatively new, isn't it? They had those 4 sort of overs last night with the spinners, didn't they? Just to see if they could wheagle one out.
Weagle.
Wheagle.
I like that. Can I use that one?
Wheagle. Yeah, that's pretty out, that is, actually.
That is very out.
It felt it, even though we're a long way away and behind the batter.
It's odd, isn't it, that Rifle didn't give the first one. Oh, you did give the first one.
Yeah, perhaps he's had a hard
Good luck.
Perhaps he'd had a little snooze this morning. Still
Right.
waiting up.
Here comes Fernando. Into Lawrence, who defends. Inside edge, gets a run. Just a single, though. 32 for 1, it's tricky. Pope back on strike. It's a bit of tension. Well, you've gone quiet, I've gone
Oh,
quiet.
no, I'm interested to see how this is going to go.
I also might need Simon to replace me for a moment. As Fernando's in. As wide of the off stump, left alone through to the keeper. And there is no run. End of the over. 32 for 1. Lawrence 12. Pope has 1. Been quite a dramatic first 3 overs. Simon, thank you.
Moore's willing to stand in down a little bit early. Well, it's been a good start from Sri Lanka. That's a good over from Sita Fernando.
Bustly. Looks to sort of rush it up on you on the pad, and that one did for Ben Duckett.
Chris Wakes last night saying it was a new ball pitch.
Ooh, yeah, the old one sort of skids at you, doesn't it?
Right, it's going to be Vishwa Fernando to bowl from the Statham end, left armour. And he's got Dan Lawrence in his sights, just waiting for the fielders to cross. A few Sri Lanka fielders with hands in pockets. It's that sort of day. But we were promised the sun will come out this afternoon. There's a strong breeze still blowing across the ground.
I'm just happy for it not to be raining.
Yeah.
But they've actually... actual
apparently.
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay.
So 2 men back on the leg side boundary. Vishwa bowls, full to Lawrence, who clips that away down towards fine leg. Bit of swing there for Vishwa. There's a fumble down there at fine leg, and Lawrence was tapping in his ground at the non-strikers, and suddenly was alerted to the fact there might be a possibility of a second, but it would have been a risky one. We've already nearly had a run out in this England innings. In fact, there would have been if the throw had hit the stumps from Angela Matthews. Of course, you get a new opening partnership.
Yeah.
It's not quite on the same wavelength straight away. Some partners, you can almost do it without calling.
Absolutely. When they do it without calling. It's just a nod or a wink.
33 for 1. And Lawrence to 13. Pope's second ball, he was off the mark early on. Here's Vishwa bowling outside the off stump. Well, that's a terrible delivery. It's short and wide, crashed away by Pope. Well, if you like a nice introductory ball at the start of your innings, that was it.
Absolutely. Short and wide, he could hardly reach it, Ollie Pope, but no real pace from Fernando. What's he bowling about 80 miles an hour, and just all the time in the world to clatter that behind point.
Well, if you keep bowling there, you'll go for 4 every ball.
Yeah.
Although, having said that, I don't understand this. They put a man at deep backward point now for an appalling delivery.
It always confounds me. Wouldn't have happened in my day.
It's not aggression from Pope, it's just putting away a bad ball. So they've got 3 men on the boundary.
And it's just opened up a nice little, when you do bowl a good ball, just to dab it in there for 1.
Vishwa bowls, Pope squared up by that. It's not stopped by Madushka in the gully region, diving away to his right hand side, and that fielder who's at deep backward point runs round behind him and sends in the return, and Pope gets a rather scratchy single there. He was opened up by that delivery, squared up. Pope already on to 6, and England 38 for 1, so they're under 200 runs behind on this grey early afternoon. It's a bit brighter than it was, say, yesterday evening, when it really did close in, and of course neither side could bowl their pace bowlers for, what was it, it felt like about an hour and a half, 2 hours yesterday.
It was a strange passion to play,
it was, yeah. Vishwa now goes in, bowls very full to Lawrence, who gets a thick outside edge on that as well, and it goes to deep backward point, and they're through for another run. Score advances to 39 for 1. England, they were desperate to stay out there because they had the last 2 wickets to get. You think, there's a bit of spin, we should be able to coax something, but of course the other thing as well, they were able to inch their way up to 236, whereas you get Mark Wood cranked up at one end and you think, well, perhaps I don't fancy this quite so much.
Well, that's the toss-up, isn't it? You can hopefully, just kind of thinking 10 and 11 in, 9, 10 and 11, you're probably going to get them out with a bit of spin, aren't you? But they did well. They fought hard, Sri Lanka, and they posted an albeit sort of lowish score.
Vishwa bowls outside the off stump to Pope. Pope lets it go by, just across him, through to Dinesh Chandimal, the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, they just showed a little bit about themselves, Well,
at the moment they're in the game, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Whereas 113 for 7 done yesterday afternoon, you thought, no. But they have fought back, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, scrapped hard.
Another early wicket or 2 here.
Yeah, put a bit of pressure.
Definitely. England with 1 batter light in this game. Vishwa, 2 slips in the gully. Vishwa Fernando bowls to Pope, and Pope gets a ball that's full outside the off stump. He allows it to go by. It's one of those he just sensed he was tempted to have a drive at. That could have caused him problems. Not a bad delivery. Just in that channel outside the off stump, making him think twice. He let it go. End of the over. So we've had 8 overs of England's innings. They're 39 for 1. Duckett was the man out. LBW to Asita Fernando for 18.
Just continuing what I was saying about Dan Lawrence earlier on, his Test career prior to this game, 11 matches in 2021 and 22. Began with a fine 73 on debut in Gaul. Had a good match in Ahmedabad in a difficult series for England, making 46 and 50, the final test of that series. They made that 91 in Barbados. Also had a number of failures, 5 ducks and a few other single-figure scores. So he had trouble starting in his first iteration as a test player.
He's on strike at the moment. Asita, on this bustling run, bowls outside the off stump. Lawrence allows it to go by.
And through his first-class career, he talked about his problems with LBW dismissals. 31% of his first-class dismissals against pace have been leg before wicket. That compares with the overall average in first-class cricket in England over the last few years of around about 20%. So
it's really quite significant, isn't it?
Above average.
I can see John twitching there. Look, he's getting ready to fire him out already.
That's John Holder. Yeah. Ask the umpire segment at lunchtime. Here's Asita bowling to Lawrence on the pads of Lawrence, and he turns it down towards fine leg. Well, he'll pick you off all day if you bowl there.
Well, yeah.
He's been much more productive against spin than pace, both in Test cricket and overall in first-class cricket. Averages just under 34 against pace in first-class cricket, almost 58 against spin. And in Test cricket thus far, albeit a relatively few number of matches, 22 against pace and 42 against spin.
Bring them spinners on.
Yeah. Well, when he gets in, he's a dangerous player, but he's just got to get himself to sort of 20 and 30.
He's 15 at the moment. Pope on 6, 40 for 1. Asita bowling from the Jimmy Anderson and outside the off stump. Another one of those deliveries that Pope looked as if he was going to play at and then pulled out at the last moment. You have such a little time to think. But it seems when you watch on from this distance, you can almost see the batter changing their mind. Whether it happens, it's just a reflex, isn't it?
That's the way he leaves it, though, isn't it? It's just a little jerk away. It's not like a sort of a leave or a flamboyant leave.
He looks as if he's going to play at it.
Just
jerks the bat away and the hands away from it.
That's his style.
Asita Fernando bowling with a strong crosswind, taking it away from the right-hander, in theory anyway. And he goes in now, past the umpire, up to the stumps, and bowls. He bowled him. It's a second one. Lawrence not getting the bat down in time on that, and he's knocked back his off stump. Pope, rather, not getting his bat down in time, and he's knocked back his off stump. So England are 2 down, and Ollie Pope is on his way.
Another good bit of bowling from Fernando, just hurrying him up a little bit. As you said, Chris Woke said earlier, it's a new ball kind of pitch. When that ball is fresh and hard, some sort of skid at you, just sort of rush you, and that's exactly how he did for Duckett, and that's how he's done for Ollie Pope as well. Almost sort of beaten for a bit of pace there off the pitch, but he's hit a good rhythm, Fernando, and he's causing all sorts of problems here for England.
Yeah, he has bowled really well, bowled quite straight at the batters, skidded it a bit, and Ollie Pope is on his way, so he has gone for 6, and now Joe Root out to the middle. Well, the game takes another swing, 2 early wickets. Joe Root out there for England, who does have a very good record on this ground. I know he has good records on lots of grounds, but this is one of his...
Over 60, isn't it?
Yeah, most profitable squares, if you like. He's coming out to join Dan Lawrence.
I think he'd done him for a bit of length as well, Ollie Pope. Perhaps should have been forward there. It's just... I mean, it's awkward, isn't it? You sort of have a morning off and you just got to get yourself sort of switched on again. A bit breezy, a bit chilly. But, he's looking threatening, Fernando.
Oh, great start. He had that LBW shot against Lawrence that was given out. It did look a bit high, actually. From our view, it looked straight enough, didn't it? But, of course, we needed the front-on view to see that it was a bit high. And the Duckett one... I thought you must have got an inside edge on it, because that looked really good.
Yeah, didn't it? Had the right shape, had the right look from the hand. And if it hits Ben Duckett sort of on the shin, it's not going over the top, is it?
No. Joe Root out there for England. 2 quick wickets. Asita Fernando bowls to Root, and Root gets the ball on his pads, which he turns away. He's off the mark straight away, a bit like Ollie Pope when he first came in. But he is bowling straight.
Yeah, don't miss that.
Yeah.
I mean, first ball, Joe Root's just taken that probably off about middle and leg, clipped it round the corner for a single.
having a look at that. Ollie Pope dismissal. It came back a fraction, didn't
Top
it?
of off stump, good bowling. That's what you want to do as a seam bowler when you get a chap new to the wicket, hit the top of off stump.
Yeah, it was a lovely delivery actually. Really fine ball. It did just enough, coming back a fraction
Trapped
off the
in
inside
crease,
edge.
Yeah, it just looked like the feet weren't quite moving, a bit sort of static, and then just trying to jab a bat down on it.
And Lawrence on strike, bat raised. Sita Fernando bowls to him. And it's on his hip, turned away into the onside for one. They'll look for two here. No. Fielder running in and around, sends it into Chandimal. So single to Lawrence, he is on to 16 and keeps the bowling as well after another successful over from Sita Fernando. Well, it looked hopeless for Sri Lanka yesterday at 113 for 7 or 40 for 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
But they are back in the game, 42 for 2. The challenge is there for England now. 2-3-6 all out Sri Lanka.
Well, the chap on debut came out, made it look pretty straightforward, didn't he? Ratnike.
The other thing as well, when you look at his innings, you say, oh, well, England should have been able to roll over the tail or whatever, but he didn't really look like getting out, did he?
No.
You can't recall many examples of him playing and missing particularly, or England doing anything wrong against him.
No, it wasn't slogging either. It was just sort of like got himself in a bit and then started to play some decent shots. I thought the skipper played nice enough.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, that was a class innings. It was a big surprise when he was out.
Yeah.
He was tickling one to leg slip. To Lawrence, who's now batting out there. Vishwa Fernando bowls a full toss, which Lawrence drives straight to Matthews, who goes down on his knees at mid-off to field. And there is no run. 42 for 2. The only way he really looked like being out was the way he got out in the end, which is trying to get him to hit over the top. There was one that he hit high out towards mid-off, and Duckett couldn't get back. And then eventually he did hole out to Chris Wokes at mid-on.
He would have been eyeing up a cheeky little 100.
Yeah.
Only the spinners are on. It's dark. Hold on a minute. I've got 75. I won't be able to whack me first 100.
Vishwa bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence gets a thick inside edge on that, goes into the onside towards a square leg umpire, and the bowler runs after it. Gets there before it rolls towards umpire rifle. Another run to Lawrence. He's on to 17. Quite a few being just played off the inside edges at the moment.
Yeah.
Nothing particularly convincing from England. We haven't seen a flurry of boundaries. We see them knocking the ball around. We're used to a whole load of early boundaries from England. There haven't been that many so far in this innings.
Just 4 so far. 3 off the spinners yesterday, just 1 so far in 32 balls this morning.
And 1 in 32 balls. Yeah. That sums up what it's been like. Well, it's overcast. The lights are on. Sri Lanka have got a new ball. Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, just a quick chat with Vishwa Fernando down beneath us. And now Vishwa moves in to bowl to Root, and Root allows it to go by. Just bowls it across him, goes through low to Chandimal. There were a few balls that got the wicketkeeper quite low yesterday. Of course, we did see that one that went along the ground. What's the umpire doing here? There's something on the pitch, and Root brushing it away. Umpire Gaffney was down. That's not really the umpire's job, is it necessarily, to get some debris off the pitch? Unless it's something really obvious, I suppose. Alex Hartley's here.
Well, it's doing a bit, isn't it? It's exciting. England found themselves 2 down pretty early on, but I like the fact the ball's just nipping ever so slightly. It's just doing enough.
Vishwa, a jogging run, bowls to Root outside the off stump. Root offers the pad. He was coming forward there, had to tiptoe back into his crease just in case Chandimal, he collected the ball, was thinking about rolling the ball towards the stumps. 43 for 2. When's this sunshine going to arrive then? You're the local woman here?
Yeah, probably Monday afternoon.
Monday afternoon, right.
Yeah. The sun will come back out.
Look, there's a bit of blue sky up there.
Oh.
Alex, can you see it?
I've never seen that before.
It looks as if it's just above the floodlight away to our right-hand side. Vishwa bowls to Root. Root goes back, taps it away. Typical Root stroke. It's using that gap. Sri Lanka having that man at deep backward point, trying to stem the flow of boundaries. But that means there are singles on offer, and Root took it. Nothing obvious in terms of blue sky from where the weather's coming from. That's gone, really. Anyway, we're promised a dry afternoon, which is great news. And also, as well, 82 overs left in the day's play. It feels weird. We've been here for about 3 or 4 hours already. And if we go all the way through, we can practically a full day's play. We can play until 7:30 tonight. Fisher bowls, and Lawrence defends a ball that was just outside the off stump. He possibly could have left it, but he was just covering up there to make sure nothing untoward happened. Played it way into the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 44 for 2. We've had 10 overs. England's still scoring at 4.4 runs per over, despite the fact there haven't been a flurry of boundaries. But Sri Lanka are right in this game and just sensing something here.
7:30. You might as well do your TV highlights interviews live.
Yeah.
It's going to be a push, isn't it?
It's always a challenge, I think, for those putting the programme together when it's a late finish. I think it was one in the Ashes in 2013. I think the actual Ashes series was done and dusted in Durham at 20-8. That's 20 minutes from the end of the highlights programme as it was then. 44 for 2. Sita Fernandez going to begin a new over. And Joe Root has a look over his excuse me. Has a look over his left shoulder. 2 men back on the leg side. Sita starting his run up by a pile of sawdust there at the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowls to Root. Root angles it away, trying to thread the ball through that gap between gully and backward point. Doesn't quite succeed. There's a diving save by Kamindu Mendis to his left-hand side. Yeah, we can go to 7:30. They can bowl the overs before then, of course. So the official close of play is 7 o'clock extra hour, and if the overs aren't bowled by 7, we can go to 7:30. And I presume, in a situation where the game might be won and lost, could he play an extra hour from 7:30 and play till 8 o'clock?
Ooh.
That would be unlikely tonight, I think. Asita bowls as edged by Root, or guided edge really, down to the deep third boundary before. It flashed away off a thick edge. I don't think it was a potential catch in that it didn't go in the air through the slip cordon. It was down from Root. 48 for 2.
Yeah, he was in total control of this, was Root. Just played it on purpose, played it down with soft hands. It bounces in front of where that slip fielder would have been. Third slip, fourth slip. Pierced that gap perfectly, but he's in total control of that shot.
Root's first boundary. He's on 6. Sita Fernando tries again. Moves in, bowls to Root. Straight delivery. Root in behind it. Defending out towards mid-off. And there's no run. So, England bat like they normally bat, then they'll advance the game. Will have the chance to advance the game significantly today on this second day with all those overs in hand. And if it is sunny at 7 o'clock, we might better play. It's unusual, late August, to play that long. The light does close in, even if there's a bit of sunshine around, it tends to get a bit gloomy. The night's drawing in, autumn approaching. Fernando bowls, forward goes Root. Nice looking defensive shot, bat and pad close together, playing it away into the offside towards cover. You'll have to delay your barbecue tonight.
I know. It's going to be a late dinner actually, isn't it? Because by the time we finish the highlights and then get the stuff on the barbie, might not be eating till 9:30.
Might be breakfast time.
I've got enough sausages for breakfast.
Breakfast barbecue.
That would mean I've got to get up early. I'm not very good in the morning. I don't want you lot coming around in the morning.
What's your normal time for getting out of bed in the morning if you're having a day off?
A day off. I'll wake up around 10:45, 11.
10:45, 11.
Yeah.
Like a teenager.
Oh, I am.
Sita bowls, turned away by Root into the onside towards mid-wicket. It'll only be a single there. Matthews' cap falls off as he chases after it. Quite a pedestrian pursuit from Angelo Matthews, who is one of the veterans in this Sri Lanka team. 49 for 2.
Yeah, I feel like I've been hit by a bus today because I had to get up and do 5 live breakfast at 8:20.
Oh dear, that is
Most people have started work by then, I know. I know I'm spoiled. I know I'm,
Well, it's all to do with your body clock. Depends on I bet you go to bed later, don't you?
Yeah, I do go to bed later, and most of the games that I cover are whiteboard games, and they start late and finish late.
Yeah. 49 for 2. Now Lawrence on strike on 17. And here's Sita Fernando to bowl to him. Lawrence gets one on Midland leg and he turns it into the onside. Another chase for Angelo Matthews, and there really shouldn't be two there, I don't think, or there wouldn't be with some players. Matthews escorts the ball out towards the point, and England's 50 is on the board. 50 comes up after 11 overs, 51 for 2, and Lawrence moves to 19.
Just something on Ollie Pope's dismissal. Bowled today for the 22nd time in his Test career. That's out of 77 dismissals, so 28% of his Test dismissals have been bowled. Comparing that with other top order players since 2018, the year Pope made his debut, 103 players have batted 20 or more times in the top 7 in Test cricket, and Pope's rate of being bowled in terms of percentage of dismissals is the 7th highest of those. So an unusually large number of times his stumps are disturbed. I don't know what, if anything, technically we can read into that.
No, it's interesting that, isn't it? Because he's one of those players where you look at him and he looks technically correct, but he looks vulnerable in his first 20, 25 balls, and that's the time where he's a bit twitchy at the crease, and you feel like that's the time to get him out. Once he's faced 40, 50 balls, he's a bit like Joe Root. He's staying, and he's staying for the long haul. So you've really got to capitalise on when he first comes to the crease, and he moves around a little bit more, and that's probably why he keeps getting bowled, because he's not quite steady at the crease.
Right, change for Sri Lanka, and it's Milan Ratnayaka, who we saw make a half-century in his first Test innings yesterday. He's got ball in hand. He's got a longish run. He's tall. Let's see what sort of pace he's going to deliver this at and what skills he's got. He moves in now and bowls a good delivery to Joe Root first up, right on off stump. No doubt the nerves have been settled yesterday by spending so much time out in the middle. That was his first delivery in Test cricket, and a perfectly good one as well. Sometimes that first ball, first over, you just want to get it out your hand and hope it lands somewhere.
He's probably spent all morning in the dressing room saying, "Oi, get me up the order. I was good yesterday, weren't I, lads? Yeah, me and the skipper. Where were you lot?"
So where should he bat, do you think?
It's a good question.
He's not going to bat in the top 6, is he?
No.
Goes in now and bowls to Root, who turns that away towards deep forward square leg. Sri Lanka do have these fielders back, sweepers if you like, on either side, and that does limit the boundary options. So Root, who might have picked up 4 for that stroke, only gets a single, but of course it means there are gaps as well for all the singles to tick the board over, and England are scoring at a decent enough rate. Root to 8, and England to 52 for 2. Out today, Duckett, LBW to Asito Fernando for 18. On review, the skipper got right down to the last second before he went for the review. Whether he was just teasing us, I'm not sure. Whether he just thought, I don't want to waste this opportunity at the last moment. Here's Ratnayaka bowling on leg stump to Lawrence. Easy pickings there. Guides it away towards deep square leg for another run.
Yeah, realistically, he can probably only go at one place in the batting order, can't he?
Yeah.
But having said that, everyone that we've spoken to wasn't expecting him to bat like that. You know, he's number 9 for a reason. Maybe he could go to number 8, but we're very good at saying he's got to go up the order. He's just got 70 on Test debut. He might end up, in the next couple of games getting 2 or 3 ducks and a couple of low scores, and we're saying, that's why he's at number 9.
Yeah. This is his primary job, but of course it's so useful if you can have a bowler who makes runs. England will be hoping that happens some of their bowlers later. Here's Ratnayaka, just a hint of a waist swing, but it's from the arm, so you can just follow it there. Joe Root coming forward and defending into the offside. Yeah, I think England in this match, if it comes to it, will be looking for some runs from Atkinson, Potts,
Wokes,
and definitely Wokes. He's batting at 7. I was thinking there's the lesser batters among the bowlers, and Wood as well.
Well, Wood go out and just try and whack it, won't it? Try and have some fun. I often think there's 2 types of people that make their debuts and how they play on their debuts.
After this ball from Ratnayaka, goes into bowl to Root. It's full. Root drives, doesn't really time it. Goes out towards cover, just the right of cover, who fields, and there is no run. It's Kamindu Mendis there.
You can play like Ratnayaka did, and you feel very at home, very comfortable. You've got a point to prove, and you just go, okay, I'm going to take everything in my stride. This is why I'm here. I'm good enough to play for Sri Lanka. Or there are other players that go, I'm playing Test cricket, I'm playing cricket for my country, I've got to do well, I've got to prove a point. And you can always tell in that first 10 minutes of how someone's going to be and what's going through their mind.
Lanka to complete this first over in Test cricket, bowls to Root, and Root seems a fraction late on that, gets the bat down, it goes hard into the surface and runs behind him past his off stump. Well, that is a perfectly serviceable first over, a couple of singles off it with the field back on the leg side. 53 for 2, Root 8, Lawrence is there on 20, and Daniel Norcross, he's turned up for work. Here he is, he's back.
Well, there are a few of us that have had a very relaxed morning, as you know, Simon, you've worked hard, you've earned your money, and me and Dan have earned it in other ways by trying to get some gossip from, I don't know, other people. We were having a little chin wag with Stuart Broad earlier.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, he had no gossip for me though, nothing.
You're usually very good at prizing out the gossip, aren't you?
I've got to spend an evening with people.
Yes, that's your excuse.
Yeah, I'm an evening girl.
Well, I know that.
Well, first thing in the morning at 2 p.m.
Yes. We've got the evening planned tonight, haven't we? Asita Fernando starts in the over from the Anderson end, and Lawrence gets turned round, and a thick leading edge goes out into the offside where it's picked up by Jai Surya. There is no run. Our two teams are playing each other today in the county championship.
Surrey and Lancashire, they are. And do you know what? I actually just went to football then and thought, I didn't think you were a football man.
Well, let's keep my eye on AFC Wimbledon. 106 for 4, Lancashire.
Yeah.
Rocky Flintoff is out.
Oh, is he? How did he get on?
He got on pretty well. I was watching him earlier. I'll tell you exactly how he got on. 32 from 64, caught by Sai Sudarshan off Jordan Clark. As Fernando is in, that's pulled in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's going to run away for 4. It's more just in front of square leg, really. It's a nice crisp shot from Lawrence, really got hold of that. One of the rare occasions they've dropped it short, and to move to 57 for 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Dan Lawrence, isn't it? Just take the game on. He's a tall player, he stands up tall to hit that ball into the leg side, 1 bounce, 4. Very much a white ball cricket shot, just against the red ball.
Have you talked about his incredible over this year yet? Andy can look this up. I don't want to ruin it, because it's one of the most plundered overs in the history of all cricket. So we'll get the details for you in a moment.
I'm intrigued.
It may have slipped by your consciousness, because it was sort of, well, it must have been May, I think, as Asita Fernando is in to Lawrence. And Lawrence pulls again, a short ball. That's running away out to the boundary once more, this time behind square on the onside. I'm not sure about the short ball ploy to Lawrence. 61 for 2, another really good connection. He got it along the ground as well. There's no danger of a catch being offered. He moves to 28.
Yeah, that one for me was even better. Short ball again, Dan Lawrence just looks at where the fielders are, and then he dissects those fielders perfectly, plays it along the floor like you said, but this time behind square. He's so still when he makes contact with that ball. Very impressive.
Does love the leg side. And also, I wonder if he's playing with a bit of freedom. I mean, he knows that perhaps it's not quite as consequential as it may be, as Fernando is in, and Lawrence just defends a full ball on the pads up to mid-on. There's no run. You know, because he knows they're going to pick him for the remainder of the series. He sort of also knows that Crawley's going to come back in. So this is sort of just an opportunity to remind them of what he is. Is that the way he's got to look at it?
Well, this is the first time to show what he is. You know, he's not an opening batter, is he? And they've put him to the top of the order. There are other options around the country that they've not...
Keaton Jennings?
They've not gone with. They've gone with Dan Lawrence on... I guess they've seen some potential. He'll take the game on, which is what they like, and it's exactly what he is doing.
2 slips still. And a gully. Gully with his hands in his pockets. It's a chilly day. As Asita Fernando runs in once more. He's been bowling all day so far. It's flicked away off the pads down to deep backward square leg for a single, 62 for 2. And of course you can judge for yourselves the wickets that have fallen today by going on to BBC Sport website and app, where we have highlights as the game progresses. And then tonight at 7 o'clock on BBC 4
and then
Alex Hartley.
Later on BBC 2.
and later on BBC Two and on the iPlayer. But it's one of those days when the TV team are in a bit of a panic because the game could literally finish today half an hour after you've gone on air. The miracles of TV.
Yep, the post-match wrap could be under stress.
It could. Fernando in, wide of the off stump. Tempter doesn't go after it. Not taken cleanly by Chandimal. End of the over 62 for 2. So are you under a bit of pressure at that point?
Well, it depends how you look at it. I've just done a month of live TV on the BBC, so technically it's not any more pressure than I've been doing. But, you know, I know in the truck they might be a bit stressed, but not my problem.
No. You're hoping they can hear all this, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll just turn up and do my thing.
Excellent. Andy, have you found my over?
Yes, it was the 128th over of Surrey's innings against Worcestershire. Shoaib Bashir playing on loan for Worcester from his parent club, Somerset. Bowling to Lawrence, who was on 133 with Surrey, 437 for 9. The first 5 balls of the over, Lawrence hit for 6, at which point Bashir bowled 5 wides down the leg side. But Lawrence failed to join the very exclusive club of players who've hit 6 sixes and over in first-class cricket.
Ratnaika starts in the over from a Statham end, short and chopped into the ground by Root. Well, Lawrence, I should say, and it's picked up in the slips, no run.
The sixth legitimate, well, it was a no ball in fact, but Lawrence scored a single off that, and then the last ball was bowled to Worrell at the other end. So 31 off the bat, 38 in total.
38 off the over. It's pretty good.
That's not bad, that, is it?
It's quite good that Shoaib Bashir has recovered from that mauling, but I don't know quite how he feels about his teammate Dan Lawrence. There's Ratnaika. Milan Ratnaika is in, and Lawrence just works the ball into the onside. It's a straightish ball, middle and off, and he's found a gap. Goes to the right of mid-on. Dhananjaya de Silva fails to get a run. 63 for 2, Lawrence to 30.
Do you know how I've got dyslexia and get things wrong?
I do, yeah.
Tim Peach has been in touch.
Ah.
Of course he has.
Yeah.
There's bisects, not dissects. Bisects is to cut 2 things in half. Dissects is to cut things up.
Well, I thought of mentioning that, and then I thought it was probably a bit unfair.
And I said, well, Lawrence is dissecting Fernando.
Hey! Well done, you. Thank you, Tim. Is Tim on holiday?
Well, Tim's listening. Hi, Tim. Miss you. Not.
Ratnaika is in, right arm, over the wicket, into Root, who drives nicely up to mid-off, but can't beat the fielder. Is there a bit of swing there? Sorry, Andy, were you about to say something? You're just looking at me.
For our listeners, Tim Peach is one of our producers here, produces the TV highlights.
Yeah, in theory, you're sort of boss every now and then.
Yeah, he is. Yes, he's on holiday in Norfolk. Having a great time,
His
clearly.
lucky family. They get to listen to us. It does look rather nice.
It's lovely. They're on a boat.
Now, there's a bit of swing out here for Ratnaika at the moment as he comes in to Root, the upright Root, who cuts this away just past the diving gully, down towards deep backward point. It won't make it to the boundary as it's well stopped. And the throw comes in. They get a couple of runs. It's quite a risky shot with gully in place, but it's a very Root shot, isn't it? He loves to access that area.
Yeah, even when he's playing that shot with, 2 slips, 3 slips and a gully, you feel like he's always in control. This time he's gone down on the ball. He's gone from high to low with his bat, hit the ball into the ground. So he's not really got any opportunity of being caught.
Yeah. But close to gully. But he does love it down there. That's very much his area. A lot of the great players do, don't they? Kane Williamson, for example, another one likes hitting it through that area. Full, forward in defence comes Root, thinks of a run. Lawrence says no. So it just dribbles out into the offside. There's no run. 65 for 2. Root into double figures on 10. Who's the next person we're ticking off in Root's march to the top of the run scorers list? Are we getting up by Sangakkara?
He's still a way off Sangakkara, and then Alistair Cook. I'll get the list up for you.
Is he's in that sort of dead zone at the moment? That's sort of 400 runs.
If he gets a century here, though, he gets more than Sir Alistair. Is that right?
More centuries. I mean, yeah. Up to 33, won't you then?
33.
Ratnaika. He's in, it's worked into the onside. It'll just be the single, I think. It's a shortish ball. The keeper, Chandimal, has run 20-odd yards to collect. End of the over, 14 gone. This is so England, isn't it? 14 gone, 66 for 2. They started the day on 22 off 4. So they've added 44 runs in 10 overs and managed to lose 2 wickets into the bargain.
But you don't mind that. I really don't mind that. I think it's such a contrast to how Sri Lanka went about setting their runs yesterday. Yes, they were 6 for 3, so it makes a little bit of a difference, but they were ticking along at 1 and over. It becomes a little bit of a tough watch at times.
Yeah, I mean...
It's 2 different types of cricket.
Part of the argument is, isn't it, that you're going to get out.
Yeah.
In 90 overs or 100 overs, you might as well have 400 on the board instead of 260. It's a slight simplification of the argument because you're obviously taking a few more risks. Andy?
Steve Fernando's coming out of the attack, 2 for 26 from 5 overs. He's had a very good start to his Test career, now has 47 Test wickets at an average fractionally over 26, which puts him as the best averaging Sri Lankan seamer out of the 26 who've bowled 300 or more Test overs for them since they became a Test nation in 1982. Second on the list, Chaminda Vas, 355 wickets at 29.5, and alongside him Kasan Rajitha, who's not selected for this game, 55 wickets at 29.5.
You were a bit surprised by that, weren't you?
I was surprised by it. Well, neither him nor Lahiri Kumara, who's their quickest bowler, not selected. Ratnayaka was selected, has a moderate first-class record with the ballers we were talking about yesterday.
Vishwa Fernando comes in, left arm over. Starts a new over, thick inside edge. Runs into the onside, up to square leg as Root was looking to drive through the offside. Just gets a single. An all-action morning so far, 67 for 2, Root to 12. What about Saranga Lakmal? Where was he on that list? Oh, sorry, you distracted. Simon wants something.
Saranga Lakmal, 171 wickets in 70 tests at average 36.4. I think the latter part of his career is much more successful than the early part.
It's a very specific form of sadism, or masochism really, isn't it, to want to be a fast bowler in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
I mean, when England played there last, I think they only selected one quick bowler, which was Lakmal, and he only bowled sort of 4 or 5 overs per innings.
Well, it's like left arm leg spin, wrist spin. What are you doing?
You don't like that, do you? Vishwa Fernando's in, driven into the offside, a thick leading edge perhaps, but doesn't beat the fielder at cover.
Well, it's like some sort of punishment to yourself. You know, leg spin, incredibly tough to bowl. One of the hardest discipline to master. Takes years and years. So, you know, a right arm leg spinner turns the ball away from the right hander, which the majority of batters are. A left arm leg spinner, it's going to take you years to master, and then you're just basically turning yourself into an off spinner.
That makes sense, does it?
No.
Unless you're playing against a team of left-handers, it's a bit tricky. Or you really master the googly. Vishwa Fernando in, left armour edged and through to the keeper, gone. Lawrence goes for 30, fishing at one in the channel, it went across him. It was a bit of a limp prod in honesty, and it's gone flying through to the keeper Chandimal, and England have lost their third. They are in bother here at 67 for 3. Lawrence goes for 30.
Well, they might be scoring quickly, but they're also losing consistent wickets at the moment. Or England, as you say, this ball pushed across Dan Lawrence, and he just pushes outside off stump. Probably a ball that we would have seen a lot of players leave, but not this England team. It was there to be left through to the wicketkeeper, just pushes outside of his body, but probably a foot away from his body, and just has a little nick through to the keeper.
He was annoyed with himself there as well. Banged his bat in his pad. As well he might, because it wasn't really doing anything, that ball. It was just angled across. Drinks are going to come out now. I guess because we've got this very lengthy session. Having lost some time today, we can recoup an hour of it, which means, in all honesty, if the light holds, we'll be here till 7:30 because the overs never get bowled in time.
I hope you're okay with the 9:30 dinner.
I'm absolutely fine with that. Yeah, 9:30. It's just when we're coming alive, isn't it?
Yep.
So, it's been Sri Lanka's morning so far. Only 10.5 overs have been bowled in basically an hour. But in that time, 45 runs have been scored, 3 wickets have fallen. Surrey pair have gone, Pope and Lawrence. Yorkshire pair together now in Brook and Root. And they've got to do a bit of rebuilding here, Alex.
Yeah, but these two have actually found themselves in this situations so many times together, haven't they, England? Quite often they'll either have a brilliant partnership at the top of the order or they'll lose a couple of quick wickets. Obviously, being 3 down inside 11 overs of the day is not ideal. I was pretty impressed with Dan Lawrence and how he went at the top of the order until he's just fished at that one outside the off stump. But Harry Brook has been so consistent, so good. He's like a freak of nature, really.
He is, isn't he? And this feels like the sort of pitch that might suit him. Comes on quite well. We haven't seen any of the inconsistent bounce that we saw yesterday, particularly. We've seen a bit of swing, bit of movement, and it's very high cloud cover. It's getting lighter all the time. So I think we will have to prepare ourselves for a 7:30. Do I need to bring anything, by the way?
Just whatever you would like as a refreshment.
Oh, I see, yes.
I've got the food.
You've got the food covered. Marvellous. And you're prepared for us all to descend on you en masse.
Well, actually, quite a few people have cancelled, so if anyone else fancies it, just get in touch, let me know. There's loads of burgers, sausages. I hope I've not got any vegetarians. If you're a veggie, bring your own.
Yeah.
Unless you want just pure lettuce and tomatoes.
No. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay.
Something I didn't think about, actually. It's very sad. Well, I'm not.
Well, it's a
vegetarian.
barbecue, isn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, barbecues are kind of, carnivorous.
Well, Sir Alistair was after a bit of steak. I've not got any steak for him.
Is he coming?
Yeah.
Oh, marvellous. Well, you take a break. Busy day for Alex today with the TV as Michael Vaughan joins us. And Vishwa Fernando is going to continue. His first delivery to Brook is full. Pushed up to mid-off, no run. Michael Vaughan's joined us. What an action-packed start to the day we've had. You've got a slightly furrowed brow on you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a delay, wasn't it, with the rain, but Sri Lanka have been magnificent. They've bowled some good deliveries. I think the last one from Dan Lawrence, he'll look at that and think, I'm just defending a little bit too far away from that off stump.
I mean, there was nothing in the shot, was there? What was he going to get?
Just the angle, wasn't it? Just the left arm angle. It kind of dragged you in. He's expecting the ball to swing back.
Fernando, Vishwa, left armour in, clipped off the pads, down to deep, backwards well, long leg really. And they'll get an easy single. And Brook is underway. He's off the mark, 68 for 3.
The couple of first deliveries, I mean, Duckett got a good one swinging back. That was a nice piece of ball, and the ball that got Ollie Pope, that ball that nipped back and just clipped the top of the off stump. That was a beauty.
Do you share Andy's slight worry about the percentage of times he's been bowled, Ollie Pope? I think, what did you say it was in the end? 22 times out of
77 dismissals in tests has been bowled.
Johnny Bairstow was up to that kind of number, wasn't he?
I think he was bowled more often than anyone else at Lords, wasn't he? He got up to about 9 or 10 at Lords, I think. Vishwa Fernando in, that comes into the pads of Root and he scurries his first quickly as he taps it away to backward square leg, gets a run but will only get one. He moves to 13, 69 for 3 at the end of the over that was broken by drinks.
Yeah, I mean, do I have concern? I mean, when you tell me those numbers, it's slightly concerning because one thing you don't want to have as a batter is that kind of gap between bat and pad, the ability to get bowled on a regular basis. Just seen that dismissal of Dan Lawrence, and he's defending a long way away from his body. Good bowling, but not great defence for Dan Lawrence. I sometimes wonder, Ollie Pope, he doesn't tend to have a solid forward defence, particularly at the start of his innings. He kind of seems to
be moving, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all a little bit of like he's on rollerblades sometimes.
Just a touch, yeah. And it is at the beginning, isn't it? I mean, all players are more vulnerable at the start of their innings, even Viv Richards. As Ratnayaka runs in and Root lets this go by through the keeper. He told me at an event once, because he used to walk out with that swagger. So I got him to recreate the swagger in this club, Keyworth Cricket Club in Nottingham. And as he did it, the entire crowd erupted, and he still had the swagger, even in his 60s. And I said to him, everybody felt defeated the moment you came out to bat. He said, I had to do that because I was at my most vulnerable. So I had to find a way of changing the dynamic back, you see. So every player has it.
We saw him in the World Cup, didn't we, in
yes.
India. Last year in Mumbai, bumped into us.
Ratnayaka is in. He's clipped away off the pads. A risky shot by Root. But it's going to run away towards the boundary, and it will just plop onto the sponge at a wide long on. It was full, zeroing in on about middle and leg perhaps, but Roots clipped it away nicely for 4, 70 for 3.
I'm right behind the bowler's arm here, and just for a split moment, that ball just kind of tailed back in late to Joe Root. And I think a player that's not quite as good, not quite in his kind of strong mentality and the technical side of Joe Root's game, may have got out LBW to that, because it was late movement back into him, and he just managed to get his bat on it, and he obviously went to straight mid-wicket to the boundary.
Here is Ratnayaka again, 2 slips in place. And Root drives back to the bowler along the ground, no run. It's a bit like when you watch Steve Smith, isn't it? How many times are you up for the LBW, only to find that the ball's just been tapped into the onside for a single? Their eyes must be so...
Yeah, they've just got an amazing sense. As soon as that ball's released out of the hand, they just see it sooner than many. Just on target in the pad, you saw Dan Lawrence, it's certainly going to be the area where teams will look to target, and Sri Lanka for the rest of the series will be looking to target that front pad.
Well, they did the moment he got out there, didn't they? As Ratnayaka, he's in, that's defended solidly on the front foot into the offside, goes to short extra, no run. I mean, he's given out LBW, overturned on review. Wasn't a great decision. Top of the, I mean, that's an understatement, isn't it?
Paul, I love Paul Rifle, but I would say that the 2 decisions that he made in that over, the first to give Dan Lawrence out, and then for him not to give Ben Duckett out, it was kind of went to give Duckett out. I felt he had a little bit of a twitch. And they thought, oh no, I'll leave that one.
I mean, it just looked so out.
He did, yeah.
And the other one looked so not out. As Ratnayaka is in again, that's defended solidly on the front, but once more back to the bowler this time, no run. I mean, I suppose you have those moments, don't you?
Absolutely.
Oh, which is the umpire? Dharmasena. In Bangladesh, poor fellow. I think he had, can you check it out? I think he had a whole bunch overturned against Moeen Ali. No ball has been signalled. I think he got about 4 or 5 wrong in the space of about 15-20 minutes.
I think I do. It was that series. The pitch was...
it was doing a bit, wasn't it?
2 test matches. The pitch was doing all sorts.
Here comes Ratnayaka. And that's full again, defended once more by Root into the offside, this time to short extra, no run. Yeah, it was doing plenty, so it's not easy. Spinners. But, Andy, do you keep stats on DRS?
Mistakes?
Yeah, why not? The cruelty of the scorer.
I don't keep a tally, but I'll see what I can find.
Okay. It was
such a nice shirt Andy's got on. That's lovely.
Yeah, I like that's one of my favourites.
Are they
clocks?
Clocks.
No. Noughts and crosses sort of things.
From a distance, like balls, like cricket balls.
Ratnayaka in to beat the over, worked into the onside by a Root, square of the wicket, out towards deep square leg. There's just the single. 75 for 3, 16 gone. Root has 18, Brook has 1. I think there might be like tops of screws.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You can continue describing, and then Jonathan Agnews going to come.
Yeah, lots of different colours, lots of round kind of different colours on Andy's shirt. 75 for 3. The Yorkie pair facing a bowler that played for Yorkshire this year in a few 4-day games, bowled well. Got 17 wickets. Fernando, nice left armer. Always like to see left arms in operation, Aggers.
Yeah.
Which bring a bit of something, don't they? The lights are on.
They bowled nicely.
They have.
Just, plugged away. Round about that length. There's a bit of uneven bounce out there.
Yeah, it's an interesting wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. It's
something there.
Yeah, and I think the older the ball will get, the easier it will become for batting. But at the minute, every now and again, there's something there for the bowler.
75 for 3. Vishwa Fernando comes in from the far end, bowls outside the off stump, and Joe Root allows that to go through low to wicketkeeper Chandimal.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the wind. The wind's blowing across the ground from the party stand.
It's how he wouldn't want it, actually. It's quite hard for him, this.
Well, I'm just looking at Dan Lawrence's dismissal. When he bowled from this end, the ball was swinging back in.
Yep.
because of the wind. And then from the Jimmy Anderson end, it's kind of, he probably looked like he was trying to shape it back in, but because of the wind, it's probably just gone across him.
Yeah. But it won't feel natural, this wind. 75 for 3. He runs towards us now and bowls to Root, who the block drives at straight down the ground, just missing the pile of sawdust that's stationed there. And he wants the third. No, he's set off. Brooke looked a bit surprised to see him setting off.
Remember Chaminda Vass?
Yes.
I think it was the test match in Colombo, the series that we won, and Graham Thorpe got all those runs, played brilliantly. We won in Candy, then we went to Colombo, and I remember Chaminda Bass, inside and over, he'd got myself, Craig White and Ashley Giles caught behind with exactly the same delivery. Just those little fast off breaks he used to play.
That was a lovely bowler. So our first glimpse of the sun today, I think. I don't know how long it'll be with us for, but it's certainly here at the moment. As Fernando comes in and bowls, and very late that's played down into gully by Root, seized upon by Badushka, who's fielding there. I was trying to tot up, Andy. I don't know if this has been done because I've been next door, but 4 former captains out there. There's a lot. Chandimal keeping wicket, Kunaratne, Angelo Matthews, Kusal Mendis captained Sri Lanka in Test cricket. We talk about in English cricket about one former captain being back in the ranks. Fernando bowls, who didn't really get hold of this route, has chopped the ball away down to third man. But, just for a single, he's looking to cut that hard out to deep point. There's certainly 3 former captains out there.
Kusal Mendis has not captained in tests, but has captained in white ball cricket.
One day is right, okay. Does that count or not?
Well, you've captained your country.
Yeah, no, thinking in terms of the politics of...
I think you needed to have captained the format that you're playing.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll say 3 anyway, which is still quite a lot.
Yeah, you're going to have got 1. Joe Root.
Yeah. 78 for 3. Brooke. 1 to his name, drives a little bit loosely there. But, goes up to a straight bit off as a fumble from the current captain, Dhananjaya de Silva.
Just wonder if the Yorkie pair, Joe Root and Harry Brooke, could have faced Fernando when he played for Yorkshire, just in the nets, or just in and around, just to get visually looks like there's something about his action that I don't think is easy to pick up. Just a little bit quirky. It's just a little bit of a delay. What are they doing here? They're changing the field now.
He's moving that man out of deep square leg. Not quite sure why he's out there really, because surely he's not going to try and bounce Harry Brooke, is he? He's not quick enough for that.
I thought so.
And he comes now, left arm over the wicket, bowls, just pushed across. Brooke, who's on the back foot, scattering the pigeons. That runs out to deep point. That's the Jaya out there, throwing in left-handed. And they take 2, so 80 for 3, 17 overs gone. And, it's game on, isn't it? It's good to see a good contest here. Both openers dismissed.
Yeah, I just go back to that game at Edgbaston just a few weeks ago where England were 50 for 5 and you thought, the West Indies are right in here, and quickly.
Yes.
It didn't take long before England grabbed back that game. I feel that with this Sri Lankan team, there's spin to come as well. There's some good spin options. Might take England a little bit longer kind of get back into it.
Not the batting either. Smith in
exactly.
next. Oakes at 7.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson coming in at number 8. Matthew Potts, he's got a first class 100 this year, Matthew Potts.
So the last time Joe Root played Sri Lanka, he got those massive scores, double 100 and then a big 100, 180 odd I think it was. And goes Ratnaka, bowls, and that's tucked away out towards deep square leg by Root. He'll pick up 1. I'm just thinking what the attack was that he faced. I mean, totally different. They were playing in Gaul, weren't they? A sort of turning pitch. But
left armer. They had a left arm spinner that Zach Crawley kept on trying to whack over mid-off. And
just getting the scorecard up for that series. 228 in the first test, 186 in the second for Root. That was in January of 2020.
And they went to Chennai and scored another double
100, yeah.
Yes.
The attack in the first Test. Embledenia was the left arm
Embledenia,
spinner. He
that's
played quite a lot of Test cricket for Sri Lanka, currently out of the side, but still only, I think, 27 or 28 years old, so may come again.
81 for 3. Here's Ratnayaka, bowls, and it's punched down the ground. That's a good shot. Brook there not trying to hit the ball too hard. It's a feature of his play, actually, that straight drive. And the fielder rather took the ball into the boundary edge there with him. So it's Brook's first 4 goes to 7.
The rest of the attack, Steve Fernando, who's playing in this game, started so well. He took 2 for 44, got the wickets of Josh Butler and Sam Curran in successive balls. They had Wanindu Hasarango, very fine white ball bowler, hasn't played a lot of Test cricket, leg spinner. Dilruwan Pereira, veteran off spinner, and Shanako bowled a bit of medium pace.
Yeah, so only one bowler actually has survived. Different conditions, and obviously much more spin blast there, but a bit of a turnover certainly amongst Sri Lanka's bowlers, if not the batsmen. Here goes Ratnayaka, bowls on off stump. Brook waits and plays very late. Guides the ball to Madushka, who's fielding there at gully. The sun's still with us, and the cloud thinner. It was a pretty miserable morning, actually. It's that drizzle sweeping across the ground. It was lovely doing John Holder's final Ask the Umpire. The feature will be continued. We've got to find another umpire.
All right. Is there a selection process?
I doubt it.
You know, is there an interview process or?
I don't know. I don't think it'd be a full board if that's what you mean. But it's the
the umpire must be a first-class umpire or any umpire.
Yeah, it's got to be a first-class one. I think this is outside the off stump. Brook chops the ball to third man, way in the deep down there below the point.
Any names?
No, not as yet. So we need to settle down and have a.
And just this umpire,
John's done it so well. I mean, he did it with humour, affirm when he wanted to be. That's ridiculous, or whatever.
Yeah.
He just had a lovely style about him.
I presume this umpire has to be retired.
Yes.
Yeah, so retired umpire in the first-class game.
Yeah.
Who has to have a bit of humour.
Yep, definitely. Because it's a humorous spot.
David Lloyd.
It could be a serious spot, but it could be a humorous spot as well. Right, this is Ratnayaka punching this way, Brook, and he's going to get 4 more. He's hit that harder. Root, sorry, it's not Brook, and driven past the diving mid-on. Good stroke.
Well, you can see what the bowler's trying to do. Every now and again, he's trying to get the England pair to hit across the line. So he keeps throwing in this full straight delivery, hoping that they miss it, but so far they've been too good. The full face of the blade is meeting the Duke ball.
Root on 26 now. That's Ratnayaka, a rangy looking figure. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. He's driven that literally straight past him, almost between his legs actually. And he's trying to pitch the ball up. But just a little bit too much now, and Root has played 2 wonderful shots there.
Yeah, I think he's getting it slightly wrong here. Ratnayaka, he's just trying to almost bowl as if the ball was swinging a huge amount. Here at Old Trafford, just got a whack length. And every now and again, one will just nip back, one will keep a bit low. That's exactly where you want it. Nice and full, there's no movement through the air. I think we're going to have a bit of spin by the looks of it.
Ben Stokes there, he's sitting on the balcony, and he may not want to hear this, but do you remember the character Fagin in the original Oliver film? He looks a bit like Fagin. He's cowering, he's got his hood up. The beard, look. Pick a pocket or 2. I'm reviewing the situation.
Oh, I can't do
You're going to see him singing that.
Well, apart from Paul Conner, he's not got his. I don't think he's got a hoodie on.
Who was that actor? What was his name? Oh, Fagin, come on. People shouting at the radio. I know you will. He just looks like him. I think it's the nose and the beard.
Ron Moody.
Of course it was.
Ron Moody.
No, I'm not going to tell Ben that, so don't let me down.
Come on, let's think of an umpire.
Well,
Peter Willey.
Peter Willey,
my old friend.
Friend and teammate of yours?
Any more, Andy? Any more retired umpires?
Well, I think I have to settle down and go through a list.
Will you be on the interview panel?
I don't know. I don't know. One is invited to be on.
So there need to be obviously an umpire, ex-umpire, a first-class stand. Does it need to be an umpire that's umpired at international stand?
I think so. It needs to be fully au fait with DRS and so on. Now I've got a change in bowling. Jar Sarria's on, the left-arm spinner. The first ball is played by Brook out to straight mid-wicket.
I don't think DRS comes into play with pigeons being hit.
Well, no, but you do often get a few DRS sort of questions, don't you? And then it's a very different game these days. Jar Sarria bowls, and that's driven nicely out towards deep cover. Brook goes to 9. England 95 for 3, so they're 141 runs behind. Oh, Peter's a good shout.
And this role is generally on, just once a test match?
Oh no, a couple of times a summer.
Oh, just two times a year? Or a summer, so just a couple of days?
Yeah. 95 for 3. We're in the 19th over of this innings. Duckett, Lawrence, Pope, all dismissed. This is played by Root out to cover. I love some of the old. So those things have rankled people for years, decades. Was I really out? Like in 1969. The next one tucked away down towards fine leg. That's a nice little shot from Root. A little delicate tickle away down to fine leg. Pick up a couple. That's thrown back by Rathnayake. 97 for 3. 139 runs behind. Root. It's got to 32 really quite quickly. It's over to 33 now. Another turn away off the pads. Rathnayake fields. Wind still blowing. You can see it tugging at the flags, but it just feels different now with the sun trying to break through.
I think we're okay now for the rest of the day, and then there's this there's a storm arriving overnight. I think the majority of the bad stuff comes through the night.
Right. So turned away by Brook this time out of deep mid wicket, sends Angelo Matthews off towards that deep mid wicket boundary. 2 more, the 100 comes up for England. There's 136 runs behind. 19 overs gone. I do hope Alex's barbecue doesn't get washed out.
Well, she was saying that she can do the cooking outside and then bring it back inside. I think she's got obviously some kind of
sort of protection up.
Yeah, some kind of.
Oh, it's on a balcony.
Yeah, balcony. So she'll have the. She'll have the bifolds, won't she? Something like that. So you'll get your food inside.
Yeah.
Is she doing all the cooking?
Well, I think she is. I went big at lunch. That's double helping.
Yeah, I think that's sensible. Some nice sandwiches at tea as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Stock up.
Fill up.
I have to say the lunch today was a lot better than yesterday. I thought yesterday was disappointing.
Oh, well, there you go.
The lamb tagine today was it was tasty. They seem to like coleslaw here at Old Trafford.
They do love it. I love coleslaw though.
Yeah, but there's not many venues that you just know you're going to get a big barrel of coleslaw. It's always here at Old Trafford. Why is that?
Can't beat coleslaw.
The man downstairs told me that it's an ECB directive about what they need to serve. So they get told what
Do they?
Yes, apparently. They get an email saying, for lunch, this is what the media would like.
Oh, right.
And I did say, and did it say Old Trafford coleslaw? He said, well, no, it just says salad.
Right.
Bowl of salad. And they choose to do the big bowl of coleslaw. Here he comes, Fernando.
Yeah, the big fella's back.
Yeah, here he is.
Zita Fernando, who's taken 2 wickets so far. Duckett and Pope. He's having a change of ends. He's bowling to Root, who's on 33. Runs in bowls to him quite fully. Plays rather across the pad there. Scatters the lone pigeon at square leg. Jar Sarria throws it back. They take 1 run.
I think Sri Lanka should go for 1-on-1, so 1 slip and 1 gully, and bring one of the slips out to short mid wicket.
Right.
I just I get a sense that bowling stump to stump with 4 fielders in the batter's eye line, basically saying down the ground's not available, through extra cover's not available, through mid-wicket's not available. There you go, they're going to do it. And get them playing across the line, because that ball definitely just shaped back in quite late. And if you can say to a batter, right, you're getting nothing down the ground, you might get them just playing either the open face through the offside, which might bring a thin edge, or play them across the line and bring in that LBW.
Well, they've absolutely heard you there. They've done exactly what you suggested. So there's one slip, one gully. Oh, very fine gully. Fernando bowls and is driven beautifully through extra cover. An effortless extra cover drive from Harry Brook. Lovely shot. The ball just creeps into the boundary edge. That's Brook at his best. You know, he does hit the ball very hard. He hits it high, hits it in unusual places at times. So he can also just play those wonderful traditional strokes.
Yeah, great shot, but I think extra cover's got to come tighter. That's what I was just saying. You can't allow the batter to score in that region. If it goes left of your extra cover and he opens the blade, and it goes for 4, no problem. But he's got to come in tighter.
Good shot that, wasn't it? Just didn't follow through at all. It's a little punch. Brook steps in again. He's over his bat.
His hands in his pocket at extra cover. Look.
Yeah, he's freezing.
Yeah.
Fernando rushes in, bowls. Oh, that finds a thick outside edge as Brook really was looking to play that into the leg side. Just close the face of the bat a little early. Or runs out to point.
Harry Brook's one of those players. You'd have said it many times on commentary, you know, you've got to get in. And some players, they take a little bit of time to get in, but once they're in, they go. I think Harry's one of the players that he doesn't seem to take any balls to get in.
Yeah.
Pretty much ball one, he looks like he's been out there for a couple of hours.
Yeah. That cover drive was a lovely shot. Not much foot movement, but everything right. Fernando bustles up. He's there now, bowls. Oh, no, he's lucky there. He got inside edge. And runs away for a single. Picked up by the wicketkeeper. Didn't have much of a clue as to where that had gone. Now, umpire Gaffney's up to something. He's coming halfway down the pitch. And then with a bit of a flourish, he's picked something up with his right hand, and now he picks something else up. Something's blowing on the wind.
Could be anything blowing out of that party stand.
Well, it could. There were 2 things he picked up there.
Well, Harry Brooks had a trim.
Harry Brooks had one of the most savage haircuts in the history of Test cricket. Yeah, in fact, it's so severe that I can't imagine his helmet actually fits properly. Who did that to him? Fernando bowls on the off stump, root forward. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, which you can hear, but I think he hit it. But B is miles outside the line of the off stump. But they wondered whether he was playing a shot at it. That could be the only thing here, surely. They're still discussing whether or not they review the not out decision.
No, the problem is when you're making a call, it's against Joe Root, in the back of your mind.
Well, yeah.
I guess you always think it's worth the gamble, but that, from my eyes, was clearly either hitting him a long way outside off stump, or there's a little bit of bat involved.
It seems to be 2 noises. Yeah, it's hit the cover off it, I think, isn't it? But whether it's pad first.
I think it may be pad first, but it's a long way outside the line.
Yeah, it was pad first. 106 for 3. Fernando bowls and tries to flick that away through the leg side. Finds mid-wicket. And that's the end of that over. 106 for 3. 20 overs gone. So England are 130 runs behind. They've lost Duckett, LBW for 18. Pope completely cleaned up by Sita Fernando for 6. Good piece of bowling that at the top of his off stump. And then Dan Lawrence caught behind. He was suckered into playing at a ball that he really didn't want to be playing at, wide outside the off stump, and he's nicked it through to the keeper for 30.
Yeah, you always get taught, you defend around off stump, you don't want to be defending so wide of off stump. But I think it was the left arm that just tricked him into playing that. He was expecting it to swing back, and it kind of went across him and drew him into that defensive stroke. Fernando, that last over, looked threatening. He looked like he could quite easily get an LBW one, an inside edge back onto the stumps. So certainly just a little bit of movement back into the right-handers.
Jayasuriya will continue bowling his left arm spin. And they're just moving Mendes back a little bit at mid-wicket. So there's still a slip. Brook on 16, waits as the left arm spinner comes round the wicket, and that's nudged away again. This comes away very fine into the leg side, so the bats will just trot a single. Decent crowd. It's not full here at Old Trafford today, but about the same as yesterday, I would have thought, actually. Still a lot of people up there on the balcony of the Point. I should imagine it's quite sheltered and really quite pleasant when the sun comes out. They've got the wind at their backs, all protected. No duvets out yet in the hotel rooms. As Jayasuriya is played out to cover by Root. Yesterday was like something out of a sort of a ghost film. The spectators wrapped up in white duvets. It's a little bit warmer today, I guess. It's Jayasuriya round the wicket, bowls pushed away to cover's left hand, but there's no run. Russell's back.
No Baz ball.
No, it's not. It's not a Baz ball.
But the problem is England are still scoring at 5+ an over.
Yeah, they're sort of picking it off, aren't they? There's some gaps out there. Jayasuriya bowls and is driven past cover's left hand. This time beats the field. Picks up one there to the deep. Fernando throws the ball back.
What De Silva, the captain, will initially like is some control.
Yeah.
When the runs are leaking as they are right now, he won't be able to think attack. He'll have to think of plugging gaps, trying to slow the scoring down. It's very difficult to have catches when runs are scored so easily.
Jayasuriya bowls from round the wicket. Brook defends. It's fielded at short mid-wicket. There's a little string of maidens here trying to put a bit of pressure on it, because these two both like to score.
And if you looked at the 3 wickets, or whenever the batter's been in trouble.
There's the next one. Brook defends it. It's picked up by Chandimal and ends the over. 108 for 3.
It's been when Sri Lanka have bowled just outside off stump and back of a length.
Yep.
But too often they're looking for the batter's pads and bowling straighter, which are being picked off, and hence the pressure being relieved. And Joe Root will quietly look up at the scoreboard, and he's in his 30s and he's not tried much.
No, gets there quickly. What do you remember? I suddenly came to me yesterday. Hang on, Russell Arnold got 100 here. I remember him scoring a century for Sri Lanka. What are your memories of that? What number were you batting?
Well, the 3 test series, this was the 3rd test that was played at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Up at Lords, it was a draw.
Yes.
3 of our batters got hundreds. I was batting at number 6 there. Then we went to Birmingham, a rain-affected test match which we got rolled over, and there was an injury to Marvan Athapattu.
Right.
And that's when I was asked to open.
You opened in this one.
The 3rd test, I opened.
Right.
Half-century in the first innings. Michael Vaughan caught me on the boundary line.
Oh, bad luck. It's Fernando bowling, and Root plays into the offside. Quite unlucky there. He dropped a lot, Michael.
No, he didn't drop that one. Right on the edge. He knew exactly where the rope was.
Oh, dear.
But then the sad thing about that test match was, again, shortened because of rain. And we were down to the last half hour, maybe, in the test match. Maybe 6, 7, 8 overs remaining. England needing 50-odd. Marcus Trescothick and Michael Vaughan came out and got the 50 runs against Chaminda Vaz and Muralidharan in 3 or 4 overs. They just smacked them to all parts, and we ended up losing the series 2-0.
It's Fernando on the leg stump, turned away again. It's an easy gimme of a run down to fine leg. 109 for 3. No, well, I remember it well.
Gain 2 straight from Fernando. The moment the ball's left, or that solid defence of Joe Root is on shore.
Well, I will say it's not easy for the bowlers, because this is a strong crosswind, and they've both now bowled from different ends. They've switched, and so you've got to switch your line, and the whole thing feels very different when you're bowling up with a crosswind like this. One way will feel natural and okay, and the other one you'll feel this is a bit strange that I'm bowling with the wind there. Normally I bowl with the wind coming the other way. Goes Fernando again, bowls a better line. He'll have felt that was wide of off stump with the wind as it is.
But it's pushed across.
Yeah. that is just on about the off stump. Played out to cover. Crosswinds are a bit of a nightmare.
With Jamie Smith and Chris Wokes to come, Sri Lanka will definitely an opportunity.
Well, they
try and
chance.
defend at 236 or keep them there, keep England there and thereabouts. Make it a second innings dash.
Yep.
Down to a wide-ish slip and a gully. The field spread far and wide. That's what I meant. The catchers will disappear when the runs start leaking.
Fernando rushes in, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Outside the off stump, quite full. Brook tried to drive to it off, and again, just drifting in, just moving in. I think he prefers this end, actually. I'm a bit surprised he took the other. I think he feels like someone who's a bit quite chest on, and therefore we feel that the wind would be more of a natural direction for him.
I had a look at the pitch just before start of play. Hardly any scratches in the business end. Of course, around the crease area, but nothing for the spinner to aim at. But when you go down the wicket, especially when you're bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Fernando bowling off stump, driven hard back at him.
There is a line, maybe fifth off stump, where there are bare patches and cracks. I reckon that's where the bowlers are targeting. That's where England did bowl yesterday.
Yeah.
And the uneven bounce, the variable bounce that we experienced was on that line. The other areas of the pitch just seems to be coming onto the bat nicely. The 3 wickets to fall, back of a length just around those areas. And
well, Pope got a beauty, didn't he?
Seeing that's why the main bowlers, the two fast bowlers, the two Fernandos initially, and now Jai Surya from the far end.
Fernando bowls very full, and Brook drives it on the bounce out to extra cover to end that over. 109 for 3, 22 overs gone. So England are 127 runs behind. Andy's got something to say? Russ, I'm going to leave you, and Simon Mann's coming in here.
It's picking up on what you're saying about this not being a sort of classic Bazball innings, but England's still going at a very healthy run rate, fractionally under 5 and over. They reached 100 in exactly 19 overs, which is England's 21st fastest in Test history to reach 100 as a team, and their 9th fastest in first innings, only their 7th fastest since Stokes and McCullum took over. But Sri Lanka have been unable to string together a run of dot balls. They haven't bowled a single maiden in the innings so far. We've had 22 overs, and England have scored off the first or second ball of 20 of those 22 overs. Only once have they got past the third ball without having conceded a run.
Here is Jai Surya going into bowl to Root, and Root stretches forward and dead bats it into the offside, and there's no run.
It's been a feature of England's batting over the last couple of years, how many balls they score off. Looking at dot ball percentages since May of 2022.
Jai Surya from the Anderson end bowls, sweep shot goes down fine. Contact on this, we'll find out in a moment. It's gone down towards the fine leg boundary, and they jog back for a couple. Yeah, there was some bat on that, on the sweep from Root. 2 more to him. England go to 111 for 3, and Root to 38. Jai Surya's got this very short run. He walks to the crease and delivers the ball. Got a defensive field, just one slip, one a close catcher, and then 6 saving one, and then a deep backwards square leg. He's sort of lurking for the top edge sweep. And a deep cover as well. Jai Surya bowls to Root, who finds that deep cover, angling the ball away to the left of Kamindu Mendes in the orthodox cover position, manoeuvring the ball. One more, 112 for 3, Root to 39.
Yes, since Stokes and McCullum took over, England have scored off more than 35% of the balls that they've faced in Test cricket. So it's basically 2 scoring shots per over by comparison.
Jai Surya into bowl to Brook this time. Brook drives firmly towards deepish mid-on, and an easy single. He's lurking there, that fielder, neither long on nor orthodox mid-on, so there's a single on offer. 113 for 3, Brook to 18. This partnership building, 3 away. Here is Root driving towards extra cover. Actually, I'm just trying to do my arithmetic here. 6:33. Yeah, 4 away actually from a half-century partnership between these two. In good time as well. 1:13 for 3. Root waits. Jayasuriya walks in and bowls. Root stretches forward and locks it back down the pitch. It has just enough on it. It's just like a golf ball rolling towards the cup. It just has enough on it to go back to the bowler's hands. And bends down to pick up. End of Jayasuriya's over. 1:13 for 3 at the end of it.
So England have scored off 35.7% of the balls that they face. The next highest on that is Sri Lanka, 29%, India 28.6%, Australia 27.6%. All the other teams are around about similar sort of figure in the sort of mid to high 20s%. England 35%. It's a huge difference in compared with all the other teams in Test cricket. England's boundary percentage is much higher, and that the aggressive way they played also forces the fields back and enables them to accumulate. So they've got this superb balance of aggression and accumulation that enables them to keep a high run scoring rate even when they aren't scoring a huge number of boundaries.
Yeah, Sri Lanka have got 3 fielders back. They've had that for most of this innings with the pace bowlers on, so they're scoring shots available for singles either side of the wicket. Sita Fernando moves in and bowls the latest over to Harry Brook, who's on the back foot guiding it away down into the gully, and there is no run.
Change of ends, as Aggers did mention before he left the seat which you are in now, Simon. Hint of reverse swing for Asita Fernando. I reckon that's why the field now a short mid-wicket, the mid-on, there's a deep square leg. And the change of ends, which means a right arm, the way he bowls, the ball will come back in late to the right-handers. The wind will aid it. Wind will carry it in.
Yeah, that cross breeze still there from left to right as we look. Behind Sita Fernando. Once guided away by Brook down into the gully again. And there's no run. And although the outfield is quite lush green here, the square looks really bare, doesn't it?
And it's a big square. How many pitches do you think we have? The 5, 6, maybe 16? And it is dry and abrasive, even the pitch that they're playing on.
17, I've just counted them. Yeah.
And right now, Asita Fernando looking to set the batter up. First 2 deliveries, there was a bit of shape towards the slips. But soon, there'll be one that
comes back in.
And when you're getting it to reverse, it swings late on you.
Fernando bowls to Brook. Brook gets a straight ball there. His head right over it, playing defensively into the offside, dropping the ball onto the pitch, just looking to defend.
Playing very tight indeed, Harry Brook, because he's aware. He's aware this is the threat, the one that he brings back in, and hence looking out for that. He's been so consistent, Harry Brook, scores very quickly, but in terms of the innings that he's played, 23 prior to this, 13 times he's gone past 50.
He's a very talented young player. He's one that could score very heavily over the years. Sita Fernando. Past the umpire now to bowl to Brook. Brook gets a full ball, which he drives, slicing drive down towards deep third. And he scoots back for the second run. The bails are off. It was one of those one-day twos, really, where you really push the field out. You know it's within your capabilities to get back. Sometimes in a test match it feels like a risk because
he wanted to.
Your wicket seems more valuable, say, than at the end of a one-day international innings. But yeah, he saw it early. It's my runs as well.
Yep. He'd taken off, but the slow outfield just allowed the fielder to get to it a little quicker. He was able to cut the angle, and hence he had to rush back Harry Brook.
Just looking at the replay, actually, I think if Brook had been short of his ground, he wouldn't have been out because Chandimal took the bails off with his gloves and dropped the ball as he took the ball towards the stumps. Anyway, it's immaterial. Brook was home. 1:15 for 3. Brook's on 20. Sita Fernando bowls to him on his pads. Played away down towards deep square. Was that the ball? The one coming back in, he didn't quite get it right.
Even the length not right, it was on the shorter side, and hence Brook had plenty of time to work that onto that onside.
So that reverse swinger, it's got to be a bit fuller, and initially starting on just outside the off stump?
Just outside off stump. It'll keep coming at you, and then as it's about to pitch, it dips and curves inwards.
And you're looking for LBW bowled.
LBW bowled is, or maybe that short mid wicket is a catcher.
Little clip towards that short mid wicket.
If you go across your pads.
116 for 3. Brook on 21. Root on 39. Fernando. Bustling run bowls to Brook, to Root rather, who brings up the 50 partnership by nudging that into the onside. 117 for 3. It was 67 for 3 when Dan Lawrence was caught low down by Chandimal on Vishwa Fernando, but these two Yorkshire batters have steered England out of trouble for now. They've still got some work to do. 117 for 3 in reply to 236, and the partnership coming up in pretty good time as well. In
9 point overs. It's the 15th time they've batted together in Tests. 8 times they've reached 50. 2 of those they've converted into century partnerships, including a stand of 302 in Wellington in that dramatic Test that England ultimately lost by one run, wasn't it? When Wagner got Anderson out. They're currently averaging 70 per partnership as a pair.
It was an extraordinary Test match. They put on 300 in that game, did they?
Yeah, in the first innings, Root 153 not out, Brook 186 from just 176 balls. Took the score from 21 for 3 to 323 for 4 when Brook was out. And in the second innings, they were batted together again, and Brook was run out without facing.
That's right, yeah. It feels incredible you can lose a game of cricket where you have a 300 stand, isn't it? You feel you should be able to cobble enough together to win the game. It was an astonishing game of cricket. One of the great games, really. New Zealand winning after following on. 117 for 3. Now that Nayaka, he's changed ends. Bowls to Root. Root dabs it away. It's another single. High number of singles in this England innings so far. 118 for 3.
It was one of 4 300 stands in Test cricket by a pair who've ended on the losing side. The last 2 have been against New Zealand and Wellington. Mushfiqur Hakim and Shakib Al Hassan for Bangladesh put on 359 in January 2017. Again, Bangladesh.
It shouldn't be possible to put on 359 and lose a game.
Second innings, 300 on partnerships.
They're all in first innings, these were. So only 4 in Test history, 300 stands up to end on the losing side. Collingwood and Peterson, famously Adelaide in December 2006. Yeah. Sorry to trigger any England fans with traumatic memories.
You should never have declared.
Watch that game.
What did they declare on the first innings? They were about 5 or 6 down, weren't they? 6 down, something like that. Nayaka bowls, and a loose shot from Brook there. He saw it outside the off stump. He thought he'd put his hands through it, didn't time it, went away into the onside, and there's no run.
Even more 551 for 6 declared in the first innings of that game.
It felt enough. Well, you think it might have felt enough on the ground, but and from a distance, 5 as a no ball's called there belatedly, because the TV technology sorts that out. So a no ball from Ranaki. He was getting close earlier. There was one earlier where it was hard to tell whether it was no ball or not, and in the end he was given the benefit of the doubt, but not that time. 118 for 3. Brook waits, Ratnayaka bowls to him, Brook defends, back up the pitch, and picks up and his follow through, and there's no run.
And just to complete that list, Mohammed Yusuf and Yunus Khan put on 363 for the 3rd wicket against England at Headingley in 2006. But England went on to win that game.
That was a game in which both sides made 500 in their first innings.
Correct.
Yeah.
Gotten very gloomy again.
It has, isn't it? Where's the sun that we were promised? We were promised sun. It is not transpired. Well, very briefly, about 5 minutes earlier. Lights beaming down. Ratnayaka goes into bowl to Brook. Brook gets a ball that seems to keep a bit low. That's the way he played it. He dabs it away into the offside towards square cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's the type of area that we've seen something happen on this pitch.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka haven't stayed there for longish periods. Jayasuriya, the spinner, he got nothing. He just couldn't get the ball to turn. and hence he gets a break. Now Milan Ratnayaka, he's got a massive role here. He's got to give the captain some control and block one end up. England are just picking everyone off to all sorts, and that's causing a problem for Dhananjay De Silva.
Ratnayaka bounding in, bowls, driven through extra cover, fine stroke from Harry Brook. Is it going to stop just before it gets to the rope? It is, I think, that slow outfield. They might run 4 here. They've run 3, then come back for 4. Well, they might have got it, but that's not good enough, is it? So they're on the side of caution there. Just take the 3 rather than risking the all-run 4. But it was an excellent stroke. I mean, it was one of those that you think, oh, that's going to be 4, but it's a big boundary out there, and the outfield is very slow towards the rope.
Hit on the up. Let it bounce, come into him. He opens the face of the bat to get the gap, because Sri Lanka have placed 2 fielders in catching positions, one a short extra cover and the other in line with the crease. If you're through the shot early, the ball could just pop up in those areas.
122 for 3, Brook to 24. This is Root on strike, comes tiptoeing down the pitch to meet the bowler and then defends. And it runs out towards cover and there's no run. Yes, Sri Lanka and Dhananjay De Silva thinking, what can we do here? So one of the things they have done is plugged that gap on the offside towards deep backward point, but it is a catching position, isn't it, for a miscue?
Yeah, that's for somewhat of a push. We've seen some of the batters go through the ball early. There is a deep point, but he's backward of square. These two definitely waiting for something to pop.
Kusal Mendes is in that short point position. Ratnayaka bowls, brushed away by Root down towards fine legs, off quickly for the first. Thinking about coming back for the second, just as well he didn't. Decent enough throw close to the bails by Sita Fernando. So Root gets the strike anyway, because that was the last ball of the over. But again, another over that sort of typifies England's innings, where they've been able to score off 3 of the balls. Not a boundary, but 5 runs off it.
6 with the no ball.
And with the no ball as well, yeah. So, end of the over, 123 for 3. England scoring very nearly 5 runs and over. They're 113 behind. Root 42, Brook 24. It's time for Daniel Norcross.
Simons had his cameo, and he's off for tea. Wind's really picked up. But good to see quite a few in the crowd just in shorts and t-shirts.
Yes, I mean, borderline insane, but yes. Because it is brisk, to say the least. The clouds haven't lifted quite as much as we might have hoped. The lights are still on, but I don't think bad light's an issue yet. The concern is that it might be before we can finish at 7:30.
Because yesterday we couldn't have any seamers towards the evening session.
Sita Fernando's in. This is striking the pad, but goes up into the onside square of the wicket. Fielder comes in from deep square leg. Wait to see the umpire's signal. Leg by his signal. I think just waiting because there was a slightly muted appeal, just wanted to make sure they weren't going to refer. Taking a look at it again. Pretty nice seam position. It jags in sharply. Would have missed leg stump.
It's still movement off the pitch. Whenever you hit this seam on the pitch, it tends to move, and when it moves off the seam, then a lot harder to negotiate, because you have to react late and you can't be sure what's going to happen off the pitch.
He got that lovely ball to get rid of Pope earlier, which you can check out on our highlights on the BBC Sport website and app, and tonight on BBC 4. It's Fernando's in again. It just slightly turns Brook round. He manages to jab down at it and squeeze the ball square of the wicket on the offside for a single. 25, he moves to 125 for 3.
They're rotating the strike very, very nicely.
So hard to captain against this, because we've all become so blasé in the last couple of years at the speed of England scoring. But a lot of it is done not through wild aggression, but actually just rotation of the strike, isn't it?
And it's more frustrating for a bowler or the fielding team when singles are picked off every delivery rather than the bigger attacking shots played.
You never get to bowl at the same person for more than a couple of balls at a time, do you? As Fernando's in once more, wide of the off stump. Oh, now has he got that? He's got an edge to it, and it's been claimed by the keeper. Now Root is, I think, just waiting to make sure that the catch was clean. It went through very low to the keeper. The umpires are coming together.
Definitely was an edge, definite edge, but the ball didn't get high off the ground. Dinesh Chandimal had to dive in front. Paul Rifle had the better view because he was at square leg, and now we go upstairs.
They always consult the
TV
umpires.
umpires director, we have an umpire review for a fair catch. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Take me to your best angle of the catch, please.
Now, the way Chandimal took the catch, it felt like it bounced because he sort of like plucks it almost from the ground. But this will get a better view here. Oh, will we? No, I think he's caught that. It's clean.
Yeah, that's a good
It's
answer. The ball's gone straight into the glove.
Very low. Really well
You have
taken by
anything else,
Chandimal.
Samido?
Joe Root seen the replay on the giant screen, and he's making the walk back. Chandimal doing really well because it was probably only 4-5 inches off the ground. He had to dive in front.
I mean, these are really hard because you've got to go forward to take it. Sometimes you're on your heels a bit, and that is as low a catch as you can take. Really well done by Chandimal. Root has to go for 42. The partnership is broken, and suddenly England at 125 for 4. Sri Lanka are right back in this game.
And great bowling once again. Just bowling in that corridor outside off stump. We were seeing the ball jag around a little bit. Joe Root was batted brilliantly till then, finally finds the edge. And Chandimal takes a brilliant catch.
It's a third wicket for Asita Fernando, and it brings to the crease Jamie Smith, who's batting one place higher because England have changed their lineup to ensure they can get another bowler in to replace Ben Stokes. Harry Brooks just wandering off as drinks are being taken.
The Sri Lankans are very, very confident. The slips, they have a good view of the catch too. And they knew it had gone in straight away.
It was because of the way he took it. It was because both of us thought, I'm not sure about this, because he had to come forward and he took it so low that he then almost sort of jerked his body back round and did a kind of like James Bond roll almost. And the result of that made it look like he was plucking the ball on the bounce, but actually it went in clearly cleanly. We didn't need more than one replay to establish that, and it's a big breakthrough.
And since it didn't get off the ground, it was very, very hard. It was a bottom edge of Joe Root's bat, not an outside edge.
It didn't, yeah, exactly. The trajectory of it never really got more than 4 or 5 inches off the ground, did it?
And it doesn't take much. Disciplined bowling, and you stay patient. Back of a length, around that 4th and 5th off stump, something will give.
I mean, is there a criticism of Root's shot, perhaps? It was a little wide. He could have left it alone. It's not the way they're going to go. It was full enough to invite the drive. I think you've just got to give credit to the bowler.
It was around the 4th off stump. And Asita Fernando was bringing the ball back in. This one held its line. So Joe Root probably didn't think it'll go the other way. I was just telling you the point. If you keep hitting the seam on this pitch, something can happen off the seam. And sometimes you don't know which way the ball's going to jag. That's the beauty of seam bowling, you'd say.
And this one, it didn't jag back in. There was one earlier in the over that had. There was that stifled appeal for LBW. Now Brook is back out on the field. He's done whatever he needed to do back in the changing room.
What do you think that was?
Well, I don't, probably, he might be checking the Yorkshire score. Actually, I haven't had a look of late. I have checked the score of the Oval. Of course, you can keep abreast of all the matches that are taking place in today's County Championship on the BBC Sport website and at live coverage of every ball of every game. Lancashire currently playing the league leader Surrey, 171 for 6, and their closest rivals at the moment this season are Somerset, and they're not having the most fruitful day. They're playing against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. They just lost another wicket, 101 for 2, Warwickshire.
Great start to his career. Jamie Smith with the bat, a 95, a 70, averaging over 51 at the moment. But he's got a job to do here. England still 111 runs behind.
He's come in a slightly awkward position before, and what he did then was he didn't go all guns blazing. He took a little bit of time to play himself in. I should point out, while mentioning the Lancashire score, by the way, that 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff was making his county championship debut, son of Andrew Flintoff, and made a very good 32. I watched some of that. Now then, the new batter is Jamie Smith. Jacinto Fernando with his tail up, 3 wickets to his name today already. There's a slip and a gully, a very wide slip. He's into Smith. He starts with a full toss on the pads, which is flicked away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. That's exactly what Fernando didn't want to do. He's trying to go full, he's almost a Yorker length delivery, just slightly lost his line, and the length was too full, and it was easily dispatched, 129 for 4.
Going for glory, Jacinto Fernando, backing himself with that reverse swing that he's getting. There's 5 fielders on the leg side, then there's a square leg. He's also in a catching position, very close to the bat, that short mid wicket. He's also about 10 to 15 meters from Smith's bat, and that indicates to you that he's trying to bring it back in.
So that's the line of attack for you. Let's see how he gets on. He's in now. And Smith just defends a full ball around about middle stump. From the crease, pushes up to mid-off. Andy.
Joe Root's final figures: 42 from 57 balls with 4 fours. The partnership 58 from just 11 overs. Only 5 fours in that, so 20 of the 58 runs in boundaries, but still going at 5.3 per over.
On your busyness index,
was pretty high.
Pretty high.
Yeah, we'll be talking about this.
You've got your 5 boundaries, that's 20 runs, and then there's another 35 runs off the remaining balls.
Off the remaining 61.
Not bad. That is a high busyness index.
Another change in the field. Now there's a fielder right on the edge of the pitch on the leg side.
Pope did this yesterday, didn't he? Oh, is this to do with is this because of the pitch?
Just trying to get him to play across the line.
Fernando into Smith, who comes forward and pushes into the offside. Immaculate defence up towards mid-off. And there is no run. 129 for 4, 26 gone. Russell's taking a break. Smith has 4. Brook 25 with the wicket in that over of Joe Root, and the game is very much in the balance. 129 for 4 represents a deficit still of 107, and in theory, as Vic Marks joins us, England's tail is a bit longer, with Chris Wokes at 7 and Gus Atkinson carded to come in at 8. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Potts, given the season he's had. He's got an average of 41 in red ball cricket this year, and that 149 not out. So,
good research, Dan. Well, very seldom I hear you relegate a Surrey player, but there we go.
Well, I have a very open mind to these things. You must be delighted with that second wicket. The Somerset boys have just got. Now, this is a wacky field. Hopefully I'll be able to come to it after this ball. Brook faces up. Mike only just the sky guides this away to deep backward point. He's going to get a couple for it. Good bit of fielding down there. Prevents more than the 4 it might have been. 2 in the end. Samara Wickrama is on, substituting, does the fielding. 2 more. So let me try and describe this field. And Victor, maybe once I've described it, you can explain why. So we've got...
Okay,
do your best.
Yeah, go on.
So we've got there is a slip, but he's a sort of third slip. There is a gully, but he's a sort of fine gully. Then there's 2 short covers, one obviously straighter than the other, a sort of catching extra cover. Right, Nike is into Brook, who drives. It's full ball outside the off stump, goes back to the bowler on the bounce, no run. So both of these are catching covers. Both of them you might call extra covers, but one's really quite straight, one's less so, and a mid-off and a deep backward point. So where are they trying to get him out?
Well, I don't know, but I know how they're going to, what the line they're going to bowl, which is outside off stump, about 4 or 5 inches outside off stump. Brook's not inclined to leave those very often, so they're going to try and nag away with just the 3 men on the leg side.
No ball, sorry. Rat Nike has done that before.
Well,
3 times.
3 times.
Comes in from the Anderson end to Brook, who drives. Oh, just can't quite squeeze it past the finer of the 2 catching covers. So that's the idea. It's tempter out there, and he went for it, but he got it right out the middle of the bat. But a very good diving stop prevents what would probably have been 3. It's quite a slow outfield here at Old Trafford.
Oh look, he's going to
have another one.
He's going to move it to 7-2.
We've got a slip cordon.
Well, he's having fun, isn't he?
Well, sometimes I think England get all the credit for their wacky captaincy, and sometimes maybe other people want to have a go.
it's obvious what line he's going to bowl. And he's saying to Brook, well, penetrate that offside field if you want, but he's got a whole host of men there.
He's got catching point now.
Yeah.
Ratmaker in to Brook, who drives, and he just about squeezes. How he's done that, he's squeezed it through.
Oh,
a misfield. And there's a misfield. And it's run out towards deep extra cover, and they'll get back for a couple. I mean, that had to be very precise. That was almost heart surgery precise to get that between the three covers that were there. He was assisted a little bit by a mistake. 134 for 4, Brook to 29.
So, but the challenge is, well, okay, I mean, you like to play your shots, but we're going to bowl just outside that off stump, and we're going to pack that offside field. So if you want to go that way, you've got so many fielders to beat. He just managed to beat a couple there, only got 2, but or does he hoik to leg?
Nike in again. Well, he's gone for the little paddle. A big appeal for LBW will be turned down, because when you are 1.5 meters outside the off stump, then and you may not like the shot he was playing, but it was a shot. You can't be out. So he's trying there to scoop the ball over his left shoulder.
Well, it is interesting that he probably could predict the line, which is going to be outside off stump if he follows reason with that field. But it's still challenging Brook, either, as I say, to penetrate the offside or to improvise and explore the huge gaps on the leg side.
There's a mid-on,
and there's a
deep backwards,
and that was the first suggestion that I'll try and hit it on the onside from outside off.
Nike in again. This is dabbed into the offside, fielded at point, no run. See, in days of yore, batters would simply have just said, okay, well,
in days of yore,
get out.
I mean, I remember people like, maybe not to 7-2 very often, but Jack Callis, for example, who bowled lively away swing. He could bowl quickly, actually. But if nothing was happening, he might come on and bowl to at least a 6-3 and possibly a 7-2 field outside the off stump. And in days of yore, you might find some batsmen say, well, I'm not having anything to do with that. And you would have a stalemate, which was pretty ugly to watch. I don't think Brook's going to do that.
Ratnaika finishes the over with a foolish ball outside off stump, which is just patted to short extra cover. There's no run. 134 for 4. Brook 29. Smith has 4. I don't think we're going to get stalemate, but something's going to have to give.
Yeah. Well, I think
there'll be Jonathan Agnew next.
Okay.
Please,
lovely to see
your thought.
It may well be that Brook is going to say, well, I've had enough of this. I shall improvise and I shall take the ball from outside off stump, and somehow or other I'm going to hit it into those huge gaps on the leg side. But there is a risk attached to doing that, and we saw him attempt one little scoopy shot where he didn't make contact, but he was outside the line, which is where the ball was going, missing off stump. So it's an interesting ploy. It's, in some ways, I find it a more appetising ploy than the short ball theory where men are spread out on the leg side. But we'll see. We'll see if they persist with it. He hasn't quite overcome it yet, Brook. Hello, Jonathan.
Victor, good afternoon. It's a fascinating game, isn't it?
Yeah, big.
England 102 behind. They've got 6 wickets left, but with a longer tail than usual. Then goes Fernando, bowls outside the off stump, has pushed away off the front foot, out through the covers. And Smith will pick up a couple. So Woke's in next, into the bowlers. The ball's not done very much. In fact, it's not really done anything. It's just been there or thereabouts, a little bit of this and that. Pope got a lovely one
from Fernando.
Just a little bit.
I mean, Russell was spying it is a very lush green outfield, but the square is quite bare. Then maybe just a flicker of reverse swing, or in swing anyway, Fernando's found.
Yes, it's reverse.
Yeah.
Him holding it. I think he, as I was saying earlier, I think he prefers this end with the wind as it is than the other. Fernando runs in hard, bowls on the off stump, and Smith stands up and plays that out towards cover.
Neither of these players are likely to take the attritional route.
No,
if there's a sort of wide off stump ploy.
I think that's unlikely. Struck how tall Smith is for a wicketkeeper. You look at him down there now.
Yeah.
He has kept very, very well. It's that one blemish yesterday.
Yeah, tricky stumping. The ball yorked to the batsman, which obviously gives the keeper very little time standing up when he missed it.
Waits now, bat raised, then goes Fernando, bowls to him, and he plays from the crease, just standing up. Angelo Matthews feels there at mid-off. One-time bowler, of course, as well. But you don't really see him bowl in Test cricket anymore. I think he sort of turns his arm over in a shorter form.
It's been a long old game for him so far. He had it up after about 4 balls with LBW without scoring. He doesn't bowl much now. Bit of an adjustment. It's a long time to wait for his next potential contribution.
Yeah, well, it is.
But he's been around the houses. He knows what's going on.
Here's Fernando, bowls. Smith waits for this. Ball runs away off the face of the bat into the gully. A tumbling save there from Dashka. And there's no run. Shouting from some sections of the crowd, but most just sitting quietly on, enjoying the tussle, I think.
Yeah.
It's a sort of a wintry looking crowd, you can tell by the
Not many
colours.
shirt sleeves, are there?
You can tell by the colours, you know, the darker the colour of the clothing, usually the colder it is. This is a chap, having said that, who got up there from that party stand. He's got an ice cream in one hand and he's wearing shorts. Takes all sorts. Fernando bustles in, bowls a low full toss. Smith likes that, turns it away down into the deep. Rathnaka throws the ball back with the one of the 2 hotels behind him. I think there's somebody in Phil Tufnell's old room today. There wasn't yesterday. The curtains are firmly shut. Look rather deserted, but I think today the window is open.
Which is the Tufnell room from not this trip, obviously. Is it in the
COVID room?
It's in the red ring
so the
hotel.
Floor from the top.
Right.
And then 4 windows from the right. There's a blue plaque outside.
Of course.
137 for 4. And a low full toss, about knee high this. Clipped away out into the leg side. Brooke a bit surprised, I think, to get that. To Fernando maybe aiming for a Yorker. And that's the end of the over. 138 for 4, so 98 behind. 58 overs remain to be bowled today. Whether that happens or not, well, I think a lot depends on the light for a start.
Well, at the moment, the floodlights are on, and
it's actually saying that we're 4 overs behind. I just happened to mention that.
You get deducted quite rapidly, actually, if you get too many overs behind in terms of the World Test Championship.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying, Simon will nod, that that's actually connected to David Boone's laptop, I think. It's a live reading, isn't it?
Oh, right.
It's not just an assessment from somebody who says, well...
Let's hope they plug the thing into the right place.
Yes, but I think this takes into account all the sort of things that match referees take into account.
Fair enough, yeah.
So it's a pucker live
update.
Live reading, yes. Rathnaka, rangy sort of figure, comes in, and that's a completely off-balance drive there from Brooke.
But it's still, I think I'm quite enjoying this because I'm not sure Brooke knows quite at the moment how he's going to counter this. He doesn't like to be kept quiet. There's a 7-2 offside field. We've just seen the sort of line he's going to bowl, which is probably about 6 inches outside off stump. And he's pondering, do I try and hit it through the offside? He likes width normally.
Yeah.
Or do I try and conjure something to hit the ball somehow using a bit of eccentricity on the leg side?
Rathnaka bowls to him, it's outside the off stump, chopped away hard, finds deep point. They trot a single to bring Smith down to this end. So England 97 behind now at 139 for 4. Duckett 18, Lawrence 30, Pope 6 and Root 42. Men who've been dismissed so far.
Well, Root, once you get Root out, it's a huge lift because, of course, you know, he is the world-class player, proven world-class player in the England setup.
Darker comes in, bowls, he's down the pitch, flicking the way through the leg side. I rather thought Brooke might do that, but actually it's Smith who's come down the pitch, opened up that leg side, works the ball away through mid-wicket.
So maybe
I thought Brooke. I want to see if Brooke does that, and
he's had a sort of nice little lesson there from Smith. What you do is you shuffle down the pitch on about off stump where he's bound to bowl it and whip it through the onside. Well, let's see.
I thought Brook might prefer straighter. He played. He's got a really outstanding straight drive. He knows where the ball's going to be, more or less. We'll see. There's a slip gully. In fact, most Sri Lankans have got hands thrust deep in their pockets. That's this next one. He's outside the off stump and keeps rather low. Rather swished the bat at that, missed it. Now he's going up through some gardening. That's the area. You can see little 1 or 2 bare patches actually all the way from here. If the ball lands in there, it does keep low.
We've only really had one major shooter, haven't we? That was deadly straight as well. After it spun a little bit from Shoaib Bashir yesterday.
142 for 4. Brooks on 31. He's over his bat again. There's Lanka. The pavilion behind him comes in and bowls. There's the straight drive. Handsome shot. He does play that shot well.
He does, yeah. It's beautiful timing too. He hits the ball incredibly hard with very little effort.
In Pakistan, we watched him back there in with those 3 Test centuries that he got. I don't know what percentage was straight drives, but it just seemed like a lot. Yeah. A lot were hitting straight down the ground like that for 4.
There's quite a lot of protection on that offside, but he's got it to the right of mid-off.
Steps into his crease again. A couple of taps with the bat and now a twiddle of the bat. It's Lanka. Over the wicket, moves in bowls, and so he waits, guides that late down to gully, fielded by Madushka to end the over. Well, I think probably the batsmen take the points in that over. The flick through mid-wicket and the straight drive for 4. Yeah. England 90 runs behind and 146 for 4. An extra helmet's been brought out now by
we're going to have some
reserve players.
We're going to have Jayasuriya, I think.
A change of ends.
I mean, Brook is a phenomenon. He's got, today, I think, he's got 35 from about 43. We think he's playing a very sedate innings by Brook standards. And he's got, I think it's 35 from 43. He's not even going at a runner ball. I mean, this is soporific Brook.
Yes. Yes, with the occasional odd attempted shot thrown in. But
No, I mean, he's still timed the ball beautifully and he's still looking to score. But
So change ends to Jayasuriya. He's coming off on this end. So he's got the breeze, well, more as he would like it actually. It's I go about crosswinds, but they do complicate things for a bowler. Just in how it feels when you get to the crease, how the whole situation feels, and the line that you have to bowl. They're still tugging away at those flags, perhaps not quite as vigorously as it was earlier. Jayasuriya wanders in, bowls. The first ball's on the off stump and prodded away to cover by Smith, who's on 10. Not very flamboyant action, Jayasuriya, as he just holds the ball, walks up and turns his arm over, really. Not much more to it than that. Next one's on midland leg, a bit straighter. Smith plays it back at him.
But like a lot of finger spinners, he's up around 55 miles an hour. He's got a nice orthodox action that allows him to do that without much momentum coming to the crease.
He's a bit Axel Patel, isn't he? There's the next one pushed away out to covers left. And there's no run. 146 for 4. And 90 behind. Smith waits a moment. Not going to be rushed. Crouches. His knees are really quite bent when it's over the bat. Jayasuriya bowls to him. Stands up tall. Matthews will field there at mid-wicket. The ball rather perfunctory sort of rub on his trousers, really. Not much energy in that. Now he stands with his hands on his hips. Jayasuriya walks in again, turns his arm over, and it's pushed past Matthews. Comes down towards mid-on. Bit of movement up there on the temporary stand, although I'm not sure how temporary it is, really. I mean, it looks temporary.
It's always there when I come.
Yes, I mean, it's not really, it's not temporary at all, in fact, because it just looks it. the next one. Played away out towards mid-on. Doesn't get there. Jayasuriya picks it up, gives the ball a polish. It's the end of the over.
And the first maiden of the innings.
Is that right?
In the 30th over, they've not even managed to string together 6 dot balls across separate overs prior to that over. So 7 dot balls in a row after the dot ball off the final ball of the previous over. Just on Jayasuriya, wicketless so far, but he's been Sri Lanka's key bowler since he came into the team a couple of years ago. 71 wickets in his first 12 tests at an average of 28. Only 3 bowlers in test history have taken more wickets in their first 12 tests. In men's test cricket, Yasir Shah, Pakistan leg spinner, had 76 in his first 12. Made his debut 10-12 years ago, maybe a little more. Tom Richardson, who's come up in a couple of stats this match, Surrey great of the late 19th century, 76 wickets in his first 12 tests. And leading the way, another 19th century legend. I know you've probably got a tattoo of him, Agus. Charles the Terror Turner of Australia.
Turner.
80 wickets in his first 12 tests, average 14.
Barely a test match goes by without the Terror getting some sort of mention somewhere. Now I've got the left arm Jayasuriya, Fernando coming on now, up at the far end.
6-3 rather than 7-2 field.
Yes.
On the offside.
Well, a deep square leg, haven't they? And a long leg down to our left. Slip in the gully. And he comes then. First ball's tucked away down towards the long leg, fields in for a single. So Akib Javed, bowling coach for Sri Lanka. Were you here in 1992 when it all kicked off?
Was that when Roy Palmer threw the jumper, and there was a bit of an incident?
There was a big incident, wasn't there? It was a very bad-tempered series.
Yeah.
But it really flared up here, and Akib was a very young man on that tour. But I remember Javed getting involved.
A young broadcaster.
Yes. Yes, but it was very excitable, wasn't it?
Yes. Pakistan won that series in the end.
It did. I see Mushak, wasn't he? He's been bowling in that. The next one played firmly back to Fernando's left hand, and there's no run. Yes, it was all involved really, whether Roy Palmer had actually thrown the sweater at Akib Javed, or whether he had pulled it out of his coat. That was what it all boiled down in the end. I remember interviewing Intikab Alam, who was the manager, and great wrist spinner himself.
Quite familiar in English because he played for Surrey.
Absolutely. Who was wonderfully indiscreet.
Oh, right. See?
Just gave away everything, really, all the rows that had been going on. Good old, didn't he? 147 for 4. Here goes Fernando. It's tucked away out towards that square leg for a single. Of course, there were no press officers in those days. There was no one managing anybody, or no one telling players what not to say, or what they're likely to be asked. You just pinned somebody in the corner and
stuck a microphone in front of them.
And they felt obliged to speak, really. But it was a very hostile series. That was probably the main flashpoint.
Yeah, but it was a last straw, in fact, or one of the last straws. Yeah. Stuff had been bubbling along, hadn't there?
Well, if you remember also,
they were waiting for Abdul Qadir most of the series. Or was it Abdul? Yeah, I think it was. When's Abdul going to turn up?
Fernando, that's right. Plays out to cover. The problem for Roy Palmer was, of course, his brother, who was a terrific umpire, a great character, who died recently, of course, Ken Palmer. Yes. It did give Graham Gooch not out for a run out at Headingley, I think the tour before, by about a yard. And the freeze frame of that was widely used, not least to push the argument about neutral umpires and that sort of a thing. It was up, I think, on the side of buses in Karachi and goodness knows what else.
And Imran was a great proponent.
He was.
Of neutral umpires.
He was. There's Fernando bowling, driven hard down to mid-off. And so he felt they were rather waiting for poor old Roy. It was his first test match. It might have been his only test match. It was certainly his first test. Brother of Ken. Former Somerset. Quick bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, very didn't good. Play as much as Ken played for years. And Roy played a fair time. Gangling.
But I felt there was a bit of history to play there. 148 for 4. And that's turned away out towards square leg. They'll take a single. You mentioned Imran. I don't think Imran played in that series, did he? And yet they'd won the World Cup. Perhaps did he retire after that?
I don't think he played either.
No, Javed was captain.
Javed was probably captain.
Was it Roy's only test match?
He stood as umpire in 2 test matches and was TV umpire.
Right. Well, I reckon that was his first game.
And, well, there'd been a bit of history before that, of course, with England in Pakistan, Shakir Rana. And also, well, and there was a period after that where England didn't play Pakistan for about 8 years.
Yeah.
And who did they obviously pluck out as an ambassador to restore links between the 2 countries?
Well, I'll narrow it down to 2 because I'm not sure. Are they both Morgatting?
Well, no, Nasser actually.
Oh, Nasser was it? His Jasser has turned away out towards deep backward square leg for 1.
No, Nasser Hussain actually did a terrific job.
I was unaware of that.
No. Well, in the sense
150
that
up, 150 for 4.
he was the next captain to go to Pakistan.
Yes,
after a long period of absence, and actually relationships were okay.
Well, they're really good now.
Yeah.
If you're right, it was a bit tricky in the 90s.
Yeah.
Jasser bowls driven hard to mid on, but no, just the mention of Akib Javed being the bowling coach back here at Old Trafford
Brought it all back.
sparked the memory. Yes. Ball tampering rows. It was all.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of those as well, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jasser bowls. There's no run. I think Richie used an extraordinary comment when there was a footage that suggested something might have been happening. Something like, isn't it strange what you see in the city at night or something?
Well, it sounds like
very odd. There's Jasser bowling again. It's turned away for a single towards mid-wicket.
Richie Bairney was going into his sort of Delphic oracle period where he'd say sort of things that you had to interpret.
Yes, it did. It was something like that. It was something of what you see in the city at night.
I think I was A.C. Smith in charge at Lords. Anyway, they locked the ball away, didn't they?
That was in the one-day international. It's in a safe. I don't think
it's safe somewhere.
Never come out.
Somewhere within the confines.
It's never been seen again. Jasser forward comes Brooke. Derek Murray was the match referee in that occasion. The West Indian wicket-keeper. Called in, I think, just for one game. It all kicked off. Locked the ball up and he flew home. Jasser, well, he's on the back foot there. He might have gone forward. That steers out for a single. Out to point to end the over. Where are we? Well, we're 20 minutes from tea, but I'd catch up with this rather strange day. And those 20 minutes will be described by Simon Mann after more thoughts from Victor.
Yep, well, stuff happens up north. Everything happens at Headingley, but 1 or 2 things happened at Old Trafford during that series. And there's plenty that might happen here in a more positive manner. The game's still sort of in the balance. England getting closer and closer to parity. They're 84 behind, but they are 4 down. Root has gone, and that's always significant. And there is a bit of a tail in the England lineup, a longer tail. They can all bat a bit, actually, but no guarantees. So, good game.
Yeah, good game. England recovering from 67 for 3, 152 for 4. And Chris Woke saying last night it's a new ball pitch, and perhaps it's just easing out a bit. There is some reverse swing for Asita Fernando. This is one of those key partnerships, isn't it? England's last 2 frontline batters together. Brooke on strike. Asita bowls round the wicket, and Brooke drives him down the ground for 4.
Well, that's a terrific shot. I mean, it may be slightly over pitch, but he's kind of come down the track just a little bit on the line of off stump, because he's got a 6-3 offside field to deal with as well. The ball's just outside off stump, but he's just powered it to the right, to the left of mid-on. And it's prompted a field change. They're going to reinforce the leg side, so it's more of a split field now rather than a heavily manned offside field. And in a way, I think Brooke will like that, because he's got run scoring opportunities on both sides of the wicket now, as far as he's concerned. In fact, are they changing the mind? No, they're going to have a short mid-on. He does hit it so well straight, doesn't he, Brooke?
He's 43 not out. It's 156 for 4. Vishwa Fernando moves in and bowls to Brooke, and Brooke turns this through mid-wicket. More runs here. Angelo Matthews trots after it. His cap falls off, and
It was always 2. Doesn't matter who was there, whether it was Carl Lewis or Angelo Matthews.
No.
I think that was 2.
So you think Angelo there?
He decelerated. Showed his experience.
I'll just save my energy.
Yeah.
Well, they almost could have run 4 there, but certainly 3. But they settled on 2. Anyway, Brook goes to 45, so he's the leading scorer so far in this England first innings. Root out for 42, Lawrence for 30, Duckett for 18, and Pope for 6. Vishwa Fernando bowling round the wicket now to Brook, and Brook head right over that, plays defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. They've been constantly thinking and changing and trying to work out what to do. Sri Lanka. It's been interesting watching Dhananjaya Silva in action.
Well, I enjoyed that brief spell. I never quite came to a conclusion when Ratnayaka was bowling with 7 men on the offside to see how Brook in particular was going to respond. He never quite found his response, but that challenge is now passed with the change of bowling.
Vishwa, the left arm round, bowls to Brook. Brook is forward, playing to that man on the onside close in. He's gone a bit squarer. He was standing in front of the non-striker at the start of the over. Now he's gone more to short mid-on, really. That's Kamindu Mendis, who we've not seen bowled yet. Mind you, we're only in the 33rd over of England's innings. We've not seen... Well, we don't know what he's going to bowl. Presumably bowl slow left armers, but they've already got a mainline slow left arm, and they've already got an off-break bowler in Dhananjaya Silva. So he might be down the pecking order. Well, he is, because we haven't seen him yet. Vishwa bowls. Oh, it's right through Brook there. He's under the bat and just past the off stump, and Chandimal doesn't take it cleanly. Very close to Brook's off stump.
Yeah, it was almost Yorker length, but he missed it just outside off stump, which is rare for Brook. He's looked in good nick so far.
158 for 4. Sri Lanka, a second slip and a fourth slip. Short mid-wicket, stroke mid-on, and a short extra cover as well. Vishwa bowling to Brook. Brook guides this away, beats the dive at fourth slip, down towards the deep third boundary, and Brook's coming back for the second, and Smith also needs to get going as well as the throw comes in. It's a bit wide, and Brook picks up 2 quite comfortably in the end. Takes him to 47. That's the end of Vishwa Fernando's over. It's 160 for 4, England, and they are 76 runs behind. And Sri Lanka have just caught up the over rate a bit. They're 3 overs behind now. It comes up between overs, almost as if they're being sledged by the scoreboard on the far side of the ground. It's in big red letters, 3 overs behind.
Yeah.
Tough as it's here.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. No missing that, is there? 3 overs behind, so they better get a move on.
Sometimes it's just hidden away as part of the scoreboard, isn't it? But it flashes up at
your face, that
3 overs.
Well, it's been a good session, hasn't it? England been put under some pressure here by Sri Lanka. They've fought hard again. As I say, impressive with the bat yesterday. Got stuck in and fought hard, and with the ball, the skippers chopped and changed. Give everyone a bowl at each end.
Surya bowls very full, driven by Smith firmly. That signature shot of his, he loves that extra cover drive. Really pleasant shot. That's one of his signature shots. Anyway, the other one is the hoof in front of square through the leg side.
Hoof, the technical term.
Yeah, off the shortish ball. 160 for 4. Smith on 12. Jai Surya walks in and bowls to him. He's down the pitch and he's hitting it out towards long on, well over the boundary for 6. Real aggression there from Jamie Smith. So far they've just looked to play Jai Surya. They've not looked to attack him. But that one was planted well back at long on.
So easy, didn't it? It just looked easy for him, didn't it? He's played himself in nicely, though. On the occasions I have seen him play, it just looks... It takes a few deliveries just to get himself in, and then just slowly goes through the gears. But that just seems so simple. Couple of little steps down the pitch, got to the pitch of the ball, free swing of the bat, 6 runs.
Can we have our ball back?
Yeah, it's
disappeared somewhere. It hasn't come back yet. So someone needs to locate it down. There's a long way over the rope at long. It's towards the media centre, the players' pavilion, the players' dressing rooms. At the moment, it's a lost ball. Where has it gone? The other thing as well, Thomas, it's gone very dark again, isn't it?
Yeah, there's another little band.
Oh, it's come back. There we go. Just going to give it to the umpire to make sure it's not been damaged.
or got wet or something.
Yeah.
Plopped in a bucket or wet covers or something.
166 for 4 with that blow from
Someone's
Smith.
pint.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Straight in someone's pint.
Ruins the ball and the pint.
Well, doesn't it ever? You want to keep your eye on it. As you say, good striker of a cricket ball. Smith.
Yes, Jai Surya bowls to Smith, very full, turned away into the onside towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I presume there's a fielder down there. We've got a couple of camera operatives, cameras in front of us. Is there a long on in beneath us? There must be.
Yeah, he's just gone back.
We've got 4 men back really. Mid-off's quite deep as well. There's Surya bowls, and Smith comes down the pitch, hitting it straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Oh, there's another one over there as well.
For the hoof.
Mid-wicket.
For his hoof.
For the hoof, yeah.
For the hoof. They've obviously done their homework on the hoof, as you called it. They've got sort of a 3/4 deep mid-wicket, which will just be playing on Smith's mind.
Surya bowls. Smith guides it away, just taps it away for a single. Backward a square. 167 for 4. Tea approaching 10 minutes away. May well be that tea interval coincides with some bad light, and away to the left-hand side where the weather's coming from is a bit lighter, so that might blow over the ground by the time we've gone off and had tea. I suppose if we did come off now, we'd just call tea and have an early tea and not waste any time. It is dark again here. Jai Surya bowls, and it's guided on the drive by Brook up to long on for his 48th run. Who's it down there? Sita Fernando, the fielding, sends in the return. So one more. 168 for 4. Jai Surya has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 31.
I just think he could do with a bit more of a run-up, Jai Surya. You know
Well, you're the perfect person to talk about it. You used to sort of skip in, didn't you?
Yeah, you need a bit of momentum. I mean, he's obviously just a sort of like a finger and a shoulder bowler, gets through it, you know what I mean, that last minute, and pivot and get it down the other end. But he virtually takes 2 walking paces and then just delivers the ball. Sometimes you just need a little bit of something just to sort of get your momentum, because one thing he does look like he lacks a little bit is a little bit of bounce. You know, he gets it down there pretty nicely with a bit of fizz on it, but sometimes the run-up just gives you that little bit of sort of up and down, and you sort of get down the pitch. He sort of delivers it, pivots, and then just stops stone dead. And they just need that little bit of impetus after the delivery sometimes, which just gets you through the crease.
The umpires did check the light at the end of that over. They put the light meter on the stumps. Here's Vishwa Fernando bowling, and Brook driving. That's going to be his half century. Going out towards the extra cover boundary. It's slowing up. They'll come back for 3. It just suddenly stops. It's almost like there's an invisible fielder out there. That's a half century for Brook. Driving that really nicely through the offside for 3. It's another half century for Harry Brook. He's number 7 in the ICC Test match batting rankings. And you feel the way he's going, he might well get himself a bit higher as time goes on.
Another fabulous knock from Harry Brook, who came in with a little bit of pressure on him as well. He's the kind of guy who you don't know how long he's been at the crease, because he plays exactly the same after 5 minutes he's been there, or he has, the timing, the positions he gets into, like an Ollie Pope gets a bit scratchy early on, but
Vishwa bowls now to Smith. Smith defends into the onside. There's no run.
He looks exactly the same whether he's been out there for 10 minutes or 2 hours.
Well, he's a player that's going to delight us over the next 10 years.
He really is.
Given a fair wind.
Aggressive as well. Sorry, Andy, crack on.
The stats on Harry Brook's half-century, 59 balls, just 4 fours, showing once again, the slowness of the outfield, but also how hard it is to stop him keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Vishwa Fernando trotting into bowl to Smith, who puts the bat there and forces it away to the offside, stopped by Kamindu Mendes after a fashion in the covers, and take it cleanly.
It is Brook's 14th 50-plus score in just his 16th Test and 25th Test innings. He's converted 5 of the previous 13 into centuries, and in the history of Test cricket, only one player has taken fewer innings to reach 50 14 times. Brook in his 25th innings.
Vishwa Fernando to Smith, who drives. Nice looking shot, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Mark Taylor and Keith Walters of Australia also scored their 14th 50-plus score in their 25th innings, and England's Herbert Sutcliffe, the interwars Yorkshire legend, took just 22 innings to reach 50 14 times. Pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, good company there.
So did I call him Keith Walters or Doug Walters?
You called him Keith, and I thought, hold on, I'm not sure. Is that a player from the 19th century? Doug Walters, Dougie Walters, yeah. On 71 for 4, Vishwa bowls on. Smith plays an extravagant stroke to that, to a ball outside the off stump. Tried to larrup it into the leg side. Didn't seem that short. It might be one of those balls that keep low outside the off stump. Went through to Chandimal. He was looking to hit that into the temporary permanent stand, or the permanent temporary stand, or whatever you want to look at it. It does look temporary, but it's always here.
Yeah.
I don't know, a lot of work to take it down, wouldn't it?
Oh, blimey, yeah. A lot of scaffold under there.
I wonder if they bought the stand, or whether it's just it's on hire, that stand.
Oh yeah, it's handy if you're owning the scaffold.
It is.
And it's a permanent.
Definitely.
You'll have a little bit chugging in every month.
Yeah. This show now to Smith. Smith's playing quietly into the offside towards cover, and there is no run. 171 before at the end of the over. It's David Zaltzman's here, isn't it?
Giggling.
Well, Keith Walters. His first initial was K.
That's right.
Doug Walters. Yeah. Maybe I was mixing him up with Keith Walters, the Professor of Invertebrate Biology and Pest Management from Harper Adams University.
Well, it's possible, Zaltz. You are. There's so much going on in that brain of yours.
Just couldn't get it out of the mind.
Quite sure which nook or cranny something's going to come out of.
Well, Doug Walters was a fabulous player.
Yeah,
I mean, he
very good player in Australia, wasn't he? Didn't he?
Yeah.
He struggled in this country.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't hang about either. No. You know, he looked to get on, but he was a baz baller.
He was. Yeah.
Dougie Walters and Herbert Sutcliffe. Going back a little bit before my time, but I've heard he was pretty tasty as well.
Right now, the Walker is going to bowl another over.
Yeah, coming over the wicket.
Surya, yeah, he's coming over the wicket.
It's not a bad ploy to Harry,
right,
because he likes to feel the ball on the bat. So he won't. I don't know whether he's just going to look to pad it away, because then you get a bit bored as a spinner and you come back round. But if you go for it, you'll continue to bowl it.
Surya bowls to Brook. Brook comes forward and knocks it into the onside. Just say, oh, there's a big gap there. I just have a single. Thanks very much indeed, because there are lots of gaps in the field. It's nice for Brook. The long on is it came in about 15 yards off the boundary, and mid-off's sort of deep as well. Smith hit that 6 in the previous over, and they immediately put the long on in. Well, he stayed in, so just tempting Smith. Oh no, hold on, no, he's going back. He just remembered he should go back.
Well, only a couple of paces.
Surya bowls to Smith, gets a short ball, and he manoeuvres it up to long on and along the ground off the back foot with a straight bat. So another single. It has been a real feature of England's innings today. We're in the 36th over. There haven't been lots of boundaries, but they have scored quite freely. A lot. It feels like lots of singles. Surya goes into bowl to Brook. And Brook was looking for one there, but hit it too straight to mid-wicket.
Oh, well, I think take nothing away from Sri Lanka. You know, got those couple of 3 early wickets, didn't they? And put some pressure on England, and I think they realised that they just, instead of going on their merry way like they do,
Surya bowl to Brook. Brook defends, no run.
Had to just be a little bit more composed and look to knock it around. Pitch isn't doing that much. They've just got it reverse swinging a bit, but there's been no sort of inconsistent bounce like we thought there might be. No real turn either.
England only 63 runs behind now. Surya bowls, and Brook stretches forward and gets the single he was looking for earlier in the oval. Square with the wicket on the onside, just past the square leg umpire.
It's what we've been asking for, really, isn't it? You know what I mean? Instead of this just going out and crash bang wallop 4, 5, 6 and over, read the situation. And we'd have lost a couple after route quickly, would have been in all sorts.
These two building another partnership. Surya bowls, and that's nudged away by Smith as well. It's picking Surya off here.
I don't like that ploy over the wicket. There's no real footmarks out there. Nothing's leaping or bouncing at him or the England batters.
And applause around the ground.
Is for the 50 partnership in just 10.3 overs.
Well, there you go. It hasn't.
Well, this is it, Thomas. Actually, you were saying, knocking around 5-6 runs and over, but I think they have. What's the current calculation? It feels around about 5 and over, is it?
Yeah, 4.7, 4.8.
4.7, 4.8. Okay,
But just not quite so flamboyant.
No.
Then, or so sort of risk. Not a lot of risk in it.
the other feature as well on this ground has been the slowness of the outfield. We've seen balls really well struck. They just stopped before they hit the boundary road. And judging by that storm that's coming in tonight, it might be even harder to hit fours tomorrow.
Yeah.
Huge storm coming in, apparently.
Well, we're going to be stuck on a balcony round at Alex's having a barbecue.
Well, make sure you take your Macintosh with you, or your umbrella. Well, no, not umbrella, get blown away.
Yeah.
Sure, bowled. Probably the last over before tea. In fact, it will be the last over before tea as Smith drives up towards mid-off, and there is no run. I think for the good news is that this rain that's coming, this new band of rain, is coming overnight into tomorrow morning, so it may well be done by the time play is scheduled to start tomorrow.
Is it lurking about in the morning still a little bit?
Possibly.
Yeah. But
the heavy rain and the winds and all that's going to be in the middle of the night.
Yeah. I might get wet then.
That's your time, isn't it, Thomas? Vishwa bowls and Smith defends back to the bowler. Fields then flicks it on to Kamindu Mendis to do some shining in the covers there. Still waiting for this sunshine to turn up today.
Yeah, that was optimistic.
Oh,
it was a big shout, Simon.
There's so much faith in the forecast this morning that
haven't seen a patch of blue since I've got here.
Well, it's a shame because play can go on to 7:30 tonight, but you'd think with this kind of light it won't happen.
No.
Vishwa to Smith. Smith plays out to the left of cover. There's a misfield from Kamindu Mendis on an old wicket end. Really should have stopped it there. That's no real excuse. And they go through for a bonus run. Smith to 22. Brook doing some guardings there on 53. England recovering somewhat, well, definitely recovering from 67 for 3 when Lawrence was out caught behind after the loss of Duckett for 18 and Pope for 6 in his first innings as England captain, and then Root was caught behind low down by Chandimal coming forward for 42. Brook on 53, waits for Vishwa Fernando, gets a straight ball, just coming in with the angle, left arm round, he plays it defensively back up the pitch and there's no run.
I think Sir Alistair was getting a bit twitchy when Root was out there, that partnership with Harry Brook. They were looking pretty solid, weren't they? They were just going about it.
Oh, what for his 100 record? It's going to go one day.
Of course it is, but he looked good, didn't he? And there again, just at the first real sort of expansive shot from Joe Root, managed to get the edge.
Vishwa Fernando bowls, guided away by Brook. Good diving stop this time in that gully stroke force slip fielding position. It was Madushka, the opener, was out for 4 yesterday, stopped it and saved 1/2 runs.
It's a bit of it tricks you, this Old Trafford pitch, a little bit as well, because when Bashir came on, didn't it? It was turning, bouncing, not one keeping low. You thought, crikey, Rolly, if you're 3 days into this test match, this could be doing all sorts. But then I was speaking to Vaughan, and he said it tricks you a little bit. It starts off like that, but doesn't really go anywhere after. It just sort of stays.
Brook waits, Vishwa Fernando bowls to him. Brook turns that into the onside up towards mid-on, and that is the end of the afternoon session. But England starting at 22 for no wicket. They've reached tea at 176 for 4. We have had 33 overs in that afternoon session, so England have still scored a whole bundle of runs, and they are 60 runs behind. So what have we got? 154 runs in that afternoon session in 33 overs.
Yeah, it hasn't particularly felt it, but as you say, you look up the scoreboard and they've done the job nicely. But well played Sri Lanka as well. They've stuck to the cast. I was very impressed with Fernando, who's bustly, mid-80s, gets the ball to reverse swing. But a good test session that was. Perhaps England just with their noses in front.
Yeah, I think you'd like to be in their position at the moment, but Sri Lanka are still in the game, aren't they?
Yeah.
A couple of wickets after tea.
Yeah.
And suddenly
Atkinson
You're into slower order.
Yeah.
The other side of it is if these two keep going and produce a decent partnership, they can take the game away from Sri Lanka. So 176 for 4 at tea.
177 for 4. England are 59 behind as the first ball of Brook has faced since tea is driven out to cover and picked up. And there's no run, so lots of play left. There's still 48 overs. It says up there on the board. I don't know if we'll get those or not. We've not really lost the cloud all day, and so light will possibly become an issue later. Jayasuriya bowls. He's a left-arm spinner, and that's played just past him. He's a bit cross about that. He got in a tangle with the batsman at the non-striker's end, so I found that difficult. I think to feel the ball is giving him a glare. 178 for 4. So. England 58 runs behind now. Chris Wokes to come in next, and of course down to the bowlers. It's a longer lower order stroke tail than usual. And Smith on 23, crouching low over his bat. There's a slip there. Jayasuriya again wanders in, swings his arm, brings it over. Oh, it's beautifully fielded there at cover. That was a very fine one-handed stop. That looked destined, well, if not for 4, then there's certainly a couple of runs. But that's Kamindu Mendis diving there. I mean, he's ambidextrous. So I presume that probably includes fielding as well. This one's floated up to his left hand this time, which he just misses. And that was running out towards that boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. Neither can quite get there. He must have hit that hard because it's a slow outfield here. And the ball just won that race, but with 2 fielders after it, he must have given that a very crisp, clean hit indeed.
Well, both these are magnificent timers of the ball, aren't they? Without seeming to expend much effort.
Smith to 27 then. Jayasuriya again, round the wicket, bowls to him, he just comes forward, plays that away to Mendes' left hand. And there's no run. Some watery sunshine greets us at the start of this final session of the second day. 182 for 4. And that innings timer has popped up again. You've got to be lucky to spot it. It just comes up a little sheepishly up on the board. But it says that they're still 3 overs behind. They were 4 last time I saw that one. But as I was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure it's fed directly off the match referee's figures, his statistics and his laptop and so on. So I think that's an accurate reflection of where Sri Lanka are. They've been bowling all day.
They've got 1 back. It was 4 when they started. Yeah, but Jayasuriya might speed things up. He doesn't hang around, left-arm spinner. No. But we've got Fernando back, who's
this is Azita Fernando, who's really bowled very well today. A burly figure. He's not tall. He's got big shoulders. He runs in very hard. Strong. He looks a very muscular fella. Yeah, holds right arm over at a lively pace. And he removed Ollie Pope with a beauty. So he's back at the end which he started from, which is the pavilion end. So the wind, which we talked about all day, is still blowing strongly. It's coming from right to left as he runs in. Just 1 slip. Gully is fine. And Fernando is ready to come again. There's a bit of a well-worn track up there now. I'm not sure if they're his footsteps. They could be because he's quite heavy tread. Here he comes again. Bowls, and that's driven to straight mid-on. And there's no run. He's got a heavy tread, and I think that actually in just he's had 1 spell at that end, but I think he's already left his mark.
Yeah.
Do you remember them going way back?
You'd see, wouldn't you?
You'd see every footstep by the 5th day.
I know.
Every bowler, every quick bowler at least, someone of strange angles. I mean, John Price was playing
right. John Price come from wide mid-off.
Yes. But you'd see them very clearly, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
182 for 4. Fernando bowls, and that's played by Brook studiously into the offside, fielded by Mendes. I wonder why they've been so much clearer then than now.
Well, I suppose the ground's dry so much more quickly. The drainage is...
Yes.
That might be one thing.
You sit there and work out which Which set of footsteps belonged to whom?
Yeah, I mean, I can remember this way back. They used to show the Roses match.
Yes.
I think probably on ITV, long time ago, in black and white, and it was nearly always raining or damp. So you see Fred Truman's mark,
Yeah,
Tony
absolutely.
Nicholson.
Fernando bowls, and quite late, Brook dabs that away for a single. Down towards gully it goes. Badushka is the fielder there. But it did demonstrate how different bowlers' approaches to the crease are. I mean, spinners as well, for that matter. But certainly fast bowlers, some run a long way, some don't. Some come in on an angle, some don't.
Well, I mean, as far as spinners concerned, it's quite interesting because they now tend to just run up straight, whereas the likes of Illingworth and many others had a sort of angle, so they got side on. But that's not the case now. They're almost coached to go.
That's probably the case
more
with bowlers too. I think most fast bowlers run in straight now. Fernando does, and he's driven hard out through extra cover. Mendes dives, can't stop it. The pigeons are scattered. It's a long boundary down there, and they'll get a comfortable 3. Beautifully timed stroke from Smith there, just leant on it. So now there's 50 runs in it. It's a little bit of width that he gave Smith, though. Stood up at imperious stroke.
Yeah.
Not much follow through. Just perfect timing. He and Brook are quite similar, actually, in the way that they play.
Yeah.
Fernando pauses for a moment. He's on his runway there. We can see every step. Comes in now, bowls outside the off stump, and Brook guide out towards deep point for a single. Yes, I think the quick bowlers generally run in straight these days. I'm trying to remember, think of someone who doesn't in modern cricket.
Well, I mean, they're not so side on. And
No.
I think there is this notion, is there not, that by going side on, actually, even though Fred would be turning in his grave, you might reduce the amount potential injury because it's not such a vigorous movement at the end. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not the right
that was
person
one of
to
the
ask,
theories.
really.
Yes. Fernando bustles up, and again a lovely drive straight to mid-off at Dhananjaya Field. So the end of the over, 187 for 4. Smith 30. Brook has 56. If you're just tuning our way, England lost Duckett for 18. He was LBW to this Fernando. Sort of classic in-swinger to a left-hander, really. Trapped Duckett in front. Pope was cleaned up by Fernando. Beautiful ball, hit absolutely the top of the off stump. 6. And then the left-handed Fernando did for Lawrence. Well, this went across him. It was quite wide by the time he
Ended up
to the
as a
keeper.
rather tentative, unnecessary prod.
It was cross. Yeah, you could tell when he got out. He misjudged it. Out for 30. And their route, well, he just seemed to be playing smoothly and beautifully. He nicked the original Fernando. Low to Chandimal. Good catch.
Oh, it's bowled in.
That's gone straight through. And bowled Brook, who's standing there.
It turned.
It did spin. He's looking at the pitch in the most accusing fashion. And that is an enormous wicket as far as Sri Lanka's concerned there. And Brook looks absolutely stunned.
Well, you
He's
could
been bowled by that.
understand because nothing much has turned at all.
No, that's pitched outside leg and hit off.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ball, but made all the more potent by the fact that nothing else has really turned.
Yeah.
So that's why he was aghast, Brook. It was quite full to be playing back to, but he thought if it comes on as it's normally been coming on, I'll be fine.
What a start to the session that is. And what a ball too, and something that will have everybody thinking, oh, hang on a minute, what's a good score on here? Brook out for a very good 50.
Dejected though, you can tell it's quite a good ball to be dismissed by. I think he's being feels betrayed by, hang on a minute, nothing's turned for 2 hours, and now suddenly that has pitched middle and leg and just clipped off.
Was it wide enough to land in any rough there, do you think, or is that off the pitch?
I think it's off the pitch.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too straight not to be.
It was a fine ball.
It was, yeah. Hit the top of middle and off.
Well, that makes it interesting, because
Absolutely.
Chris Wokes comes out now. England are 49 behind, and they're into the bowlers. Now, Wokes is better than that. He's batted brilliantly here, didn't he? In the COVID series against Pakistan, saw England over the line with Joss Buttler. But even so, he's a lower order batsman. And Sri Lanka here have had a really very good day. One I don't think that people necessarily expected, to be honest.
Well, especially since most of the England batsmen have got in, but haven't been able to go on.
Harry Brooks' final figures: 53 from 73 balls, 4 fours, his 14th 50-plus score in just his 16th Test and 25th innings. And the partnership was 62 in 13.4 overs.
It's interesting that the preference seemed to be for the Sri Lankans to bowl their spinner from the far end, because that one that kept so low yesterday, but actually produce balls like that. He should stay where he is at this end. Leg slip now. That's an orthodox slip too, as Wokes' first ball is very full. He can play that easily enough. Squeeze the ball out to Mendes, fielding at cover. So 187 for 5 it is. England are 49 runs behind. Smith is nicely set on 30. Wokes waits now, and it's rather cautiously played, that one. It's the same similar length really to the one that did for Brook on the back foot. That's leg stumpish, I reckon. We're seeing a funny angle there of the replay. It's difficult to tell quite where that pitched. Wokes again forward. Mendes will field that. It's been a long way in it back. We get a better clue actually from the replay we're seeing now. That's leg stump really from round the wicket. It's pitched leg and hit off.
Well, that's what you want to do. Why don't you do it all the time?
But
I don't think it's out of rough. I think it's
off the pitch. Wokes forward. There's that ball back up the pitch where Jayasuriya kicks it up with his boot. No, I think it couldn't be rough because the bowler would have been warned. There would be now there is a possibility here of Jayasuriya being told off by the umpire for following on down the pitch, and obviously a spinner in that sort of predicament. Umpire Gaffney on the case there. If the ball starts spinning, make sure no one's roughing the pitch up with their spikes. Jayasuriya bowls the next one. Wokes takes a pace down the pitch. Ball thumps into the pad, rolls away into the offside. Well, interesting over. 187 for 5, so 49 behind. And Wokes will go up and join Smith for a chat.
Well, that's a big boost. You've got, Wokes, as you've pointed out, he averages over 27, I think, for England with the bat. We've seen him score runs. He's got a Test century to his name.
Yep.
But you look beyond that, and there is some potential, but it's untapped. I mean, these guys, Potts, Atkinson. Well, we know a bit more about Mark Wood. He doesn't hang around, but he can hit a lively something. But these guys can bat, but I'm not sure they've got many runs in a Test match.
No,
it's not that the bowling's that much better. It's just that there's a bit more tension attached. So they haven't really proven themselves there. So we've got some interesting cricket ahead. Smith, I imagine Smithy won't be deterred from playing what has been his natural game, which is to be aggressive.
Yeah. He's on strike now. He's on 30. He's facing Fernando. Rushes in from the far end. Bowls short of a length. Dabbed calmly, quietly, gently into the offside. He'll take a single. So 188 for 5.
In fact, this partly is what Smith's been picked for. That one of the criticisms of folks at the batsman was that he's a brilliant support act to a recognised batsman at the other end, but he found it really difficult to make much of an impression when he was the main man batting alongside the tail.
Yeah.
Well, I think Smith is better equipped to do something, not yet, but later on in the innings, if he's still there, to do something that does change the balance of the match.
Yeah, agreed. It'll be interesting to see how he plays if he's still there. 188 for 5, so 48 behind. There's Wokes waits for Fernando, rushing in, bowls him down the leg side. Chandimal gets a left glove to it, not cleanly, but prevents it from running any further and into the boundary. Floodlights still on. Cloud, well, it's unbroken really. It doesn't feel as if we could get on to 7:30 tonight, although that's
I wouldn't have
remains
thought
on
so.
the schedule.
It's not as dark as it was last night, obviously, just at the moment, but it was a blanket of grey cloud.
188 for 5. No duvets out yet on the balcony. Fernando on his way. Bowls. Works. Squared up, still looking for his first run. Can't find it there. It's played into the onside. Well, actually, having said that, I think it might be one duvet.
I can see what you're meaning.
Yeah.
In the middle, yes, that's a duvet, I reckon.
It is. That's the first one. Yesterday, the majority watching on the balconies were swathed in their duvets.
Well, it's worth a hotel room just to get that duvet, really, for 6 hours.
Yeah. We know those rooms well.
Yeah.
Little balconies. It's a very strange time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
188 for 5. Fernando on his way. Bowls played firmly up to mid-on. We were there for ages, and the only exercise we were allowed was to walk around the car park. That was it. He couldn't go on the ground. He couldn't go anywhere.
I remember when I turned up and I hadn't been participating in the sort of earlier part of the series, but it took me a very long time to get from the car, from the entrance. All sorts of checks and balances had to be done.
There was a very vigorous COVID tester whose name I can't remember.
Roland?
It was Roland, correct. Roland. He was, yes, he was vigorous. We managed to get him moved from our end down to the players, I seem to recall. It was a great triumph. There's a drive off the front foot from Wokes, is off the mark. Up go the Pigeons again. Not quite got hold of that, but they should get 3. Yes, they do. They turn. Come back for the third run. Wokes heading up to the far end.
Yes, I remember.
He was a bit like Zorro with a sword with his tester up your nose.
Well, I think I managed to avoid him. And I got the benign tester.
Yeah. No, your heart would sink when the instructions came round that you had an appointment with Roland.
And then you'd look out the balcony at about 9:30, and you'd see all these players just trudging over from sleeping place to workplace, which is a distance of about 200 yards, trudging over to the pavilion.
Yeah. 191 for 5 is the last ball of this over. England are 45 runs behind. They have lost a wicket since the interval. Harry Brook was bowled by a sharply spinning ball, and his Fernando bowling has driven hard. But there is a man back on the point boundary. Those Pigeons are going to be exhausted. They keep taking off and then resettling every time, but they're wheeling round. That's the last ball of the over. 192 for 5. So England are 44 behind. Victor, some thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Well, let's see if Jayasuriya can get another one to turn. We saw a little bit of spin from Shoaib Bashir on the first day, but then we saw the killer ball that went along the ground. From Jayasuriya, nothing really has misbehaved throughout until he bowls the absolutely perfect left arm delivery, pitching round about middle and leg and straightening off a length, and he played back and felt betrayed when it clashed into the top of off stump. It's the only one we've seen do turn significantly. It's caused a little bit of alarm.
There'll be some fine balls in this match.
Yeah.
Here is Jayasuriya bowling to Wokes, who's forward cautiously to Smith rather, playing that back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. Smith on 32. You think of Wood's delivery, they got rid of Kusal Mendes.
Yeah.
Bashir, it's unplayable, that one that's rolled on the ground. That one from Jayasuriya that pitched leg and hit the top of off. Perfect left arm spinner's dismissal. He goes in now and bowls to Smith. Smith dead bats it.
And yet in between times you think this is a very benign surface that is very batter friendly.
Yeah, it's a good game now. It's been a good game all day actually. Sri Lanka is not letting England get away. Jayasuriya bowls to Smith, a bit short. Smith swats it away into the onside, but feature of Sri Lanka's cricket today, they've had lots of fielders on the boundary to prevent England hitting the fours, and there's another one out there at deep mid wicket, and there is 1 run only to the total. So for that delivery for Smith, had 5 men out. It's pretty unusual, isn't it?
It is. It's
for your main spinner on a pitch which is just pitch one on leg stump and hit the top of off, you've got 5 men on the boundary.
Yeah, Smith came down and hit him for a glorious straight 6, and there is a certain reputation already attached to Jamie Smith. They know that he is a very forthright player and a very clean hitter of the ball. I mean, the mid-off a bit on are still a bit deep for Wokes, I would say.
Syria bowls to Wokes. Wokes goes back and tries to force that way through the offside. I think he's thinking there for a moment, this is a cut shot on option, or at least a force through the offside. He's a bit too close to off stump for that, and in the end he had to check the stroke and play it away into the offside, and there's no run. Ball back with Syria. It's good for the over rate, just walking into bowl. Into bowl to Wokes now, and Wokes is right back into his stumps, almost playing French cricket there, the bat in front of his pads, guides that towards Medushko's fielding at short leg, and there is no run. 43 runs behind England. Well, overcast late afternoon. Jayasuriya goes in, bowls to Wokes, he stretches forward and plays that defensively around the offside. There's no run, quickly threw that over. Jayasuriya got the wicket of Brook with that fine delivery. It's 193 for 5. If I offered you a 50-run lead here, Victor, would you take it from here?
In which dressing room do I inhabit?
Well, it can't be a 50-run lead for Sri Lanka now. So for England...
But who am I taking it on behalf of?
Well, if you were England...
If I was England...
Would you take a 50-run lead? From 193 for 5, they're 43 runs behind.
I think they're an ambitious lot.
A bit greedier than that?
They're greedier than that. But there's no guarantees of it. They need one big partnership. And really, someone should be scoring 100 that gets them to a score of 350, but it hasn't happened so far. A lot of players have got in, but it hasn't happened for... It's only really Smith left who you think might do that.
Well, here's on strike. And it's Sita Fernando is coming into bowl to him, and Smith forces that into the onside. It's a magnificent shot. A pull out towards wide long on, and it deserved 4. It's not going to get it because of the very slow outfield at the extremities of this Old Trafford ground, and he gets 3 runs, but sort of low pull from a ball, just
short arm pull,
just outside the off stump.
I mean, it's quite unusual to go to ground, big boundaries here anyway at Old Trafford, especially square, and we're used to glassy boundaries where the ball just speeds away, but it's not quite the case here. Getting back to your question, I think if I was in the Sri Lankan camp, I'd take anything under 300. I certainly would have done at the start of play, and even now that would be okay. You can overcome that deficit.
Works on 3, faces Sita Fernandez. Thickish outside edge, guides the way down towards deep third. Should get 2 here. He's on his way back for the second. Throw is on its way. And England move to 198 for 5. They've scored relatively quickly today, but it's been a very different sort of run scoring from England today. There haven't been
It's not been gung-ho.
No, and the ball's not been hurtling towards the boundary, not least because the outfield is very slow. We've seen quite a few excellent strokes that haven't brought boundaries, and that was one of them from Jamie Smith, that short-arm jab pull towards wide long on. Chris Wokes is on 5, 198 for 5. Sita Fernando bowls to Wokes, and Wokes plays defensively back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. How many 3s have we had today, Zoltan?
I mean, you say what you say, and yet they're going at nearly 500.
Yeah, I know.
And it doesn't feel. It feels relatively sedate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been spoiled. We're the ones getting greedy.
Well, I suppose when the ball goes to the boundary quickly, it comes back quickly. Whereas when it goes to 3, it takes a long time for the fielders to run after it and then throw it in. So it slows the game down. But it's a good test match. Sri Lanka's still in it. Fernando goes into bowl, and forward goes Wokes, playing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And of course, Sri Lanka know that England have got a lower order that's perhaps not quite as strong as they would normally put out.
Yeah.
Well, 5 down normally for this England side would be 2 batters still out then, with Chris Wokes to come, of course.
That's right. It was Stokes, it might be Stokes and Smith at the crease.
It's a short mid-wicket. Short extra cover, second slip and a fourth slip. Fernando bowls, it goes past the outside edge. Wokes groping for it. He's bowled well today, Fernando, 3 for 61. Okay, he's in his 13th over. He's conceded a few runs, but...
Well, that's partly because he's been brave enough to bowl full, I think. He does, he invites the drive now and again. He's been trying to get that ball to swing in, a little tiny bit of reverse swing perhaps, but to do that you've got to get it full. He's gone for the Yorker a few times. It's been clipped away for maybe a boundary fine on the leg side. So he's not risk averse. He likes to go for it, I think.
Ball in hand again at that far end. Jimmy Anderson end of the ground. The old pavilion behind him. Goes in now and bowls to Wokes. Straight ball played defensively by Wokes, back to the bowler who picks up. End of the over, 13 overs, no maidens. 3 for 61. It's 198 for 5.
We've had 6 threes today, one yesterday. All the 6 threes today have been in the last 18 overs. So we've had a bit of a flurry for 3 fans, some compensation for the disastrous test last year at Leeds, where there wasn't a single 3 in the whole match.
Yeah.
Was that a record?
It was, yep.
He said.
But that underlines the point, isn't it, about we used to English outfields being really quick. I mean, Headingley, if it races away, doesn't it? You get full value.
Lords, runs away, doesn't it?
Full value for your clattering at Headingley and Lords. But not so much here. Right, Jayasuriya into new over, bowling to Jamie Smith. Again with 5 men back. So Smith gets a single off the first ball because it's basically on offer, really. It's almost a one-day field that Jayasuriya is bowling with.
So quite a few of them come in, but not all of them come in for Wokes. There's no deep mid-wicket anymore. There's no deep back with square leg. Mid-on and mid-off come in, although they're still relatively deep. You might be able to sneak a single in that direction, and there is a sweeper on the offside.
Jayasuriya to Wokes now with that short leg in. He knocks it past short leg and gets a single. And that's not what Sri Lanka wanted. It brings the 200 up for England. It means Jamie Smith is back on strike and the field will go out again. Applause from the Old Trafford crowd for England's 200. 200 for 5. It's not full today. It's another coolish day. But in a way, they're one of the best test tussles of the summer so far. Jayasuriya to Smith. Smith gets another single there, playing that wide of cover. There's so many gaps in the field. He has to get a single every ball because Jayasuriya might bowl another Jaffa, but there look to be enough gaps to manoeuvre it around. 201 for 5. More attacking field now for Chris Wokes. Slipping a short leg, short extra cover. Wokes leans forward and blocks it back to the bowler, who picks up. Chance here for Wokes to justify his comment from last night that it's a new ball pitch. It's in the 44th over now. And Chris Wokes is forward there. Thickish outside edge, goes to extra cover.
This is fast bowler talk for after about 35 overs. Get the spinners on.
Yeah, well, that's their job. Well, there's enough encouragement for the spinners. We've had 2 dramatic spinner dismissals in this match. Jayasuriya to Chris Wokes, and Wokes flicks that away, stopped by short leg fielder Madushka. That was nicely played. He might well have got 3 or 4 for that, past the short leg fielder, because there's no man out with Chris Wokes on strike, so a bit frustrated there. Hit Madushka. So 3 singles off the over, and England are 201 for 5, with Harry Brook out since tea for 56.
Well, he doesn't hang around, Jayasuriya. He's got a very short... He doesn't really have a run-up. He has a brief walk-up, a couple of steps, standing just, I don't know, a yard behind the popping crease. But he's got a very easy, strong, orthodox action, and he gets quite a lot of zip from there. He doesn't need to run up. So he's a strong man. He bowls quite a heavy ball. He doesn't flight it much. He's of the modern type of finger spinner. quite quick through the air, fizzing it down, not really tossing it up and being very tempting. You can see why he would get wickets on turning pitches, because he's fast through the air and he's accurate. New bowler.
Ratnaka is into the attack, and Smith takes a step down the pitch to meet him, guides it into the offside, can't beat that inner ring. It rolls up towards mid-off and there's no run. Ratnaka, his first bowl in Test cricket, has not been particularly threatening. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 45 today. It's actually interesting, just talking about Jonathan, talking about the balconies of the hotel. There's not, how he got used to that. The balconies hotel. I bet you didn't get a balcony, Victor, did you? Or did you?
I did, and I tell you why.
Right.
Because I think I was kind of replacing Sir Alistair Cook.
Oh, I see. Ratnaka bowls outside the off stump. Oh, it was an inside edge on that. It's gone past the keeper. It's going down towards the boundary before. Yes, it was an inside edge. Tried to force it away. I think it definitely bounced in front of Chandimal. It wasn't a catch. That was my initial impression, but he did not stop it. And 4 streaky, valuable runs for England. Yeah, definitely bounced in front. Yeah. He couldn't gather it. An awkward one for the keeper.
It did jag back into the right-hander from quite a wide delivery. That jagged back in. And, well, it could have jagged onto the stumps off the inside edge. It was such a thin edge, it didn't go far enough.
Well, I feel very happy for you to sit out on your balcony in the evening.
Well, yes. But I think that's the reason I got on the right side.
Ratnaka bowls to Smith. Smith comes down the pitch and pushes it into the offside towards cover, and there's no run.
I was looking at the greensward, and you were looking at the central Manchester, I presume.
Yeah, on the car park at the back there. For about 3 weeks or something. 2 weeks, wasn't it?
Well, as I say, I think I only did one of the Old Trafford tests. It was the very good one that ended up
Pakistan
with
game.
The Wokes Butler stand.
It was a fabulous game of cricket.
An amazingly high quality game of cricket, given the circumstances.
Yeah, it was a real win against the head, that, for England. They looked certain losers in that 4th innings. Ratnaka to Smith. Smith,
he's done it
lucky again. He gets an inside edge. It goes a bit squarer this time, so it's picked up by the fielder down beneath us, Jayasuriya, who returns to Chandimal. And this time Smith gets 1. He goes to 43, and England to 206 for 5. There's a lot of boisterousness going on in the crowd. You can see where it's coming from, actually. Everyone looks huddled up, just sitting in their seats out there, but there's some noise and action from somewhere. It might be down beneath us. Oh, we can't see. I see a few Sri Lanka flags around the ground, not many. One just below the point, actually one in one of the balconies, draped over the balcony, top right of the hotel. I'm encouraged with what they've seen today. Ratnaka bowls to Wokes, who covers up and plays it towards that short mid-wicket fielder. And there is no run. Yeah, I felt that day when England won that match, it really was a day's cricket that deserved a full house.
Yeah, it was the top, a game in the balance. And at one stage, Pakistan were probably favourites to win. Before that, Butler and Wokes in particular. Wokes played superbly. He was still there at the end, I think.
206 for 5, 30 runs behind England. Ratnaka bowls and Wokes guides that away. He'll get a single towards deep backward point. He's willing, Ratnaka, isn't he? He's tall, he runs in a long way, but so far no wickets to his name, although there was a bit of a threat in that over, finding the inside edge of Smith's bat twice. He's got his half century up, so he's got a half century on both days of this test match. 72 with the bat yesterday, 0 for 51 today.
And it's a potential problem for Sri Lanka as one of a four bowler attack. His first class record, it does not leap off the page. This is his 39th.
Well, you've got a laptop there.
It doesn't leap off the screen either, Vic.
Oh, right.
It's his 39th match. 77 first class wickets, average just under 33. It's only 2 wickets a game at a fairly moderate average in Sri Lankan domestic cricket. So did superbly with the bat yesterday, but whether he can achieve with the ball at this level remains to be seen.
They got Kamara and Kesan Rajita in the wings. Hirokamara. I mean, it's a 3-match series. There's only 3 days between each game, so it may well be there's a bit of mix and matching going on during the series. Surya begins a new over, bowls to Wokes. Wokes half drives. No real venom in the shot or placement, not wide of the fielder anyway. Tamindu Mendis picks up, and there is no run. Jayasuriya to Wokes. Wokes back into his crease, taps it away into the onside, stopped by Madushka at short leg. The trumpeter is fired up. He's got the crowd going as well. That's trying to keep warm out there.
And it's that time of the evening, isn't it?
Hello, Russell. Yep. A long day, but only half a day in terms of cricket so far, as Wokes props forward there against Jayasuriya.
And all of a sudden, Jayasuriya looking a very different bowler. They're not being able to milk him like they were earlier, and all it took was...
The bowl's now to Wokes. Wokes blocks that one as well, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Just one ball that turned, got the wicket of Brooks, and since then the batter's very careful, quite aware that both edges can be tested. That's what you need as a bowler, just something in your favour.
Jayasuriya to Wokes. Wokes, and one thought on his mind is keeping Jayasuriya out for now, just having a look at him, getting used to him, getting the pace of the pitch, trying to piece something together in this 6th wicket partnership. Jayasuriya walks into Wokes, and Wokes has struck on the pads. A shout for LBW, not out, says umpire Gaffney.
Yep.
What do they do here? It didn't look quite right, did it?
Shouldn't do anything, because that was going on with the arm. You could see middle and off stump. And Chandimal straight away signalled to the captain, just leave that alone. It's a good over.
Struck him on the pad, went down towards slip. So how do you see this game, Russell? 207 for 5. England 29 runs behind.
Well, evenly poised at this stage, I would think. If you want to say there's a team ahead, I'd think England at this stage. Because they're just 29 runs, and even a lead of 50 or 75 can be very handy on this pitch. We're seeing the ball keep low increasingly from the far end, and that should make batting hard for Sri Lanka also in that second innings to get a decent score. They'll probably need to go out and get another 300 if they concede a lead of 75. You know the psychological number.
Naika bowls, forward goes Smith, plays it back down the pitch. Victor was saying he thought that if Sri Lanka can keep England under 300 in their first innings, they'll be happy with that.
They'll be happy with that, but from here on, 5 wickets in hand, Potts, Wood, Ashir and Atkins.
That's the tantalising thing for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, they can score some runs, but there is an opportunity now that Jayasuriya has come into the game. There's a lot of respect being shown by Smith and Wokes, and there's a reason for that.
Naika bowls to Smith, straight ball. Smith defends it back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run.
Now this spell from Ratnayaka is so much better. Just back of a length in the previous over, he could have had Smith on twice, a couple of occasions. That was very, very unlucky that it didn't crash into the stumps, the inside edges. Now some teams, they tend to get the outside edge, the inside edge, and it just goes to hand or onto the stumps and you're gone. Sometimes it just goes into space. So the game a little on a nervous edge.
Ratnayaka banding in and bowls to Smith, who's forward again. The ball rolls back towards the bowler. Smith biding his time. He's played a few extravagant strokes, dancing down, hitting Jayasuriya down the ground for 6, and then that pull shot out towards wide long on. He's prepared just to play the game, really, play the moment.
He might look to change gears afterwards. You do tend to trust Wokes as a batter. That's why he's at 7. His best innings have come at number 7. So Smith really doesn't need to try too much at this stage. But if Sri Lanka can get Wokes...
Ratnayaka bowls, Smith defends again. It rolls out towards cover and there's no run. It'd be interesting to see how those 3 bowlers bat, actually, how they approach it, because they like to strike it. Wood, Atkinson certainly likes to strike it. I think Potts played a few shots as well when he He played his test innings before, but he didn't have a great deal of success. He came in with a reputation as having some
first-class 100.
Some pedigree. He has now, yeah. When he played last, he didn't have it because he scored it in May this year, or May or April this year, against Warwickshire on a very flat pitch in which Warwickshire made nearly 700, and then Durham responded with over 500.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, he batted as a night watchman. Ratnayaka bowls to Smith. Smith guides that away. Fraction of width there towards deep backward point. It's only a single though, with Sri Lanka having those fielders back on either side. So one more, 208 for 5, and Smith moving to 44.
Potts made just 30 runs in his 6 innings prior to this game. He'd get an 18-ball 19 against India in that brilliant test at Edgbaston, the delayed 5th test from the 2021 series that was played in the summer of 2022. And hit a 6 and 3/4s, which to date are his only test boundaries.
My memory of him is he'd like to come out and play a few shots. Ratnayaka into bowl to Wokes. Wokes gets a single this time, nudging away backward a square. First goal for England here then. Get level with 5 wickets left, and then everything just becomes a bonus then, doesn't it? It begins to take the game away from the opposition. The psychology of the game changes.
Sri Lanka will be glancing at the scoreboard and, oh boy, we're behind. Who knows what thoughts? Controlling those thoughts are the key now. I'll be interested to see if Potts wears a thigh pad or anything, because I was listening to Hartley yesterday. It has the tightest pants ever. Does he have different pants for batting? We've got a few questions to answer here, Simon.
Well, I'm really looking forward to that. That's the burning question of the day, isn't it? It's going to be Jai Surya to begin a new over. He's bowled 14 overs, taken 1 for 45, and that dramatic intervention to get rid of Harry Brook. That fine ball. Here's Jai Surya bowling. Back into his stumps goes Wokes and plays that defensively away on the offside. If you want to see that wicket, it's on the BBC Sport website, and you'll be able to watch today at the test from 7 o'clock tonight, and on the BBC iPlayer as well.
Not the ball of the century, right?
Not the ball of the century. Here's Jai Surya bowling, Wokes driving, but not a bad delivery on the ground, of course, in which the ball of the century was delivered. This is where Shane Warne...
The same angle? Or the pitch was the other way around?
Yeah, the pitch would have been the other way around then, yeah, in those days. Shane Warne to Mike Gatting. 209 for 5. Jai Surya to Wokes, tossed up almost Yorker length, driven away into the offside towards Kamindu Mendis.
And batters rooted to the crease. All to do with just one ball turning. It's a mind game. Moment you see something happen, you can't help yourself. You're looking for more.
Jai Surya bowls to Wokes. Wokes props forward. No run. See how many balls he's faced against Jai Surya now. He really has been conservative against him. Very Mancunian sounds at the moment from the crowd. There's Jai Surya bowling, and Wokes is back guiding for a single. Square of the wicket on the offside, so he does get off strike against Jai Surya. He's looked to be conservative against him so far. 210 for 5.
I mean, that's 23rd ball that he's faced from Jai Surya, just his second run.
Yeah, there we go. Let's just wait, really, to see what's happening. Get in. There's bags of time left in the game, and we're not even at the end of the second day. Jai Surya to Smith. Smith drives. For Smith, the field is back, and so there are many more gaps, and he eases the ball up to long off as if he were playing in a one-day international. And that's the end of Jai Surya's over. It's 211 for 5, so England now 25 runs behind. The light is okay at the moment. What are we coming up to 10 past 5? We have got, in theory, 38 overs left in the day's play. I will be extremely surprised if we get all of them.
Jai Surya's first 10 overs went for 41 runs. The last of those 10 was the first one after tea, but since then 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6.
And it's since that wicket, isn't it? The way they're played, amen. His confidence, his guile has also played a part in it. It's amazing how the game can change and how you feel about the situation. Now, if you talk a little bit about Jai Surya, very experienced. A lot of first-class cricket before he could break into the Sri Lankan team. He only got an opportunity midway in the series against Australia because of the poor form to two other left-arm spinners, Lasith Ambulden and Praveen Jayawickrama. Praveen Jayawickrama actually picked up 11 wickets in debut up in Kandy. And, just kept picking up 5-wicket hauls. But it was during COVID where a lot of the cricket was played in Galle because it's easier to manage life and teams.
Yeah, Vishwa Fernando's back into the attack, bowls his first ball on the pads of Smith and he clips him away for his 46th run, single towards deep square leg, 212 for 5.
And I think probably 75% of his wickets have come down in Galle. We call him the Galle dozer. Ball just turns, but he's the type of Rangan Hera type of bowler who just lands it there and expects the ball to skid on. It's the arm ball that gets him lots of wickets. But you tease the batter, obviously, with a couple that spin past you. Very accurate. And just a little bit of help, he will end up being a different bowler.
Embledenia, of course, he played in that last series against England where Joe Root got all those runs.
Swept him out of the attack.
Vishwa Fernando bowls to Wokes, who glances it down towards fine leg. The chase is on round the boundary to try and prevent it going for 4. It's unsuccessful. Valuable runs.
He's searching for those pads and hens. Ball angling down leg side. He's the left arm seamer going across or bowling around the wicket. He still needs to start outside off stump. That's the key, isn't it? Even if you want to hit the batter on the pads.
Yeah, that was relatively easy pickings for Chris Wokes with the angle down the leg side, nudged away. It went very quickly off the bat. 216 for 5. Wokes to 13. And Vishwa Fernando, more of a jogging run, and that's edged by Wokes. That's going for 4 as well. Down towards deep third. It was along the ground through the slip cordon, such as it is. 2 fielders there. But the dive was unsuccessful, and that's a little bonus for England there. 8 runs at the start of the over, inching closer to that 236.
Now you don't mind that. That's the line you want to be bowling. A slip in a gully. We've seen a few edges, but none have carried. Even the one that carried to Dinesh Chandimal off route.
Very low.
So low. But you still want to be here. Meaning this length, this line, time and time again. It's the area of the pitch.
Bowls again and Wokes defends, rolls up towards mid-off. No run.
That is offering some unpredictability. You mentioned the fact that England's next target is to get to parity with Sri Lanka. They're 16 behind, and with every run, you can see the reactions of the Sri Lankans, the body language, the emotions in their faces. Just look up, look here, look down, because the pressure will tilt. No first innings points on offer. But
the psychology of the game. Yeah. Here's Vishwa Fernando bowling. Forward goes Wokes. Square the wicket on the offside. They might have picked a single actually there. It didn't seem to be alive to the possibility. It was to the left of Kusal Mendes, who had to run back as well. If that were the last ball of a one-day innings, they'd have got through no trouble at all there for a single, I reckon.
It was around this time yesterday that England were forced to bowl their spinners, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think the Sri Lankans batted for quite a while with spin from both ends. If Pope had an option, he certainly would have brought his seamers in.
Vishwa bowls. Wokes plays defensively back to the bowler who picks up. It's the end of the over. 220 for 5 then. Smith 46, Wokes 17. England were 67 for 3, so they have worked hard to get themselves in this position, trying to just wear the Sri Lankan attack down and chip away at the deficit and then get ahead. Right, more from you, Russell, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Well, the beer snake is getting longer and longer. Surely the crowd can't be getting bored with what's happening out there. Evenly poised game, 5 wickets down.
I'm afraid they've all been spoilt, Russell. They're so used to 5.5, 6 and over. Well, this lull passage of play.
Sri Lankans have pulled them back in the last hour, haven't they?
Bowled really well. And the game is in the balance. Jayasuriya is in. First ball just punched off the back foot by Smith. Back to the bowler, who moves a bit to his left to field. There's no run. Andy.
Just quickly on Jayasuriya at Gaul, 53 wickets in 6 tests, average 21.9. Outside Gaul, 19 wickets, average 46.
He's in again, left arm round, slip in place, and beats the bat with one that just turns a fraction. That's all it needs to, but it's not held by Chandimal. No hint of an edge.
Just going back to Andy, outside Gaul would mean other grounds in Sri Lanka as well. So Gaul-dozer, there you go.
Gaul-dozer. Okay. Jayasuriya, just a couple of paces, and forward comes Smith, very watchful as he defends, back to the bowler. He's got 46 from 63, playing a mature knock here, 3 fours and a 6.
Yeah, he's pulled it back and been a lot more conservative since the dismissal of Harry Brook.
He faces up again. Just defends on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run. I mean, he's got different gears, as Jamie Smith, and I think when he's got a batter with him, you see him go a little bit harder, and then as someone else comes in, it's perhaps slightly counterintuitive, but Woakes, I think, he's aware of the match situation, half the team out, and goes back into his crease and pushes to short extra cover. There's no run. Kabindu Mendes does the fielding, and then I think, if they get 7 or 8 down, they'll go back into a different gear altogether. As Jayasuriya is in, and Smith just comes forward, defends again off the front foot, showing no particular ambition. 220 for 5, a maiden over. Smith 46. Woakes has 17. You said it's getting to that time of day when yesterday England, to prolong proceedings, brought the spinners on. I don't imagine Sri Lanka would want to do that, would they? I mean, why? In a way, why would you? You might as well come back tomorrow with fresher bowlers, wouldn't you? And
yes.
Also with the batters new to the crease again. Yeah,
the 50 overs have been bowled, but it's only been 1.5 sessions. They've been longer sessions, so it will take its toll. And Dhananjay De Silva would like Vishwa Fernando and Asitha Fernando to be fresh. They've been the go-to bowlers. They've always looked threatening, especially Asitha Fernando, and he's had extended spells here. So you're right. If it does come to that, I think Dhananjay De Silva would prefer to be back tomorrow.
Vishwa Fernando is in around the wicket. It's clipped away nicely down to deep backward square leg by Woakes. Another run takes him to 18. 221 for 5. The crowd are in good late day form, I think it's fair to say. I suppose haven't had the opportunity to sing Sweet Caroline for a little while. Smith back on strike on 46. He might adopt a slightly different approach to the quicker bowler, perhaps. We look at this field, it's quite an elaborate one. Deep point, deep square leg, long leg. A sort of wide slip, almost a 1.5 seconds slip, and then a fine gully, catching short extra cover, and then slightly deeper cover, but still saving one and a mid-off. As Vishwa is in, this is driven back to the bowler on the bounce, no run, as well as a mid-on. So lots of space in front of square on the leg side, but Vishwa so far has kept his line pretty tight.
That's the requirement. I would even think he needs to start probably 2 inches wide of off stump as well, because he's bowling straight at Smith. He's got no decision to make. He's got to play it. But if he goes slightly outside off stump, he's got something to think about. Now he's going over the wicket. You think about the ball outside off stump, whether it'll jag away or come back in. If I play at it, if I poke at it, I might nick it to slip. But if I can't leave it alone either. But when you're bowling straight, either way the ball goes.
He's in over the wicket and is defended into the offside, just to the left of that short extra cover, but they don't take the run.
You really have no decision to make, and it gets easier. You can delay your shot, but you're playing at it anyway. So that's where it's up to you as a bowler to get those angles right, the line right, to create some doubt. Now, over the wicket might be a better option. He got the wicket of Dan Lawrence.
Exactly. That's
there a little bit of curve in, and the one that kept on going with the arm.
He's in once again. And Smith just advances a pace or two and then defends the short extra cover.
There are 2 deep square legs, Dan. The umpire also.
Oh, yes.
Not at square leg. That's deep.
He's a fair way back, isn't he?
I've always noticed with Chris Gaffney, tends to move around, get his stretchers in, and he'll walk up with the bowler.
He's also quite a bit behind square, isn't he?
That's to stay away from the line so that our camera square to the wicket get a clear view. That's why they don't stand in line anymore.
Yeah. Comes Vishwa Fernando, shorter ball, just pushed off the back foot up to mid-on. There's no run. Effectively nowadays, with cameras at the grounds, the line decisions, the umpires don't really. They basically have a breather for an over, don't they?
They become lazy.
Yeah. I mean, he's just standing there, waiting to have to come in and do his proper job, if you like.
Third umpire probably sends out a message or a little bit of a sledge if you're caught in line.
Yeah. Are they looking at all those angles all the time? Have they got that in a big truck? As Vishwa is in again. This is driven firmly back past the bowler, but not properly timed as a result. Mid-off is able to tidy up. Just the one run from that over. Runs drying up a little here. 221 for 5. Smith 46, Wokes 18. So in his truck is Joel Wilson. Has he got both side on cameras?
He'll have everything in front of him, just like the TV director will have all the screens in front of him so that he can make those quick calls. The line calls, especially the no ball, it's got to come very quickly. So he'll get a real-time replay of whatever that happens.
Is that nowadays, being a third umpire, is that probably harder job now? Because you've got to keep your eye on every single ball, haven't you? Whereas
just the no ball, and then wait for them to come up.
One, you have to, you can't just doze off, go and have a cup of tea, can you? You're sort of on it. I mean, quite dull as well, stuck in that truck all day.
Is it out here it's in a truck, isn't it? Back home in Sri Lanka or any other part of the world, it's a part of it's in a building, in a room somewhere.
Jayasuriya starts in again. Forward in defence comes Wokes and pushes into the onside, but straight.
And shouldn't the third umpire have a view of the ground? So where is this truck parked? But he's got to have a view of the ground, isn't it?
I suppose so.
Because whatever that happens, and the match referee sits with him in that particular room.
Jayasuriya tosses this up a little more and pushes, does Wokes the ball on the front foot back up towards the bowler. It reaches mid-off.
Oh, it's hurt him. He stuck his bowling hand out, and the roughness in the square, some uneven bounce, and looks like he's done some damage. Oh, he split his finger.
Yeah, he has. Oh, his thumb. Yeah, he's put the left hand out to stop the ball. So innocuous. It was nothing more than a firm push, but it didn't really ping back off the bat. And now, we're going to have drinks again, because we might as well. Actually, this is quite sensible, because Jayasuriya is going to have his thumb attended to, and so they're taking this opportunity now just to get the drinks break done at the same time. It looks like he's bleeding a little bit from that thumb, and he's just rather casually put the thumb out to stop the ball. It would have made it up to mid-off anyway, and there wouldn't have been a run, but I suppose there's an instinctive nature of the bowler. And
now, as it's his bowling hand, he won't be able to get any plaster on it. But some spinners don't use their thumb. They stick it into the two fingers and then give it a rip. The thumb sticks out. But not sure whether Jayasuriya is one of those who will rest that thumb on the ball and use it as well. But whether he uses it or not, it's in the eye line of the batter, so he can have a word to him and say, get that off, mate.
Now, Andy, this feels like an unusually slow passage of play for England's batters. What's been the situation since tea?
Well, the partnership is now 34 from 12.1 over, so under 3 and over. Jamie Smith, since a couple of inside edges off Ratnayaka, has scored just 3 from his last 18 balls and has faced 11 dot balls in a row. The maiden from Jayasuriya, then 5 dot balls from Vishwa Fernando's last over. So they have slowed down considerably in all since tea. They're 176 for 4 off 37 at tea. So since then they've added 45 runs in 15 overs.
I mean, it's not
14 overs and 2 balls.
It's not by any means epically slow, but it's a different pace at the moment as Smith and Wokes I think of playing it carefully, having lost Brook to a really super ball from Jai Sarir that turned and bounced and took the top of off stump. The wickets to have fallen today. There have been a couple of delicious deliveries. I see to Fernando's ball to get rid of Brook, jagging back was a fine bit of bowling. As was actually the bowling that set up Joe Root and then took the outside edge. If you want to see those wickets, you can scroll back through the BBC Sport website and app on the live text, where you will find clips of play as it happens during the day. All sorts of things. People bring up a 50, 4s, 6s, wickets, the 5 to fall today. And of course, if you want to see all of those highlights put together in one easily digestible package, why don't you go to BBC 4 today at 7 o'clock and watch Today at the Test. And it's a particularly tricky Today at the Test because, of course, in theory, the game could still be going on for half an hour. So watch the marvellous wonder of television where highlights are put together even as the game is continuing to unfold. Or you can watch it on the iPlayer, of course. Now, cricket doesn't just stop there. The County Championship has resumed, and if you were so minded, you could go and listen to commentary of any single County Championship game that you want. And just, if you get yourself a smart speaker, then you say, can I listen to the County Champions Surrey as they're playing against Lancashire?
Now tell me, Dan, where do you go to listen to yourself?
Nowhere. Oh.
So you're not one of those? Like to listen to yourself?
Well, my wife would absolutely not allow that. She hears quite enough of it, so I'd have to do it secretly, which seems a little bit undignified. But yes, sorry, Andy.
Would you like an update from the other Test match going on?
I'd love an update from the other Test match. Is this Pakistan against Bangladesh?
It is, Dan. They've just had day 2 in Rawalpindi. Day 1 was affected by weather. Pakistan, after a poor start when they were 16 for 3, Babar Azam out for a second ball duck, recovered to 448 for 6 declared. Saud Shakil, who's made an astonishing start to his Test career, 141, and Mohammad Rizwan 171 not out.
An early declaration, that feels. Did they lose a lot of time on the first day?
Did lose quite a bit.
Right.
And Bangladesh at the close on day 2, 27 for no loss.
Right. Well, Rawalpindi, there's runs in Rawalpindi.
It's a flat pitch.
There were 506, was it? 508 on that first day of the Test series, England against Pakistan a couple of years back.
One of those pitches that do not deteriorate.
Jai Sarir is resuming and finishing the over, so that's good to see. The hand is mended sufficiently, or it's been treated such that he's able to continue. And after drinks, his first ball's just punched off the back foot to short extra cover.
Oh, he's got a plaster on his thumb.
Right.
He's got a plaster on.
He's in. This is short, and it's dabbed away through backward point by Wokes, but spat on him a little bit. There's a bit of bounce out there. Jai Sarir's action is very, very economical. I mean, I used to have a coach at school when I was 10, 11, who would just land one on the spot for you to do forward defence, and he would come off more paces than Jai Sarir. He stands, 1, 2, and he's in. And then he lands it on the spot, thick inside edge, rolls to backwards square leg, short backwards square leg, they run.
Goes nice and high. It's a high release. He'll tend to drop his arm now and again to change that angle. But it's such an easy action, it's repeatable. Very easily repeatable, and
just walks the first 3 or 4 paces, and then little skip, and then drive down the ground by Wokes. Can't beat mid-off, but mid-off is deep. So Karuna Ratner, they're able to just get through for the single. Means Wokes will keep strike on 19. 2-2-2 for 5 if you're a superstitious.
And all the energy is in that last bit where he goes over that front foot. There's a bit of a pivot and tries to get the body into it.
It's amazing, isn't it, when you think some of the really great spin. I mean, Rangana Harath didn't have much of a sort of a run-up, so to speak. And you think of Shane Warne, and there was a bit of theatre about it, but it was just a bit of a walk. But then the action itself had plenty going on. It all just happened.
The arm speed, they might be bowling slower, but the arm speed, it's on the higher side. And the sides are used. Your back leg drives through, and if you are really getting your body into it as a spinner, your spell should only be 10 to 12 overs.
Yeah.
It should take its toll on your body.
Especially the shoulder as well. Shane Warne used to have a few problems with the shoulder. Vishwa Fernando starts a new over, and this is guided down to backward point. A wide-ish delivery makes it down to the fielder. Backward point. They'll get a single. Ratnaika throws in. 2:23 for 5. England did not linger on Nelson for long.
There was a time, probably around the 20th over to the 25th over, where we saw a hint of reverse swing. Asita Fernando, and he tried to look for it. There were a couple that did swing late. But since then, there's been no signs. It's just not worked after that.
Is it? I mean,
maybe it's
cold.
The ball's gone on to the outfield, gone beyond the boundary and come back wet. And hence a little bit on the heavier side and unable to...
Vishwa's in. That's defended on the front foot by Smith. Back to the bowler. No run.
Maintain the ball the way you'd like it to get that reverse.
Also, I do find that when it's really chilly in England, in April, we did a little study on this, and April is quite a good time to score runs in England. For a couple of reasons. The pitches are fresh and new and as well prepared as they're going to be. But also, it's really quite cold. And I think this year we've got an epic number of runs in April. Really didn't swing. The balls didn't swing at all, really. As Vishwa is in again. This is pushed into the offside nicely by Smith. He's going to get a run as the pigeons scatter. Takes him to 47, 2:24 for 5.
A wet ball wouldn't swing.
A wet ball won't, no. And you're right, I mean, it has been hit out about. If it goes over to the covers or the tarpaulins away to our right, they'll have a bit of residual moisture on them.
England trail by 12. Sri Lanka hanging in there. I think they've shown great heart. They've tried various things. If they want to be critical, probably look to make run scoring a little difficult. They bowled a little too straight on occasions and allow the batters to pick them off.
Vishwa's in, it's pushed into the offside. Foolish ball. And Wokeso finds a short extra cover. There's no run. There's still a bit of energy in the fielder there scampering off the ball and whatnot. And you've got to kind of make your own fun sometimes in these conditions because it's blustery. The wind has dropped a touch. There's a flag that's a little bit droopy away to our right. But the skies are grey as they have been pretty much the entire time we've been here. And it is chilly. And you can tell just by looking at the cameramen down here. They're all dressed more for April than for August. As Vishwa is in, this is well defended on the front foot by Wokes to short extra. And Kusal Mendes, he's having a bit of fun, isn't he? He's sort of enjoying himself. Just by the way, mentioned listening to county cricket on your smart speaker. What you need to say, for example, is ask BBC Sounds to play Surrey v Lancashire day 1. You need to specify the day to make it work. So, Surrey v Lancashire day 1. And you might be listening to, well, at the moment, I think you'll be listening to Burns and Sibley batting. If you fancy that, or you stick with us here, because there's plenty going on here. 2:24 for 5. Next delivery is full, straight, defended by Wokes. Back to the bowler, and that is the end of the over.
You were talking about
this one. Sorry,
you were talking about the temperature.
Yes.
Sri Lankan fielders, hands in their pockets, probably with hand warmers.
Oh, do you have those like little...
Oh, yeah.
What do they consist of? How does it work?
Well, you just keep rubbing them in your palm and it just heats up.
Oh.
Warms up the muscles and makes you feel better.
Nice.
Makes the palms softer so that you can catch a ball and not the hardness. Just takes the sting off it a little bit. You can see if you look around, you glance around. That's what it is. They'll be messing around with those little tea bags.
I'm seeing. And they're like that, are they? So
yeah, you just keep squeezing them, mucking around with them, and it just heats up the palms.
2:24 for 5. As Jayasuriya starts a new over. It's full forward in defence. Comes Smith, pushes back up the wicket. There's no run. Russell's taking a break. Alex Hartley is here.
I just ran down the corridors, most exercise I've
run?
done in forever. Actually, I ran across the outfield at the 100 final. That was a disaster.
I saw that. It worked into the onside. Ball that's spearing down the leg side. Smith won't get a run for it. Yes, I saw that. I saw you badgering Amanda Jade Wellington, and who was in the middle of playing a game, wasn't she, at some point? Was that the day before?
That might have been the day before, you know.
Yeah, you were made to do proper activities in the 100 weekend.
Pulled an ab.
You pulled an ab? At least you've got one. Jayasuriya in, forward in defence. Comes Smith back up the wicket to the bowler. There's no run.
More of a flab than an ab, to be fair.
2:24 for 5. We're in a sort of slightly lullish passage of play at the moment as England look to make no mistakes, getting closer as they are to Sri Lanka's 2:36. And forward comes Smith, but then just gets a thick inside edge. The ball squirts. Oh, now think of a second run. There's no run there. It gets squirted to short, fine leg. Fielder had to run a long way to his right. And Smith with that single, is it? Or was it given a leg by? It was a single.
He's bowled well, Jayasuriya, hasn't
48.
he? Last 6 overs, it was off inside edge of the bat. 85% dot balls in his last 6 overs.
Get you. You come in here with your numbers, putting Andy to shame.
Sorry, Andy.
Wokes is 20 off 51. Smith, who started very aggressively, has gone a bit into his shell as England get closer to that 236. They're just 11 away now. Jayasuriya in around the wicket. Forward comes Wokes and just pushes back to the bowler. It's rare to see two England batters together not trying to break the game. You know, no one's really trying to get at Jayasuriya. They're not charged at him. Mid-on and mid-off are up, so inviting the lofted drive. He goes back into his crease this time, does Wokes, now I say that, and exposes all of his stumps, pushes to short extra cover, end of the over. 54 gone, 2-2-5 for 5. You did a little yawn there.
Yeah.
It's exciting though, Alex. Tell us more. And then I'm going to get out of the way for Jonathan Agnew.
It is exciting. It's Test cricket, the ebbs and flows of Test cricket. England often on the counter-attack, but here just trying to absorb pressure in a different way with Chris Wokes and Jamie Smith out there in the middle. You would feel at some stage one of them is going to have to go. I mean, I know we're only day 2 of this Test match. We've got such a long time left of the game, but actually England don't like taking Test matches to day 5.
But hello, Alex. Haven't seen you for ages. Have you had a good day?
It's been wonderful, thank you.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to tonight very much indeed. Hope everything is in hand.
Yeah, all in hand, all sorted.
Excellent news.
Got rid of the pigeons off the balcony.
Yes, I was a bit worried about that.
Yeah,
They have definitely been moved on.
I hope so.
Good. Here's Fernando, the left arm variety bowls, and that's driven firmly back at him. He gets actually a good firm hand on that as well, and denies Smith a run. He has gone into his shell. 48. We wondered how he might play with the lower order. I mean, Wokes does have a Test century to his name, so you wouldn't call him a tail ender as such. However, this is Smith's role, isn't it, now to bat? We assume positively with the tail, not necessarily with Wokes. These two can bat normally, but he's perhaps just lost a little bit of rhythm. 2:25 for 5. In comes Fernando, bowls, and Smith dabs that away for a single. Nata Badashka, who's trots back there, scattering those pigeons again. I don't know how many times I've said that today, but those same pigeons wheel round and round and round, and then they go and land in the same place. The grounds must have been dropping seed there.
I've heard a rumour about these pigeons at Old Trafford, and I don't know if this is true or not, so I hope someone can tell me if it's true, but Daniel Gidney told me that once a year they hire a hawk.
Oh, well, we had that at the Oval, I think, too, didn't we? A sort of a story.
Yeah, and
Right.
I'm not... Is it true, or are they having...
Well, I don't know.
They hire a hawk to scent. Scent? Is that what it's called? Mark?
Here's Fernando bowling one that keeps very low outside the off stump. Wokes had a bit of a swish there, and it's taken on the second bounce by Chandimal. 2:26 for 5.
Mark their scent? Is that the right phrase? Like dogs do.
If birds mark scent, do they?
Well, they scare away the pigeons, and they come around and
I think they scare them away because they fly around looking big and like they're going to eat them up.
And apparently they get them before Test matches, but they've obviously forgot to hire one this time, and I'm not sure if they're having me on or if they've hired a dodgy eagle.
Well, I don't think I might be very wrong, and I'm looking at Andy for here because Andy knows about all these sorts of things. It's Fernando bowling, driven up towards mid-off. I mean, I've never heard of birds marking scent before.
I haven't. I haven't got a sense database here that I can check it in, Sam.
I can't believe that. I mean,
What's it cost to hire a
dogs
hawk?
do and things, but yeah, well, I suppose. Well, I mean, the trouble is, if you hire a hawk, he flies off.
No, they're trained. They have 2.
Oh, right.
They're called like Eddie the Eagle and something else.
Right.
I think they're having me on, aren't they?
Well, I think they might be, but I did hear a similar story about the Oval.
Okay.
And there was a time there where there weren't any pigeons. but they're all in the same place all of the time over on the right-hand side there. Fernando bowls, and that's steered away. That's a lovely piece of fielding, actually, by Madashka. Wokes there for a moment, thought he might have got 4 runs through third man, but Madashka's dived in the gully and denied him. No, and we didn't see one when we stayed here all those weeks, did we? Where would they live?
Oh, in the woods.
Well, I don't know.
No, they're trained hawks. They've got owners.
Oh, so they don't live here?
No, they bring them in.
Oh, I see.
Bring them in.
And then fly around and...
Yeah, just before a test match.
Right.
The more I talk about it, the more I don't believe it.
I'm struggling. Here's Fernando bowling. It's driven into the pigeons and out through extra cover. That's a fine shot from Wokes. He picks up 4, and the crowd like that. Some positivity. Hasn't been a lot in the last 45 minutes, to be honest, ever since Brook was dismissed. And well, England is chipping away, really, trying to make sure that they don't do anything silly and actually, well, concede a lead rather than actually gain one. But they trail by 6 now. That was a good shot.
Oh, it's a wonderful shot. I've actually been really impressed with how Sri Lanka have come out post-tee. They've just bowled channel, they've kept things simple, they've targeted the stumps, they've restricted England. England haven't been able to score. But equally, on the other hand, Chris Wokes has been so patient out there, just waiting for that ball. That one slightly too full, drives it through the covers.
Yep, timed it perfectly. Lovely shot. 230 for 5.
It's been 6 singles on the 38 balls prior to that boundary.
Well, that's a good shot. Now, Smith's on 49. And Jayasuriya moves in, bowls to him, and he's just forward. They're prodding it away out to cover. Might they bring another fielder or 2 up? 49. Young player. He's passed 50 twice in his Test career, but I think he might have maybe a long off up down here to our left. That's quite an easy single for him, and long on as well. There we are, long off. A little bit tame that was. But well played, Jamie Smith. It's third 50. And he's come in and made a real impression, I must say, since he came into the England side. There's all that talk about, obviously, taking Ben Folkes' place, his teammate at Surrey. But he just strikes me as being a no-nonsense sort of a fella, really. He just gets on with it. He's just ignored all of that stuff. 50 from 81 balls.
The thing that's impressed me about him is his ability to switch between the gears.
Wokes will face Jayasuriya, goes in balls with left arm spin, and that's flicked away down to mid on. See, this field to a fellow on 49 would be much more sensible, wouldn't it? Mid on up, mid off up, and if you want to hit it over the top, you hit it over the top, have a bit of a risk. But it was, I think it took his eye off the ball there, the Sri Lanka captain. 231 for 5. Jayasuriya, he's got 77 on his back, tosses that up, and Wokes drives, finds mid off.
And if he keeps tossing them up like that, it's only a matter of time that one of them's going to go.
Yeah.
All right then.
But they might mistime it. You know, they can hold out, mightn't they? I mean, you're the left arm spinner around here. Jayasuriya again bowls, shorter this time, and Wokes thought he might get a single there by nudging that through square leg. He didn't quite time it. And the ball picked up at mid-wicket. 231 for 5. Jayasuriya moves in again. Bowls a good length. Wokes blocks it. And Jayasuriya picks it up. So 231 for 5. So tickle my taste buds then. Alex, what's on the menu tonight?
Well, Sir Alistair asked if I've got any steak, but I haven't got any steak.
Oh.
But if you want steak, you can bring your own.
Okay.
You know, that's fine. I can put that on the barbecue.
I think that's all right. Yeah.
I've got the standard sausages, burgers, chicken wings.
Right.
A few buns.
Marinated in what?
Yeah, I've got the marinade
Yeah.
that got sent to me last year when I got the barbecue sent to me. Came with...
Well, where's it been?
What do you mean?
Where's it been for a year?
In the cupboard.
Oh, it's sort of a dry one.
Yeah, dry
one.
one.
Okay.
I've not got the wet one, went out of date.
Yes.
The dry one is very much fine. I used it yesterday and it was delicious. So, yeah, I think we'll be cooking.
Pretty confident.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were impressed last year, I remember it well.
Well, I was.
You were giving me all sorts of bother before.
Bother. I think that's unkind. No, he did very well. I'm looking forward to it. It's nice to get...
It's just nice to have a social, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Tough as coming.
I think so, yeah. It's a good excuse, actually, for us all just to have a nice, relaxing evening, isn't it?
Yeah, if there's anything left of it.
Yeah, well.
That'll be very nice. The cutlery is laid out. Or do you want to bring our own paper plates?
No, I've got plates.
Okay.
Put the dishwasher on this morning.
Oh, that's nice. Good. Change of bowling. We've got Kamindu Mendes bowling. Now, this is rather nice. I'll be looking forward to seeing him bowl. He bowls right arm and left arm. He's absolutely ambidextrous. It tends to be depending who's facing as to what he bowls, but actually he's bowling, by the look of it, off spin to the right-hander, and he's driven hard past cover's left hand. He might have just got a bit to it, actually, taking some pace off it. A long, rather painful chase for Angelo Matthews out there. He's a big lad these days, and he throws that back, puffing a bit. And that takes England to within 2 now, 234 for 5.
Even Jamie Smith has a little smile on his face watching Matthews amble towards that ball on the deep extra cover boundary.
It's a bit like seniors cricket. 234 for 5, trail by 2. So he's bowling right arm to the right-hander. Normally you might think he might bowl left arm, so...
Maybe he's just trying to warm up, get into his spell. That's maybe what he's more comfortable bowling. Liam Livingston does it, doesn't he? He bowls off his hand leggies.
He does, but with the same arm.
Same arm.
Mendes bowls, and that's pushed firmly for a single out to cover, so England now 1 run behind Sri Lanka's. It's amazing because for some years ago now, but when white ball cricket was really kicking off, people were talking seriously about developing ambidextrous fielders inside the circle. They'd be right-handers, left-handers, they'd be throwing it from either one, so you couldn't just pick off the weak hand, you know. With Smith driving, oh, that's a wonderful shot, and Angelo won't bother running for that. That hits the boundary. Lovely shot from Smith. Takes England into the lead. Beautiful extra cover drive, really, just opening the face of the bat. Tossed up. It was a generous half volley, but he's put it away with some style there.
Well, what I love about Jamie Smith, Harry Brook, they've got the classical shots along with the ramps, the big old heaves across the line. They're able to go through the gears, but that was just a beautiful extra cover drive.
They're quite similar the way they play, I think, Smith and Brook. Long on's back now, as this next one has him stretching into the offside and playing towards extra cover. It's like umpire Gaffney thinks that's over, but it's not. It's got to go back. And he was marching in there from square leg, but he's been sent back. And Mendes bowls, and that's played back at him by Smith, who's on 57. Wokes is on 25, 239 for 5.
Jamie Smith's half-century, 50 from 81 balls, a 6 and 3/4. As you mentioned, his 3rd test half-century, just his 4th test and his 5th innings. And looking at wicket-keepers who've begun their test career with 3 half-centuries in their first 5 innings, it's a pretty short list. Mark Boucher and Joss Butler each had 3 half-centuries in their first 5 test innings. And then someone called Desmond Lewis, who played only 3 tests for the West Indies in the 1971 series against India, made over 80 in both of his first 2 innings, then a 70, and never played again.
It's a harsh world.
Yeah, so he'd been played what, instead of Derek Murray? That sort of time, wasn't it? I suppose. Light isn't very good. You can see the shadows at the players' feet again. As Jayasuriya wanders up and bowls just short of a length to Wokes, who's on the back foot, playing it defensively to cover. 239 for 5, so England now lead by 3. They've got 5 wickets left. Swing the arm again, and there goes Jayasuriya. Wokes just pats that back again. Atkinson to come Potts, fresh off the back of his first 100 this summer. Mark Wood, he'll play a few shots. Shoaib Bashir down there at number 11, who showed some good defence actually against West Indies. 239 for 5. Jayasuriya. Oh, there's that turn again. What a beautiful ball. And he's cleaned up Chris Wokes there in the same way as Harry Brook was done, really. A bit quicker, that one, a bit flatter, and perhaps didn't spin quite so much, but it's spun enough. It's gone past Wokes' outside edge, and that is the 6th wicket that goes down as a left-arm spinner. Alex, you'll like a look at that.
Yeah, perfect delivery. Pitches middle and leg, turns, hits the top of off stump, squares Chris Wokes up. Chris Wokes gives him a nod and says, well bowled. He's bowled 2 absolute jaffers today and got 2 wickets with both of the deliveries. Every other ball just skidding on with the arm. You only need to turn a couple to get your reward, and he's done exactly that with the 2 that have been decent deliveries.
There's the hand for Chris Wokes. It'd be interesting, this 4th innings, you know. And it is only every now and then that the ball does spin, but even if it's there in the batsman's mind, you know, that's often enough. And but much might mean if you're chasing a target in the 4th innings, you're a bit more adventurous about it. You go after the bowling a bit more. You don't want to hang around. You might get that ball that spins. But that really did turn. So out goes Gus Atkinson, taking those shadows with him of the floodlights. Quite interesting to see what Sri Lanka do here as well. I think it can't be far off bad light if they bring the fast bowlers back on.
Yeah.
So how will they want to play this? They've had, this is the 58th over. So they're heading towards, they're 20 overs away from a new ball.
It was about this time yesterday we went off, wasn't it?
At 10 to 6, yeah, it was, yeah, absolutely. And it's not quite as dark as that yet, but now they've got the ball spinning, even though it's only every now and then. But well, we'll see what their tactic might be. But Atkinson's on strike, and Jayasuriya moves in, bowls to him, and that goes completely straight and played along the ground to mid-on. 239 for 6. Jayasuriya again, and on the back foot goes Atkinson. It's fielded at mid-off.
I've had some tweets about the Hawks, and if it's real or not.
Well, okay, what's the answer?
It's real.
Is this real?
It is real.
Jayasuriya bowls, and it's played away into the onside defensively by Atkinson to end the over. 239 for 6. Being honest, if you had anything about bowlers, birds leaving scents.
No, the scent thing I think I got wrong, but the falconers are used because they are birds of prey, so they scare away the pigeons.
Yeah.
So Popey, John, Jim and Ali have said that it's a thing, the 4 different people. They used it at the MCG and they used it at Wimbledon. So they would do so at Test match venues as well. They don't quite scent mark though, says Ali.
No, I don't think they do.
And then
I can't actually visualise that happening.
No, and then Dale says, just a bit of advice, Alex. Paper plates don't go well in dishwasher.
Ah. Well, there you are. It won't be paper plates, will it? It'll be best bone china's coming out, isn't it?
Well, supermarket branded. I'm only young, live on my own. Don't need posh ones. I like when I came to yours.
That's also true.
Brought out the best china, didn't you?
No, I didn't actually.
Felt like it. It's always posh when they've got patterns on them.
Yeah. 239 for 6. Here comes Mendes. That's worked away with the spin by Smith for a single down to long on. So a falconer turns up with a big bird in a box.
I need one of them for my house.
Well, those pigeons.
It's what happens when you spend most of your life away from home. It's actually their house now. They live there.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of in the way when I come back.
That's on your balcony, where the barbecue is.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you not get a fake falcon to put on your balcony?
You see them outside on camping sites. You see them on a long, sort of extended. Hang on a minute. This is played defensively by Atkinson. What's the word? I'm looking for something like a
pole,
like a sort of bendy pole,
like a fishing rod.
and the bird's on the end of it, and it's wobbling in the wind.
That would ruin my view of Salford Keys, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Here's Mendes, and that's short and cut out to deep point. It might prevent your balcony from being a health hazard, though.
That is true, but don't worry. If I drop any food on the floor this year, I won't lob it back on the barbecue.
No, I think that's very wise.
Last year, though, I just gave you.
You can go there.
sausage.
You see them, I say, on campsites over tents and things, and they just move in the wind.
Yeah, someone suggested hanging CDs up from the balcony because they don't like the reflective light.
Mendes still bowling with his right arm. Bowls to Smith, who picks up a single, playing that down the ground to mid-on.
Works better if the music's bad as well. They don't like that on the CDs. Just quickly, Chris Wokes 25 off 65 balls with 3 fours. The partnership was 52 in 18.2 overs.
Thank you, Andy. 242 for 6. She wouldn't have any CDs anyway, surely. This one played away out towards cover. They take a single. Have you got any CDs?
I used to have tapes, you know. I'm not as young as you think.
Cassettes?
Yeah.
I was given a CD the other day and realised I've got no means of playing
No,
it.
that's the thing now, isn't it? But the only CDs I've got these days are PlayStation games.
Right. No, I haven't got any of those.
What, you don't fire up the PlayStation on a Saturday evening?
No, I don't.
Surprises me.
It doesn't.
Oh, with your posh trainers on now.
Oh, yes. That's a nice looking shot from Smith driving out to cover. They'll take one run. They've been the source of admiration, these trainers.
Honestly, I'm jealous.
Anyway, 244 for 6.
Jai Surya's last 10 overs, he's taken 2 for 9 with 4 maidens. His first 10, none for 41.
He's bowled nicely, really. I mean, he has. He's one of those sort of roller type spinners, isn't he? Rather than somebody really gives it a rip and flicks it out. But he's produced 2 terrific balls so far.
Yeah, the one that he bowled to Wokes, we've just seen on the replay, actually pitched straighter than the one to Harry Brook. So it did a little bit more.
Definitely off the pitch, therefore.
Yeah. So there's a little bit in the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw that the other day, didn't we, with Bashir, with the one that skidded through, and he started to get a little bit of turn. So, as you say, the fourth innings might not be straightforward.
Nope, definitely not. So 244 for 6 is gloomy. It is. I won't lie. The clouds completely covering the sky as this one has turned away, flicked away out towards deep straight mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. As Fernando throws that back, the left-handed Fernando. The other Fernando looks like a bit of a bodybuilder to me. He's a big, powerful chap, isn't he? He's bowled very well today as well. But they both have, actually. They're both stuck to it in their different ways. Left-handed Fernando is more of a... He's a pitched up and swing it sort of a bowler. Jaya Surya bowls a spinner, which is played defensively back by Smith, who's on 62.
I've had a bad message.
Oh. Jaya Surya bowls, and it's played away out towards that same area, actually. The chase for the fielders, and they take 2. What, the pigeons are back?
No, it's even worse. It's Charlotte Swifty.
Yes.
Producer Swifty said, the rain is on its way. It's raining in Didsbury, which is about 5 miles to our left.
She's always a bit miserable, Charlotte, isn't she? She always gives bad news like that. Oh. Is it coming here? Does it mean it's coming this way?
I think so.
Jaya Surya turned away out towards deep square leg, looking for 2. Yes, they should get it. There's Angelo down there again. And 2 runs taken. Oh, there's a radar there that doesn't look particularly promising from around about 10 past 6. Thank you, Henry. Yes, there's a lot filled in there. Is your barbecue undercover? We're not going to be out there.
Yes. But I've also got a living room, you'll be surprised to hear. I'm not doing it in the car park.
Oh, right, okay. It's Jaya Surya bowling, and that's played away down the ground to mid-on. But is it the sort of balcony where driving rain will come in?
I mean, if it's hammering it down, yeah, we'll get a bit wet, but we'll make it work.
Tough as fate. I saw him loading up the sandwiches downstairs. He has preloaded.
He had the right idea last year, actually, turning up after the food, after we'd all eaten.
I saw him, a big cardboard box full of them.
There's a burger with his name on.
Ah, that's good. 251 for 6. There's shadows at the feet now of the players. It's up for Sri Lanka to decide what they're going to do here. They're going to lead by 15. Actually, a bit of busy batting here from Smith now. Atkinson's on 2 and he picks up 1. Tucking it away into the leg side. 252 for 6. The end of that over. So there's, well, theoretically, still an hour and a half still to go. 26 overs. But I think, wow, it's hard to see us getting through to that sort of a time, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you look at when we came off yesterday. Well, this time yesterday we were already off. Play was...
But they brought the fast bowlers on. Oh, look, our bodybuilder's back. The right-handed Fernando. Looks as if he just checked there with the umpire to make sure that it's okay that he bowls.
The ground staff are all lingering.
Yeah. Oh, there's an umbrella up. There's a fellow there with a... I'm not sure about that umbrella. It's light blue with little clouds on it.
Makes you think it might be sunny if you look up.
Yeah, it's not a very big one. Anyway, there is an umbrella up. In fact, there's more umbrellas going up now on the big stand.
I don't necessarily think you need a big one, though. It's all about how it's used.
What, the angle of it?
Yeah, you've got to... As long as it's above your head.
But you've got 2 people to get under it. There's etiquette anyway about umbrellas in cricket ground, isn't there? Because
Is there?
Yeah, you don't want to block off the view of the person behind.
Of course.
So you
have got to be careful with the angle.
Yeah, so you do bring a smaller one.
There you go.
252 for 6. We've got the right-handed Fernando. So Vishwa, this is Azita Fernando, who's going to bowl from the Anderson end in the gloom. Interesting to see what the umpires do here. Here it comes, bowls down the leg side. Atkinson watches it go through. Chandimal gathers, fumbles, and then picks the ball up. Umpire Gaffney he's a little bit agitated there. He's walking around in circles rather at square leg. He's having a good look, isn't he?
You can see the rain falling now in front of us. If you look over towards the point.
It is raining. It is raining. We'll hear that throaty roar of the cover in a minute.
Charlotte Swift was right.
Charlotte's always right.
Yeah, it's true. She's never wrong.
Never want to upset producers. It's bad territory, that. 252 for 6. Fernando bowls and Atkinson steers that wide of cover's left hand. Another run to England. So they lead by 17. A topsy-turvy sort of a day today. It's been all sorts. But it will end up, by the look of it, with England poised, with Smith still there to press on whenever they get on the ground. Tomorrow there's going to be more rain, but mainly by the look of it overnight, but it might well get a delayed start tomorrow. Smith crouching over his bat, he gets quite low, he's on 67. And Fernando rushes in from the far end, all hustle and bustle. That must be a wide, I'd imagine. It was a bouncer. It is a wide, but ill-directed, very short. And that strikes me as being the sort of ball that you bowl when the fielding side of these circumstances want to go off.
Yeah, things have just quietened down from both teams over the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. Because in this sort of light, if you bowl a bouncer, there's a chance that they're going to go off, isn't there? So we'll see. But maybe they've considered they've had enough for today. Come back tomorrow fresh. 254 for 6. The lead is 18. Fernando runs in again, and he bowls, and he's a mighty swat through the leg side. Terrific shot from Smith. As Fernando just dropped a little bit short. It wasn't a bouncer. And Smith put that away imperiously, stood up, right up on his toes. Lovely shot through deep mid-wicket. Tuffers.
Afternoon, John. Afternoon, everyone. Good
Yeah.
shot that, wasn't it? It wasn't short at all, was it, really? It was just sort of a back of a length ball, which he's rocked forward and then just climbed into.
Yeah.
Sort of bottom hand, sort of hoik through mid-wicket, but a fantastic, strong shot.
Hit it hard.
Yeah.
Very hard.
He's very good through extra cover and very good through there,
Yeah.
Smith. And he looks the part every time he's had a bat this summer.
71 from 95 balls. Fernando. He's got 3 wickets so far. Comes in, bowls to him. Now's on the back foot. Hitting that hard.
Yeah.
That's a cover as well. That's a hand stinger.
Yeah, especially when you've been out there all day.
Mendes fielded that, but he'll be wringing his hands. 258 for 6. So how do you feel about this evening? You sort of...
No, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh,
Very kind of Alex to stick a few burgers on the barbie.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I might go home and have a little warm up, though. I think I might just have a little 5 minutes, have a bath or something, and then wander down, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. It's been cool today,
It has. It's now actually raining quite properly, I think, as this one is played off the front foot. Out to point it goes. Pigeons have gone. I think they've given up. Perhaps they're roosting, actually.
Yeah.
The light as it is. But they're not in their favourite position anymore. 259 for 6. Did you hear talk about birds leaving their scent?
What? No, what?
It's a bizarre conversation. No, Alex was under the impression that birds of prey will leave their scents around to scare the birds.
Mark their territory. Do they?
I don't think so.
I don't know if they do.
I don't. I'm musing.
Is it? Okay. Well, they might do.
I just can't visualise it.
I know that they have them at sort of like railway stations and things to keep the pigeons away.
Yes, they do. We're musing as to why there wasn't one here, because there's a lot of pigeons.
Yeah.
Now, this is Fernando, and a big drive and a miss there from Atkinson. Almost takes the ball into his stumps.
Bit of Old Spice under the wings or something that they do.
I think it's Old Spice. But no, they have gone, haven't they? Those.
Well, it's getting dark. They're pottering off. They've had a nice day at the cricket. They've watched a good, just say, topsy-turvy day.
Yeah.
And they've said, right.
The worry is they're going to Alex's balcony.
Oh, that's where they all go, is it?
They're roosting there all winter.
Oh, no. God.
I know.
Well, I don't want pigeon on my barbecue.
No, well, they've had to get... It's been found a sort of clearing out operations to move them out. Well, the light meter is out.
Yeah, I think
and
that
it's
might
been
be a
placed
lot.
on the stumps down at this end. And, well, it's Jai Surya who's bowling a spin from here. So what they'll do is they'll take the reading as of last night. And I think they've decided that's it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily it, full stop. But unless there's an improvement, that'll be it. Bad light stops play at 2:59 for 6. So that is about 55 minutes before the scheduled end. So 30 minutes, well, we've added anyway because we lost the morning, wasn't it? So there'll be 30 minutes added on to tomorrow.
Yeah, it was always going to get lucky, weren't we? We were going to be lucky on a greyish Manchester day to play the full allotted time. And they wander off.
Well, we've had 61 of the 90.
Yeah.
Which actually, when you look at the forecast, and so on, I think we've done pretty well there. There's the roar of the covers, steered out into the middle. Great invention they are. Everything gets in place very quickly as a result of that hovercraft. It does deal with the sawdust mounds. There's one there that's been blown away.
Yeah, it's starting to rain now.
Yeah.
I think that's your lot.
Well, I think if honestly, it does feel that that's it. The sky absolutely filled in over to the west.
It could be a bit bleak on the balcony then, having a barbie.
Yeah.
It's really, because there is definitely a storm coming, but in the evening, in the night, which is good for the cricket for sure, but not too good for the barbie, perhaps.
No.
We'll plough on.
We'll cope.
Yeah.
She's a bit nervous.
Is she? Oh.
Yeah. So I think we should mention it, really.
Oh, all right. We'll be all right. You allowed a barbecue on the balcony? I'm not sure.
Well, she managed last year. It was tight. I mean, it was cosy. Anyway, the stump's being pulled out. There's our friend there who does all the stump microphones and so on. A familiar face going round international cricket matches. He pops everything into a box, and now they can slowly manoeuvre the cover right over. Look at that dust coming up.
Yeah.
Whew, just shows, doesn't it?
It's been a strange pitch for the spinners, hasn't it? I mean, a couple of absolute rippers to get rid of Brook and Wokes. And apart from that, nothing much has turned all day.
No, all very
Oh, no,
Very
Brooke couldn't
bizarre.
believe it, could he? It was sort of his face, it was a picture.
Well, he looked like he'd been burgled. didn't he?
Yes.
I mean, and to be fair to Chris Wokes, who we know is a really nice fellow, he just nodded, so well bowled, and off he went, didn't he?
Harry took about a minute just to sort of comprehend it, and as he saw this one absolutely fizz and bounce past the outside edge.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Well, that's the peace and quiet of the cover. Anyway, it's it does feel as if there's a sort of a finite.
Everyone's wandering off now.
Situation here. Yeah, I think the crowd are probably going to start pottering off. But it's only light rain. But it looks to be as if it's going to be set in for a little while. So it's been an interesting day. And yes, Andy, I could love the score sheet. It'll be fantastic. Would
you like a quick Jamie Smith stat?
Go on, give us a Jamie Smith.
So it's his third time in 5 innings that he's made 70. Only 2 other England players in England's Test history have had 3 70-plus scores in their first 5 innings, and one of them was Harry Brooke just recently. The other was Brian Valentine in the 1930s.